Welcome to today's school board workshop. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block the exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board Member Hickson will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Thank you and good morning. I am very excited to introduce Westchester Elementary under the leadership of Principal Frame Germain to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Thank you. Board Member Severa has requested a moment of silence. Mr. Severa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the school board, it is with heavy hearts that we share the very sad news of the passing of Lucas Eduardo Salazar, a beloved second grade student at Indian Trace Elementary School. Lucas's life, though far too brief, touched the hearts of his family, his classmates, his teachers, and all those who had the privilege in knowing and caring for him. Our thoughts and deepest sympathies are with Lucas's family, his mother Jessica, his father Carlos, and his older sister Luciana. We also extend our heartfelt support to the Indian Trace community as they grieve this profound loss. Please keep Lucas's family in your thoughts and prayers during this difficult time. At this time, as a community, I ask that we stand together in compassion and solidarity, honoring Lucas's memory and the love he shared with those around him. Please bow your head with me for a moment of silence in Lucas's honor. Thank you.
Thank you. As we begin, we reaffirm our vision 100% proficiency for all students. As an A-rated district, we remain committed to sustaining this achievement and supporting every student to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Just as a reminder to my colleagues, we do have a special school board meeting scheduled at 1 p.m. At that time, I will recess the workshop if we are still in discussion, open the special meeting, and then come back to the workshop. Are there any questions about that? We will now proceed with the agenda. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. You may notice that the room is set up differently today to accommodate maximum public participation and to facilitate an efficient and safe meeting. As a reminder to everyone who is here to do public comment, please make sure to sign in so that we accurately capture your name and know that you will have 1 minute to speak. Additionally, once public comment begins, you will have the sign up for public comment will suspend 15 minutes into public comment. So if you would like to do public comment today, if you would like to speak today, please ensure that you sign up immediately. Policy 1020 allocates a total of 30 minutes for public speaking with 3 minutes per speaker, but also allows the chair discretion to extend the 30 minutes for public speaking and reduce minutes per speaker. I've used that discretion today to allow every single person who is here to speak the opportunity to speak. Again, sign up for public speaking will cease 15 minutes into the public speaking time, so we have extended that deadline today. I ask that the audience maintains decorum during the staff presentation, public speaking, and board deliberation so that we can conduct a respectful, safe, and efficient government meeting. Today's agenda topic is the proposed 26-27 organizational chart. I now turn it over to the superintendent for the presentation.
Madam Chair, point of order. I'd like my objection noted on the record as far as the reduction of the speaker time. I feel like this is a very important topic that brings many, many members of the community here today. I see a full gallery here. I think we have some overflow in both rooms. And I was a little disappointed to hear that the people who took time out of their days to come and speak with us about this very important issue are having their time cut down to 1 minute. I understand you have the ability as chair to do this. I would just like my objection noted on the record that I think these individuals should be given their full 3 minutes as opposed to the shortchanging and only giving them a minute. So I just like my objection noted on the record.
Thank you. Your objection is noted. And again, the reason for reducing the time, and this has been noticed since Saturday, I asked staff to put this on the website, is so that everyone who is here to speak has an opportunity to speak. So thank you for those of you who understand. Go ahead, Dr. Hepburn, with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board, public at large, and those that we have actually in attendance in both rooms. Today is about stewardship and the future of BCPS. Stewardship of a school system that is performing at a high level, stewardship of public trust, and stewardship of the long-term strength and stability of Broward County Public Schools. I've been superintendent for 2 years, and during that time, Broward County Public Schools has demonstrated extraordinary academic progress and earned significant statewide and national recognition, including back-to-back A-district ratings. 0 DNF schools for 2 consecutive years for the first time since 1999, actually the first year of the accountability system in Florida. Highest graduation rate in at least 25 years. Recognized as the Cambridge District of the Year for large districts. Named as an academically high-performing school district by the Florida State Board of Education. Outperformed Florida's other large districts in most tested areas on the 2025 FAS PM3 assessment, and also ranked #1 in Florida for industry certification and attainment, and many other accolades that I haven't listed here. These accomplishments are not incidental. They reflect the work of our principals, teachers, staff, and students, and they make clear that this district is delivering results. At the same time, I recognize there is more work to do, especially on the business side of our organization, and we're continuing to make improvements in that area. But strong outcomes do not eliminate hard decisions. They make responsible leadership even more important. As it relates to our current budget reality, and make no mistake, this is driven by a decline in student enrollment. We have already implemented significant cost-saving measures. However, additional action is also required. More than 80% of our budget is tied to personnel, which is why this organizational chart is necessary. We must also ensure that we remain above the 3% fund balance threshold, which falling behind that leaves the district at risk of losing local control of our financial future, with decisions potentially shifting to the state. And it is important to recognize that the situation we find ourselves in is not unique to Broward. Districts across Florida and the nation are facing similar challenges. Nearly every day when I read the paper or go online, there's a report of a school system reducing staff and adjusting programs in response to the declining enrollment and rising costs they're experiencing. With that context, let me explain the why behind today's proposal. The challenges we are addressing did not happen overnight. Enrollment decline has been ongoing for years and has recently accelerated, compounded by rising costs of doing business, including increases in employee benefits, utilities, transportation, and overall operational expenses. Over the past decade, our district has experienced a significant and sustained decline in student enrollment. Nearly 40,000 students lost, including about 10,000 students just this current school year, with another 10,000 projected for the upcoming school year. That's equating to 20,000 students declining over a 2-year school year period. As enrollment declines, so does our funding. Quite simply, fewer students mean fewer dollars coming into our system. At the same time, our staffing model had not been fully aligned to reflect that reality. This proposal is about right-sizing our organization, aligning our staffing and structure with the students we serve today, not the system we had 10 years ago. It's about ensuring long-term financial sustainability while protecting what matters most: classrooms, instruction, and direct services to students. At a high level, this plan reduces duplication and streamlines operations, aligns departments into more coordinated, efficient service models, shifts resources closer to schools through regional and integrated support systems, leverage data, technology, and innovation to improve decision-making, and aligns our central office structure with peer districts validated by an external review. This generates approximately $40 million in savings, with more being realized throughout the spring and the summer. This proposal includes the reduction of approximately 862 positions, making it among the largest reductions in force in recent district history and reflecting our effort to better align staffing with enrollment and peer benchmarks. We were tasked with identifying reductions closer to 1,000 positions, and I want to address that directly. This proposal reflects a deliberate and disciplined approach. It achieves substantial cost savings and structural alignment without compromising the core systems that support teaching and learning. At what point do additional cuts begin to impact our system and ability to sustain student outcomes? That is the line we have tried carefully not to cross during this process. The work is not done. As we continue this work alongside the board during the spring and the summer, we anticipate identifying approximately 200 or more positions for reduction, primarily through attrition, consolidation of functions, and continued efficiency reviews, including a focused evaluation of non-instructional and unarmed safety staffing allocations. We will work to continue our hiring freeze with a priority on staffing our schools over the next few months. It is important to note that the majority of any additional positions identified will not be new positions in the traditional sense, but rather the result of continued consolidation of functions, elimination of duplication and restructuring, in which multiple roles can be combined into more efficient models. It is also important to note that the current reductions are furthest away from our classrooms, and the majority of teachers currently assigned to district positions will have the opportunity to return to school-based vacancies. Throughout this process, we have been intentional in ensuring that these reductions do not jeopardize the academic progress we have made as a district. Maintaining an A rating is not simply about a letter grade. It reflects the strength of our system, the quality of instruction in our classrooms, and most importantly, whether our teachers and schools have the support they need to help students succeed. This plan is designed to preserve those supports and protect our core business, teaching and learning. Before we go further, I want to acknowledge something very important. You're going to hear a lot of numbers today, positions, percentage, reductions, but behind every number is a person. They're a member of our BCPS family, individuals who have dedicated their time, talent, and careers to serving our students and community, many who have kids in our system right now. These decisions are not about performance, they're driven by student enrollment declines and funding realities. That is why we have made a deliberate effort to handle this process with compassion, professionalism, and respect. Notifying employees earlier, providing support service, and ensuring they have time to plan their next steps. I want to address a concern I know may exist in the community. There have been a perception that reductions are focused on rank and file employees, with similar changes not occurring at the cabinet level. These leadership functions remain essential to operating the system effectively, safely, and in compliance with state and federal requirements, regardless of enrollment changes. I understand these concerns. However, compared to similar-sized districts, we maintain a lean cabinet structure, and it's important to note that approximately 16% of the reductions are at the director and above level. 15% are on the chart, which are mid and senior level, and 13% are below the chart. Before I turn it over to my cabinet team, you'll first hear from MGT, our external consultant, who will present their findings. It was important that this work was not done in isolation, but rather guided and validated by an independent external entity, ensuring that our approach reflects best practices and is benchmarked against similar-sized districts within our state and around the country. Following that presentation, cabinet members will walk through their respective areas of the organizational chart, the proposed changes, and how they will continue to deliver services effectively within this new structure. Mr. Sullivan, if you can have Beacon start that presentation, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Sullivan to get us started with the review of our organizational chart proposal.
Yes, I believe MGT is on the line. If you guys can speak to make sure we can hear you, and we'll display your presentation.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So just let us know when to switch the slides, and we'll go ahead and control that from here.
Okay, great. We currently cannot see those slides. Amazing. Good morning, board and broader public. Thank you for having us this morning. My name is Stephanie Rutti. I'm a project manager at MGT. MGT is a social impact consulting firm, and I serve on our K-12 team. I'm a former teacher and district leader and have had the pleasure of leading the team and working with Dr. Hepburn and his cabinet over the past 6 weeks on this analysis. And I'm joined by two colleagues today. First is Jamie Vandewall, a VP at MGT and a former Chief Portfolio Officer of Indianapolis Public Schools, as well as Olivia Cohen, who's a senior consultant at MGT and also an alumni of Broward County Public Schools. So our team focuses on K-12 education. That's our subject matter expertise. We've got a strong understanding of district level operations and change management. And as Dr. Hepburn said, Broward County is not alone in these challenges. And so we have had the opportunity to guide districts through similar work, both nationwide and in Florida. So today we are going to present a data-driven central office staffing review and our externally validated path forward that we are recommending. And as Dr. Hepburn noted, this work is focused on both financial sustainability while protecting those really strong student outcomes that you all have worked over recent years in order to achieve. So we will walk through the historical data and some of the data that the benchmarking shows from peer districts, as well as explore our recommendation and potential future next steps. Go ahead and move on. Great. So this was a fast but comprehensive and rigorous process. We benchmarked Broward County Public Schools against 5 peer districts. We did a deep review of Broward's HR and financial data. We engaged with over 70 department leaders to get their input and worked closely and interviewed and validated data alongside the chiefs. We also worked within clear guardrails. We knew that you all wanted to identify at least one scenario that reaches 1,000 position reductions. You will see that scenario today. Additionally, we were tasked with protecting students first. So services that are closest to students were guarded to the best of our ability. And then, of course, we wanted to ensure full legal and union compliance. So we believe that the recommendation that we're bringing today strikes the balance of being realistic, defensible, and also implementable. So what did the peer benchmarking tell us? First of all, Broward is above the peer median in terms of central office staffing and spend. So Dr. Hepburn's instincts were correct. There is a need to right size the central office staffing, both from a monetary standpoint and a people standpoint. So currently Broward sits at 20% of central office as a percent of total staff. The peer median is at 17%. So if we proceed with 800 to 1,000 cuts, that puts Broward right at the peer median of 17%, which is what we would want. We will talk, however, about the timing and phasing of those reductions and some of the risks of doing that all at once. It's important to note a couple of other things here. The first is that Broward does not appear to have a top-heavy leadership structure. There are less chief-level roles and superintendent direct reports than the peer median. So you will still see recommended cuts at kind of that top level. But based on peer benchmarking alone, those did not appear to be essential in order to be aligned with the peer benchmarking. So some of the takeaways from this data, the first is that we identified that there is potentially middle layer density. So rather than being top heavy, there appeared to be this kind of middle layer, which is managers and managers of managers that appeared higher proportionally at Broward County than it did in other places. And so you'll see we worked with chiefs in order to really focus on that layer specifically and ensuring that cuts were happening both at the top, definitely at the middle, and also at the lowest level. Additionally, we see some fragmented functions. So in other districts, we're seeing that that folks have made changes in order to share resources across departments, to consolidate functions, etc. And we'll talk about some of the next steps that Broward may take in order to address those fragmented functions. Additionally, as noted, we did see a heavier non-instructional footprint. And so we see that peer districts have consolidated more services, simplified structures. And so this leads us to believe that this is an opportunity not just for cuts, but potentially for broader structural redesign, with which the chiefs have thoughtfully been working on and will present to you today. So all of this data led us to develop two different scenarios, which we will talk through. The first is the superintendent recommendation, which we have externally validated and are standing behind and presenting to you today. The second is that maximum action reduction, and this does hit that 1,000 position threshold. However, due to the variety of risks that we have uncovered, this is not the recommended path forward that we are bringing to the board today. So the superintendent recommendation, our approach was to first start, per the superintendent's directive, chiefs identified reductions of 15% or more by division. So every single division was tasked with reaching that 15%. Additionally, as noted, this scenario prioritizes reductions that are furthest away from students, including safety and security, which we know is super important to the district, the public, and the board. This scenario complies with all the legal, structural, and union obligations. And then we spent time closely evaluating a subset of positions, and those are vacant and unfilled positions, positions that have the highest potential for AI integration or automation in the future, and any outdated programs and initiatives. The difference between this and the maximum action reductions is that the maximum action reductions do cut some student-facing functions. And so that includes safety and security, there's some bus drivers, student support services, cafeteria facilities. Those things had to be on the table in order to meet that 1,000 position threshold. And again, we'll walk through some of the risks of cuts to those types of positions on this quick of a timeline in a little bit. Additionally, we reviewed even more greater positions for automation and even greater cuts to vacancies. So let's next look at the superintendent recommendation, externally validated in detail. So it's important to know that this work is in progress. And so as Dr. Hepburn noted, things are changing every day. This is a living and breathing district. Folks are resigning, folks are retiring, and chiefs are continuing to evaluate their departments and divisions over the next spring and summer. And so these numbers will continue to adjust. We anticipate that they will go up rather than down, meaning additional positions will be identified and some gains or some additional savings rather will be added to the general fund cost savings. But this is where we're at as of today and the dates that you see reflected here. Currently, there's been 803 positions identified for reduction. And all the way on the right side of the screen, you'll see what that means in terms of general fund savings. As of now, that's $27 million in general fund savings. On the lower left-hand side in the light blue, you can see highlighted what those reductions are by level of the organization. And so directors and above, those cuts were 16% of all staff at that level. Reductions to organizational leaders was 15%, and then organizational executors was 13%. So reductions were identified at every single level of the organization. They actually were identified at a higher rate at the top of the organization rather than at the executor level. As noted, this is the maximum action reductions. We do hit that $1,000 position number rather, and we anticipate that this would generate potential general fund savings of an additional $7 million. And you'll see the breakdown of cuts in the gray on the left-hand side does show that this would cut more at the bottom levels of the organization than at the top. So that's one important thing to note here. I think additionally, we know that this would require cuts to student-facing roles and includes a higher execution risk, especially for the kind of limited additional savings that this has to offer. So it does meet that $1,000 threshold, but at a much higher cost to the system. Looking at some of those risks in detail, first of all, I think there is a high risk of impact to student outcomes and experience because student-facing roles were touched during these reductions. And so when we start to play around with roles that are student-facing, you potentially put at risk the really incredible academic outcomes that you all have worked to achieve in recent history. Additionally, we can see a breakdown in school-level service model, and without the thoughtful time to plan for implementation and change management, execution throughout the district becomes at risk. Additionally, AI and automation are real. Your district is taking steps towards ensuring that you are maximizing the impact of those innovations. However, they do take time and are not immediate. And so cutting too much too quickly, particularly in those positions that are ripe for automation, can be a real risk to the ability of the district to serve students and families effectively. We think that those cuts can happen over time and should be planned for, but cutting too much too early is a huge risk to the ability of the district to deliver. So although that maximum action scenario would provide that $1,000 position number, it is not recommended to be pursued all at once. And so what that means is that the superintendent and his chiefs have worked really hard to identify parallel initiatives that would support further savings in order to reduce the deficit. And so you'll see on the left side that pink central office staffing optimization. That's the work that we're talking through right now. And then to the right of that, you'll see other parallel initiatives that the chiefs have been working hard on in order to identify additional savings. And so imagine they'll talk through some of that later today, but we know that redefining our schools will hopefully lead to approximately $3.5 million in additional savings. This is school budget reductions that are related to enrollment changes. So right-sizing the school budget based on the amount of students that are expected for the next year and the following years after that. Additionally, and similarly, transportation efficiencies can also be found because of adjusting for upcoming enrollment numbers. And then on the far right side, you'll see a variety of other initiatives, including adjusting staffing allocations, reviewing contracts and consultant work, and looking at overtime controls. And so the cabinet believes that all of these initiatives together will hopefully drive up to 80 to 90 million in savings. And CFO Johnson will be able to speak more in depth to the things that you see on the right side of that slide. So as noted earlier, we do think that additional cuts will be needed in future years. So the recommendation is to proceed with the 800 plus cuts this fiscal year. And we know that additional cuts will be needed in order to get to that peer benchmark and also to plan for a sustainable future, as enrollment is expected to continue to decline both in Broward County and in a lot of other places across Florida and the nation. Before making additional cuts, there's additional analysis and planning that our team would recommend that the board take on. The first is a comprehensive central office reorganization. This work looked at cuts from a division by division perspective. We talked about those fragmented roles earlier. What a central office redesign would do is look kind of across the horizontals. Where can chiefs share resources better? Where can functions be combined, et cetera? and would allow for really thoughtful implementation planning based on the cuts that you all have already identified. When we cut people, there's still work to be done. They all had jobs and duties, et cetera. And so there's a lot of work to be done in order to think through how does that work continue? How is it structured across the remaining folks on teams, et cetera. Additionally, there's some other recommendations here. The second is for a compensation study. There's currently some misalignment between roles and bands and position titles, et cetera, that happens in districts over long periods of time. And so taking a really close look at that and ensuring equitable and sustainable compensation would be a recommendation of ours. Additionally, governance and process documentation and taking a closer look at the service model. So how is the central office supporting schools and what's the relationship between those two functions? That is a whole nother stream of work that could require some deep analysis, its own peer benchmarking, et cetera, to ensure that you all have the most efficient and effective system there. And then, of course, more stakeholder engagement and implementation planning to ensure that all of this is sequenced in a way that is most supportive to the outcomes that you all are prioritizing. To close, this is an illustrative path of what this work could look like over the next few years. So again, if you all proceed with moving forward with the 800 positions, we know that there are additional positions that will need to be identified over the next few years. This is the path that we would recommend in order to thoughtfully identify those future reductions and plan for a sustainable future. And so this maps out things like that central office redesign, that implementation work, looking at the service model, et cetera, over the next few years in order to get to that 1,000 threshold in a more sustainable way, and potentially beyond that based on your enrollment benchmarking. So that concludes our recommendation for this. Again, I think this is meant to balance preserving your really wonderful student outcomes and reaching for financial sustainability. So I will transition it back to Dr. Hepburn for the remainder of the presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Superintendent. Good morning, Chair, board members, and to the public. I will be presenting pages 2 and 3 of the organizational chart, which reflect changes at the superintendent level and within the Office of Chief of Staff. Beacon, if you can put page 2 up. I'm just giving Beacon a moment to transition to the
Chair, while that's coming up, will the MGT team be available to answer questions later from the board?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so I'm going to again begin on page 2. The primary change here is to elevate the Chief Facilities Officer to report directly to the Superintendent. This adjustment was made in response to board feedback and is intended to strengthening direct oversight and accountability of our capital programs, improve coordination and execution of major facility projects, enhance our ability to recruit and retain a highly qualified leader in this role. Given the size, complexity, and visibility of our capital program, this ensures facility remains a top priority with clear executive level oversight and alignment. Now, moving on to page 3, the Office of Chief of Staff has undergone a strategic restructuring focusing on these key areas: strengthening executive leadership and alignment, improving communication and stakeholder engagement, enhancing data-driven decision-making and execution. As part of this, the role has been redefined from Chief of Staff and Communications to Chief of Staff while still maintaining oversight of communications. This allows for a stronger focus on enterprise alignment and execution. The Office of Chief of Staff is going from 96 positions to 70 positions, with most of those being reductions. We have eliminated and consolidated several positions to reduce duplication and improve efficiencies, including realigning family and community engagement into strategy and innovation, transitioning partnership functions to the Broward Education Foundation, streamlining communications staff to eliminate overlap and elevate key functions, implementing operational efficiencies within our Beacon department, which eliminates middle management positions such as the Manager 2 of Productions, Manager 2 School Services, and Supervisor 1 of Print Services. These changes reduce redundancies and ensure resources are focused on high-impact work. At the same time, we have made targeted adjustments to strengthening core functions, establishing an executive director of communications to centralize, elevate messaging, transparency, and responsiveness, added a manager of marketing and a manager of mass media and community relations to strengthening digital engagement and stakeholder communications. This is in direct response to the board's priority to improve communications across all audiences, realign enterprise analytics and intelligence under the Chief of Staff to ensure leadership has direct access to timely and actionable data, along with a unified governance structure that leverages AI to ensure we no longer operate in silos. Also, centralize project management functions to improve coordination and execution across all divisions. Importantly, all these changes were achieved through reallocation of existing funds, making this a cost-efficient restructuring within the division while still contributing meaningfully to the overall cost savings. The overall impact of this realignment is a structure that is more coordinated, more data-driven, and more responsive. It strengthens our ability to execute priorities, improve communication, and ensure accountability across the organization. With that, I would turn it over to Dr. Fulton, Madam Deputy.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Despite enrollment decline, our responsibility remains unchanged to ensure that all of our students remain supported, every teacher is equipped to deliver high-quality instruction all day and every day, and also to ensure that every school leader is developed and supported to lead their school communities effectively. So within our regional offices, we have eliminated 3 director positions. These are Director of Teaching and Learning. These leaders play an important role in developing principles, supporting school improvement, and holding our leaders accountable for student performance, ensuring that every school has strong leadership and the support needed to improve student outcomes. In addition to these staff reductions, we are aligning how support is delivered by bringing our academics department and our student services, which includes ESC, mental health, and other student supports, into a regional support hub model. This will create one coordinated, unified system of support with wraparound service that will be deployed from our regional offices. Currently, support services to our students are centralized, sometimes unintentionally resulting in services being uncoordinated, duplicated, and providing a very slow response to our schools. A regional support hub will address that by providing one coordinated team, one message, one voice, better duplication and avoiding conflicting guidance, better aligned supports, but most importantly, faster, more responsive services to all of our schools. This model will create a clear accountability where each region will own student outcomes and delivery of support for our leaders, our teachers, our students, our parents, and the broader community that they serve. Ultimately, this proposal is about protecting what matters most: strong schools, strong support, and strong student outcomes. By operating leaner with greater alignment and clear accountability, BCPS will be well positioned to sustain excellence and build on the historic academic progress that we have achieved over the past 2 years. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Cohn to continue with academics.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm presenting the academic organizational realignment, which is a critical component of the district's broader effort to right-size our organization while strengthening academic outcomes. We reduced 85 positions, going from 427 positions to 346 positions. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We repurposed 4 existing positions, resulting in a consolidation and streamlining of cross-functional work, attributing to the development of new job descriptions. And this is not simply about reducing positions. It's about redesigning how we deliver academic services to schools in a way that is more efficient, more coherent, and more impactful. The challenge we addressed is that historically the Division of Academics operated through multiple independent departments: professional learning and development, applied learning, and innovative learning. While these departments contributed meaningfully to the work, the structure did create some fragmentation across the system, some overlapping responsibilities, and some disconnection of professional learning with limited alignment between innovation and core instruction. This structure restricted our ability to scale effectively practices and deliver consistent support to schools. Simply put, we had strong work that was happening, but not always in a unified system. And so what we changed is we addressed it through intentional elimination of consolidated positions, including the Director of Professional Learning and Development, the Director of Applied Learning, the Director of Innovative Learning, and additional supervisor and support roles. These decisions were not about removing work. They were about removing duplication. And what we recognize is that teacher development already existed across all academic departments. Innovation needed to be embedded, not separate. And innovation and applied learning needed stronger alignment to core academics. So instead of operating in silos, we redistributed and strengthened the work within a unified structure. And at the same time, we repurposed key positions at no additional cost to meet evolving needs. So we redesigned positions such as Director of AI and Digital Learning on page 7, the Director of Leadership Development and Teacher Support on page 6, and we repurposed 2 supervisors to assistant directors to provide greater oversight and strengthen execution to scale. These are on page 6 and page 7. And we also consolidated 2 supervisory positions, the Curriculum Supervisor of Social Studies and the Curriculum Supervisor of Civics, into one consolidated position called the Curriculum Supervisor of Writing, Civics Engagement, and Interdisciplinary Studies. And this provides greater opportunity to provide cross-curricular instruction. This is a cost-neutral, efficient-based redesign that increases impact. And on page 7, you will see a critical strategic shift to the Director of AI and Digital Learning. One of the most critical academic decisions in this realignment was the creation of the Director of AI Strategy and Digital Learning, which consolidates 2 director-level positions, Director of Applied Learning and Innovative Learning, into a single unified vision. And this is not about technology. It's about transforming teaching and learning for the 22nd century. It ensures that artificial intelligence, extended reality, virtual reality, and digital tools are embedded into instruction, not treated as separate initiatives. It ensures that teachers are prepared to leverage AI to personalize learning, increase engagement, and accelerate outcomes. And more importantly, it's for students to develop skills required for a rapidly evolving workforce, including critical thinking, problem solving, and AI literacy. And this positions Broward not just to adapt, but to lead in how public education evolves in an AI-driven world. And this was a strategic consolidation that moves us from scattered innovation efforts to a coherent system-wide approach to future ready. And so this new academic model now allows us to operate under a coherent academic service model built on 3 interdisciplinary pillars: instructional excellence in real-world application, educator development, and innovation and future ready. And this creates a coherent academic ecosystem where instruction, teacher development, and innovation operate as one system. And so how does this impact our schools and our regional alignment? So for schools, this changes the experience significantly. Instead of having multiple departments operate independently, schools now receive one coordinated system of support, stronger instructional coaching, more aligned professional learning, integrated academic innovation supports. This also strengthens alignment with our regional offices, ensuring that services are more responsive, communication is clearer, support is consistent across schools. And ultimately, but more importantly, this is how we look at results. It's about continuing the path of improved student outcomes for all scholars. Even during a significant restructuring, our FAST PM2 data results show we are on track to maintaining an A rating, and we are projected to exceed last year's performance. So this reflects stronger instructional systems, focused teacher support, and now greater alignment across the district. And this model positions us to accelerate achievement across all student groups, close performance gaps, improve teacher efficacy, and reduce duplication. And so now it provides us with stronger teachers, stronger instruction, stronger student outcomes. I'll now pass this next section of the chart presentation to Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Student Services Officer, to review her chart.
Good morning. Thank you. I want to begin by acknowledging what many in our community are feeling. The roles of ESC counselors and school social workers, to name a few, are deeply valued, and the decision to reduce positions was not made lightly. This was not a decision about the importance of these services, but a necessary realignment in how we deliver them in response to declining enrollment, school closures, and current budget constraints. Over the past 2 years, the district has experienced a significant decline in student enrollment, which directly impacts funding and staffing allocations. In response, we conducted a review of our organizational structure, caseloads, and service delivery models to ensure we continue to meet all local, state, and federal requirements, including the provision of a free, appropriate public education for students with disabilities. For example, it is important to clarify that while counseling services may be included on a student's IEP, the positions of ESC counselor and school social worker are not statutory required roles. What is required is that services are delivered by qualified professionals in Florida. That includes school counselors, school social workers, and school psychologists. As a division, the majority of our staff are direct service providers who work directly with students. Those who do not carry a defined caseload serve in a critical support role for students, schools, and families. These individuals are deployed in response to needs brought forward by schools, families, and the community, supporting areas such as academics, behavior, independent functioning, communication, and social services. This structure ensures that resources are responsive and targeted where they are most needed. As a result of this review, we are moving to a more integrated school-based model of support. What does this mean for students in schools? First, services are not being eliminated, they are being redistributed. We are strengthening a team-based approach where school counselors, school psychologists, social workers, and ESC staff work together as a unified system of mental health and student support providers. School counselors will continue to provide direct academic and resiliency support. School psychologists will provide evaluation, consultation, and intervention planning. School social workers will support students and families through key functions such as attendance, crisis response, and connecting families to resources, while also monitoring student needs through ongoing check-ins and data-informed practices. A significant component of the social worker role will continue to include the development of psychosocial reports, which are critical in understanding student needs and informing interventions and supports. Second, services are embedded within and aligned to schools to provide direct and responsive support at the site level. As reflected in the redistribution of resources, social workers will continue to be aligned to schools and embedded within school-based teams. In addition, our staff are aligned regionally, strengthening the connection between district support and the specific schools and communities they serve. This allows for more consistent communication, quicker response to student needs, and a deeper understanding of each school's unique context. Embedding services within schools will strengthen collaboration with school teams, improve identification of student needs and interventions, and enhance school-level ownership and accountability. It is also important to note that all departments contributed to this realignment. Decisions were made with a clear priority: minimizing impact to students, maintaining required services, and ensuring ongoing compliance with all legal and statutory requirements. Our district mental health team will provide ongoing training, guidance, and coaching to school counselors, social workers, psychologists, and ESC staff to support consistent implementation across schools. In closing, while positions have been reduced, our responsibilities to students has not changed. This realignment was done thoughtfully, equitably across departments, and with a focus on maintaining compliance, strengthening coordination, and continuing to support the whole child. This is not a reduction in commitment. It is a shift in how we deliver the commitment to ensure sustainability moving forward. I want to walk through several of the key changes reflected in the organizational structure on page 8. The executive director of ESC position was eliminated to reduce a layer of management. These responsibilities did not disappear. They have been distributed across directors. To support the increasing complexity of compliance requirements, an existing coordinator position was reclassified as an assistant director of ESC. This was not a new position, but a strategic adjustment to ensure continued focus on timelines, legal mandates, and regulatory expectations with no financial impact. The positive behavior specialist positions have been removed as a formal chartered role. However, the individuals and the work remain. Responsibilities have been redistributed across teams, reflecting a shift from a single position model to a shared implementation approach. Behavioral supports will continue to be delivered. Additionally, clinical nurses have been aligned with ESC specialized instruction to better support students with complex and instructional needs, ensuring stronger coordination between health and education. On page 9, the Director of Coordinated Student Health Services position was eliminated as it has been vacant since January. The work has been realigned to ESC specialized instruction, supported by clinical nurses and content experts. This strengthened the connection between health services and instructional needs. The coordinator of prevention programs and specialist of outreach support positions were eliminated, with responsibilities redistributed across existing teams. These services continue. The coordinator of attendance position is also being eliminated, moving from a centralized model to a shared responsibility approach. Attendance will be led by school social workers, supported by wellness teams, and implemented at the school level, recognizing that attendance is connected to resiliency, family stability, and student engagement. Finally, the service manager position was eliminated as it has been vacant for over a year. The work has already been absorbed by the school counseling department, and this action aligns with the organizational structure with current practice. The total reductions are 201 for the division, 18 on the organizational chart, and 183 non-chart positions. I now turn the presentation over to Chief Noswis to review safety and security.
Good morning. For the Safety and Security Division, to better align with our resources with operational needs, we are implementing 2 targeted staffing adjustments within emergency management and safety and security operations. One area security manager position will be transferred from the emergency management division to the safety and security operations department. One area security manager coordinator position will be reduced within the emergency management position. Resulting structure will be safety and security operations will have 8 area security managers, and the emergency management department will have 6 safety managers. Collectively, these changes optimize the deployment of existing resources, enhance accountability and consistency across campuses, and improve operational effectiveness without increasing staffing or expenditures. And then at this time, I will pass to Dr. Wanza.
Good morning. The Operations Division will be explained by 3 chiefs. In its totality, the division has 2,650 positions across food and nutrition services, student transportation and fleet services, facility planning and real estate, procurement and logistics operations, physical plant operations, capital programs, the building department, and the chief fire official. I, along with Mr. Dorsett, the task assigned chief operations officer, and Ms. Johnson, our chief financial officer, will explain the approaches we took to realign work streams, realize greater efficiencies, and reduce the total position count to 2,102 positions for a division total of 548 position reductions. With the repurposing of 6 schools, the Food and Nutrition Services Department reduced an area supervisor position and an assistant director position. Support for school locations will not be compromised by these actions. As the board is aware, the Council of the Great City Schools recently conducted a tabletop review of this department. As we work to implement many of their recommendations that we received just last Friday, additional opportunities to enhance productivity and outcomes through alternate staffing models may be realized as well. The Student Transportation and Fleet Services Department continues its work to align resources and realize efficiencies to improve its overall fiscal stability and direct services it provides to students and families. The Supervisor of Special Needs Transportation position has been eliminated. It's been vacant since September of 2025. These duties have been assigned to the Assistant Director for Transportation Operations and Special Needs. This will eliminate silos in the department and ensure direct attention is given to all students. Additional reductions in the department include several vacant bus operator, transportation specialist, route planner, relief operator, bus attendant, laborer, mechanic, stockroom clerk, and stockroom assistant positions. There were also reductions in clerical positions, operational specialists, and training specialist positions. Lastly, for me in this area, the Facility Planning and Real Estate Department is currently under review to determine whether shared opportunities with Broward County government can be realized. With the steady declines in student enrollment over the past decade, managing growth is no longer a district priority. The planner for growth management monitoring position has been eliminated or is proposed to be eliminated. Additional staff reductions in this department also includes a clerical position and a real property analyst. The overall reduction in these three departments garner cost savings for the district in three financial areas: the general fund, the food service fund, and the capital fund. At this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Dorsett.
Good morning. This realignment represents a deliberate and disciplined effort to improve operational efficiencies, strengthen coordination, and enhance service delivery across the district. The approach has focused on simplifying an organizational structure, clarifying roles and accountability, and enabling more consistent and timely execution of district priorities. Position elimination were concentrated in areas where duplication, overlap, and opportunity streamlined functions were identified. On page 11, within the chief fire official function, the senior plans examiner inspector position was eliminated, with the responsibility consolidated under the chief fire official. Within the chief office of capital programs, the ADA accessibility specialist position was eliminated, and the duties were assigned to the ADA manager. Within the chief building official function, the assistant chief building official position was eliminated, with the responsibility absorbed by the leadership level. In physical plant operation division, there were 39 filled non-charred trade positions eliminated, of which 10 were clerical assistant 4 positions. The manager of business process and performance improvement and warranty asset coordinator were eliminated, and the functions have been absorbed by the facility support service manager. The PPO training specialist and EH&S training specialist positions were both reclassified and realigned to non-chart positions. Within the Environmental Health and Safety Department, the manager of environmental conservation and utilities management position was eliminated, with responsibilities distributed across each existing roles. The project manager 2 guarantee energy performance positions were replaced with energy and sustainability coordinator to align with the responsibilities and improve alignment. On page 13, the Office of Capital Programs strengthened the structure through the addition of the Director of Capital Budget, enhancing financial oversight and alignment under executed leadership. In closing, the summary: this alignment enhanced operation efficiency while preserving stability and position the district for a more disciplined, responsive, and sustainable execution moving forward. And with that, I will turn it over to ISD and Trey Davis.
Good morning. Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. I'll be summarizing organizational changes in the Information Systems Division. To support the district's realignment and sustain gains from last year's transition to a composite and value-centered structure, we consolidated additional functions across the division. These changes include a reduction of 28 positions in our Project Management Office, Information Security and Assurance, Data Intelligence, Application Services, Infrastructure Services, and Technology Support Services. Additionally, we further refined our administrative pool concept to ensure clerical support delivers maximum value division-wide in a composite manner, not functionally constrained to an individual or department. As evident on page 14, project and security assurance remain paramount to project and program success district-wide, helping mitigate risk from performance inefficiencies to external threats. While positions were reduced among administrative and technical staff, our commitment and capacity to deliver exceptional services to our schools and divisions remain unchanged. As we continue operationalizing at scale, ISD is leaning on our investment in artificial intelligence and other automation to augment our capacity. For example, on page 15, Assistant Director, Technology Support Center, the function responsible for managing client support district-wide, is being absorbed within the Technology Support Services Department, while AI agents will monitor critical KPIs such as time to resolution for help tickets and assist users with common questions. ISD will continue focusing on a holistic approach to cost containment, never at the expense of innovation and improvement. This includes cost efficiencies gained from our methodical and purposeful allocation of resources to operational divestments, alternative funding, and concessions from partners. ISD is a world-class organization with extraordinary people committed to advancing our district through innovative and fiscally sound technology initiatives. I'll now pass to Dr. Lozano for updates in human resources.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Lozano, Chief Human Resources Officer. And as the Human Resources Department, we are proud to be and serve the largest employer in Broward County. And as the largest employer, we continually look to realign to make sure we support all our employees at all times. So our current HR organizational realignment continues our current work of shifting our division from a fragmented structure to a unified district-wide service model with clearer accountability across the employee life cycle, from recruiting and onboarding through ongoing support and supporting our employees who transition out of the organization. The structural changes include eliminating several positions and consolidating responsibilities to reduce redundancy and streamline decision-making. The Executive Director of Professional Practices Labor Relations role is removed and reorganized under a realigned Director of Labor Relations. One Compliance Administrator 3 position and one Coordinator Evaluation position are also being eliminated with duties absorbed. The Coordinator of Non-Instructional Development role is being eliminated as other departments already manage the development of their own non-instructional staff. The Manager of Compensation role is being eliminated due to technology advancements and stronger coordination with HR and the Budget Office. The Director of HR Operations role is being removed to reduce a management layer with oversight shifting directly to the Executive Director of Talent Management. This rationale for this reorganization is to reduce staff while building a more flexible workforce and removing roles that can be simplified or automated. Work that is increasingly supported by technology and standardized data will shift into existing structures and be overseen with fewer handoffs. At the same time, the realignment diversifies roles by creating a consolidated specialist of human resources designed to flex across HR functions during peak demand. This will broaden skill sets and improve coverage without adding headcount. With clearer labor relations and EEO ADA supervision under one leader and tighter alignment between talent acquisition, talent management, and HR operations, human resources will continue to provide consistent contract and policy application, faster coordination, and a smoother employee experience while maintaining timely service and strengthening our long-term talent pipeline. I now pass it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Romanier Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Lozano. I'll be presenting the org chart revision for the Finance Division. The Finance Division has undergone a strategic realignment to improve operation efficiency, strengthen accountability, and better align financial function on the CFO. The procurement and the budget support system was moved from the CEO division to the Chief Financial Division to create a more integrated leadership model for budgeting, procurement, grants, and related support service. The Finance Division has proposed a reduction of over 45 employees. This realignment was developed to ensure clear decision-making, strong cross-department coordination, and more efficient use of staff resources during a period of fiscal constraint. Several positions were eliminated, consolidated, or realigned as part of the restructuring effort. This action was taken to streamline operations and reduce unnecessary layers of supervision while maintaining essential service. On page 17, the Executive Director, Procurement and Logistic Operation position previously housed in procurement was repurposed as the Executive Director of Budget. This position now provides oversight for Budget Department, Business Support Centers, Grant Administration, Capital Department, and indirect finances for food service and transportation financials. In the procurement, the Manager of Contract Administration was transferred from physical plant operation into the Procurement Department, now report directly to the Director of Procurement and Logistic Operations. The Directors of Budget and the Business Support Centers were eliminated. Responsibility associated with the positions were realigned to vacant Assistant Director position with respective departments. In accounting and financial reporting, the vacant Assistant Director position, which have remained unfilled since last year, was eliminated and duties were reassigned to the Director. The accounting 5 position was eliminated with responsibility redistributed among existing staff. The economic development, the coordinated position was eliminated, and the manager is currently assuming those responsibilities. On page 18, in payroll, the senior payroll analyst position was reduced. In the benefits department, the assistant director benefits position was eliminated at the remaining unfilled for over a year. In workman's comp, the division was realigned to report to the director of risk management, and the director level position was reduced to assistant directing role. These changes establish a more cohesive, effective leadership structure across the finance division by consolidating related functions under lines, reporting lines. The district is better positioned to support sound fiscal management, improve oversight, ensure more efficient execution of financial operation. Now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Wansa, Chief of Strategy and Innovation Division.
Good morning again. The Strategy and Innovation Division is comprised of departments that provide direct and indirect services to schools, as well as leadership and support for major system priorities, namely the strategic plan, redefining our schools, 21st century grant administration, Florida High School Athletic Association compliance, Magnet Schools of America grant administration, charter school monitoring and compliance, and before and after school care programs. Additionally, many of the departments interact with various community agencies, the business community, and government offices. A thorough analysis was conducted to align staffing models, redistribute resources, and maintain a cost savings approach to personnel realignment. Currently, the division has a total of 78 positions. 11 positions were eliminated. However, 9 positions from another division, as Mr. Sullivan noted, were realigned to this division for a new net total of 76 remaining positions. Most noted is the Strategic Initiative Management Department. The Executive Director position has been eliminated to reduce a layer of management. The Director of Performance Management position has been expanded to Director of Strategic Initiatives and Performance Management. This position will now be a direct report to the Division Chief. Additionally, the position of Director of the Enterprise Management Office has been restructured to an Assistant Director position. The other Assistant Director position in this office has been realigned to the Executive Director of Enterprise Analytics and Intelligence under the Chief of Staff. The entire division will support this department in the development and monitoring of the district's strategic plan, as well as performance management services. The Family and Community Engagement Department was realigned from the Chief of Staff to the Strategy and Innovation Division. Family and Community Engagement and Before and After School Care will now report to the Director of Before and After School Care and Family Community Engagement. The newly comprised department will coordinate and deliver district-wide family and community involvement activities, as well as provide leadership and oversight for the district's before and after school care programs. The administration of the 21st Century Grant and the coordination of summer programming will be major components of their work. Other position reductions in the division include instructional facilitators, program specialists, a computer operator, and some clerical roles. The division will continue to operate as a unified body clearly aligned to the district's priorities. Our cross-functional work will continue to be coordinated through a lens of collective accountability. And with that, I will turn the presentation back over to Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you to all the cabinet. Page 20, the last 2 pages are page 20, which is the chief auditor. He has no changes. and the board already approved General Counsel's changes on the org chart. And with that, I'll turn it over back to you, Superintendent.
Thank you, team. I want to emphasize again that this work is ongoing. It is not done. We've brought this process to the board earlier than normal. This usually happens in late May and early June, right before graduation, but we wanted to provide our impacted staff the opportunity to transition appropriately with the right support. They have great transferable skills. That would lend itself to helping any organization in the county or the Tri-County area. I do want to give a public shout out to CareerSource Broward, who's been walking alongside us for probably since January, just to ensure that they can support our impacted employees with resources and other strategic things to help them secure opportunities outside of our district if certain roles within our district folks aren't eligible for. Also, the further reductions will occur throughout the spring and the summer through consolidations, restructuring, new staff models for safety and security, while maintaining a strict hiring freeze, resulting in attrition to meet or exceed the initial target set. I look forward to the board's input and feedback on this plan as we work to finalize the organizational chart for next week's vote. These are difficult decisions, but they're necessary, responsible, and focused on long-term strength of this district. Our obligation is not only to the students we serve today, but also to ensure that Broward County Public Schools remain strong, stable, and a high-performing district for those we serve in the years ahead. One thing I want to mention too, the org chart, it is a fluid chart. It's a fluid document, and also the positions outside of the chart are fluid. We have consistent attrition, people leaving and coming. But with that said, we've listened. So many of the changes that I want to make, we couldn't make. Just for the sheer being published and doing some deep dive research and really thought partnering with the team. As a result of that thought partnering and the expression that this is a fluid document, that right now we're going to bring back two employee groups, filled positions only, after listening to the community, after listening to board members in my one-on-ones, and also sitting back with the team and really doing a cross-examination and evaluation, and talking to some school-based leaders and also some of these folks in this group. The ESC program specialists, those 5 filled positions, we're going to take off the table. And the ESC family counselors, the 17 filled positions will take off the table, resulting in bringing 22 positions back. We will continue to absorb the vacancies of those positions, which would result in about a $1.6 million impact on our cost savings. But as I said before, this is a fluid document. There will be opportunities for us to meet our target throughout the spring and the summer, and also identify cost savings in other areas, which we constantly do every week. With that, Madam Chair, I turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. This is the time of the workshop where we will hear from our registered public speakers. We ask that decorum be maintained and civility and respect be shown during public comment, which is expected when a government agency conducts official business. Our general counsel will assist the chair in maintaining decorum during this period. We also want to remind our public speakers of the rules and expectations regarding the public comment portion of the workshop, as well as board policy. As was noticed publicly on our website on April 18th, due to the number of public speakers, we will reduce the speaking time to 1 minute in order to ensure that we hear from everyone who is here to speak. Attorney Dupree-Bruno, please explain the rules of public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public comment is governed by School Board Policy 1020 and is intended to provide input on the board's duties, decisions, and the overall operation of the school district. The school board is viewpoint neutral during public comment. Per School Board Policy 1020, speakers must state their name, city of residence, and whether they are lobbyists before beginning their remarks. All remarks must be directed to the board as a whole. The board will not respond to or engage with speakers during public comment, and no action will be taken unless the item is on the agenda. The chair may adjust the order of speakers as she's done today, recognize speakers, and enforce all time limits. She may reduce individual speaking time or establish a total time limit. Again, the time per speaker today is 1 minute. A visible timer will be used, and the microphone may be turned off when time expires. Speakers must limit their comments to matters related to school board business. For agenda items, must remain relevant to the specific item. Comments may not address matters that are pending in litigation, quasi-judicial proceedings, active investigations, or administrative hearings. Solicitation and lobbying activities must comply with applicable school board policies. Abusive language, defined as profanity, threatening, or name-calling as an example, is prohibited. In addition, clapping, hissing, booing, shouting, yelling, or other disruptions from the audience is not allowed. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order by the board chair. Failure to comply may result in the microphone being turned off or a recess being called. After a warning, the chair may also direct removal from the meeting or the building by the officers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will call 5 speakers at a time. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium with only 1 person at the podium at a time. Please follow the staff's directions when lining up and approaching the podium. When your 1 minute is up, please yield the mic and exit the podium and follow staff's direction. Please be advised that any individual who disrupts the meeting, refuses to follow the chair's directions, or interferes with the orderly conduct of this meeting will be given a first warning, and then they may be asked to leave the boardroom or removed from the building to ensure the safety and integrity of the proceedings. We recognize that this is an extraordinarily difficult moment for our school community. The decisions being discussed today affect colleagues, friends, and families who have given so much to our students and our district. These are the hardest decisions we face as a board, and they are far more difficult for those whose lives and livelihoods are directly impacted. We understand the fear, frustration, disappointment, and sense of uncertainty many are feeling, and we do not take that lightly. At the same time, the reality before us is a significant budget deficit that requires immediate and responsible action. Like many school districts across the state and the country, we are facing financial pressures that are not unique to us, but are no less painful. Our obligation as a board is to ensure the district's long-term stability so that we can continue to serve our students now and in the future. The need to reduce staff is not a reflection of the value, dedication, or commitment of the individuals affected. Our employees have given so much of themselves to this community, and these deeply difficult decisions are driven by financial necessity, not by a lack of appreciation for the work being done in our schools. We are committed to handling this process with fairness, transparency, and respect, and to supporting those impacted as best as we can. We also recognize the intense public interest and advocacy surrounding this issue. There is a reason there are so many people here today, and why so many have reached out to us. We thank our community for speaking up and engaging. Your voices matter, and your advocacy challenges us to examine the issues carefully, consider new perspectives, and make the strongest decisions possible. As we move forward today, it is important that our discussion is grounded in clear objectives and shared facts. We have seen a range of narratives and differing claims around cost savings, position reductions, and impacts. To have a productive and honest conversation, we need clarity about the specific options before us, what each option entails, how many positions are affected, the financial implications, and the benefits and drawbacks of each choice. We owe the public transparency, and we owe it to ourselves to ask the difficult questions and leave no stone unturned. We also acknowledge the concerns raised by our union partners and respect their right to advocate on behalf of their members. We remain committed to engaging in good faith, listening carefully, and working through these challenges together wherever possible. Today, we want to hear from our community. We ask that comments be shared with respect and understanding, recognizing that while we may not agree on every aspect, we are united in our commitment to our students, our staff, and the future of this district. These are not easy decisions, but they are necessary ones. Our focus remains on preserving the strength, trust, and sustainability of our schools so that we can continue to provide a high-quality education for every student we serve. With that, will the following individuals line up? Melanie Birkin, Amelia Gonzalez Abreu, Zyra Climes-Lenchis, Dennis Waters, and Brooke Bordy. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Birkin. I live in Davie, Florida, and I am not a lobbyist.
Stand with you.
Oh, my time started? Wait, start over, please. I did make it 1 minute. Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Melanie Birkin. I've served as a school social worker in Broward School since 1999. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm asking you to reconsider.
Please stop the clock. Please pause for just one moment. Please follow staff's direction. There should be only one person at the podium at a time. And the 5 individuals I called should be lined up behind that line.
So every meeting I stand with people, now I can't.
So Ms. Fusco, this is your first warning.
Of course it is. I'm sure I'll get more. And that's our teacher chair.
Please restart Ms. Birkin's time.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. All right. Thank you again. My name is Melanie Birkin. I've served as a school social worker in Broward School since 1999. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm asking you to reconsider eliminating student-facing master's level mental health professionals, including 24 school social worker positions. School social workers are not central office staff. We are school-based, have a teaching certificate, and a master's or higher degree. My first year, I covered 3 schools alone. Today, those same campuses have more support because student needs have grown, even as many of us are still split across multiple schools. Students do not schedule their crises. Cutting staff while expanding responsibilities reduces our ability to respond quickly. Fewer students does not mean fewer mental health needs or fewer attendance barriers. School counselors, psychologists, family counselors, and social workers function as one team. Cutting any role weakens the safety net for all. The budget pressure should not come at the expense of student well-being.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Sorry. Good morning. Good morning, Superintendent and school board members. Let me tell you what the assessment does not capture. Our students' daily mental health needs and the consistency they rely on. ESC counselors serve students. My younger student is 5 years old, and my oldest one is in 11th grade. The most vulnerable population, many facing emotional challenges that impact their ability to learn. This role exists because the students need mental health support to function, engage, and succeed. For many of our students, counseling is what makes learning possible. This work cannot be reduced to a system. We provide direct services with fidelity as outlined in their IEP, supporting students who feel overwhelmed, shut down, or ready to give up. Because of the consistency and continuity, something powerful happens. The student who once walked out begins to ask for a break. The student who shuts down begins to try again. The student who felt defeated begins to believe in themselves. But when consistency is removed, the impact is immediate. Students may become frustrated, more angry.
Thank you. Ma'am, for the record, could we get your name, please?
Sabru, I'm the second one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And we're very passionate because that's what we do for our students.
Next speaker.
Hello.
Good morning. I'm Brooke Bordy. I'm from Plantation, and I'm here as a concerned parent. We all know that the proposal defies every direction that the board gave. Knowing that, today's conversation must start with the board's previous consensus and not with the proposal. The procedure here, including posting documents on Friday afternoon, is legally deficient and designed to deprive the public and even this board of an opportunity to develop a thorough response and counter proposal. Because of that, the first order of business today should be to schedule a second workshop. Turning to substance, MGT was contracted to determine the best way to downsize central staff, not to assess or provide a recommendation contrary to this board. However, in reliance on MGT's report, staff have developed a parallel initiative to balance the district's budget on the backs of our teachers and children. This parallel initiative is buried in slide 10, just a casual reference to a massive $40 million staffing allocation adjustment. I encourage this board to bite into that piece today.
Thank you. The next 5 names, we will have decorum in the audience, please. Mr. Pre-Bruno.
Yeah, we're just going to ask that you please be in line with Board Policy 1020. Madam Chair has already given her first warning.
Could I have the next 5 people line up? Melanie Taylor, Cynthia Dominique, Kirsten Hope, Adrian Clark, and Thomas Handberg. Go ahead. Next speaker. If you've heard your name called, you can approach the podium.
Hi, my name is Dennis Waters. I am BTU negotiator and also a steward. I'm here on behalf of TSP and all the representatives of TSP. I've looked over your organizational chart. At best, it is a shuffling of cards. It is not taking into consideration all the aspects that the board has directed and requesting. I think that we need to look at this with open eyes and also with understanding that when you're shuffling one from one position to another position, or you're eliminating a position because it's been open, maybe you should look at that. Why is that position left open? Maybe because it was not advertised correctly. It's not been done correctly as far as through the contractual agreements. It's been shutterboxed so that that money can be diverted to another location. So I asked the board to look at what's being done. It's an impact for everyone that I represent, and I don't usually speak, but I've had the impactment from our board, so I request the board to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tom Hamward. I see among the cuts are school psychologists and social workers. At a time when students are more lonely than ever, more stressed than ever, at a time when the struggles of families are worse than any of us can ever remember, worse than any day except tomorrow, the board has opted to remove psychologists and social workers from the lives of students. This is emblematic of what's happening. Saving money today on support staffs ensures greater costs for tomorrow, more referrals, more burnout, more crises, more high-need support. The board isn't making tough choices to solve a problem with austerity. The board is paying today's bills with tomorrow's damage. It's a Ponzi scheme. You're rating the organization, liquidating capacity so that you can say that you solved today's crisis, and then pretending that the resulting breakdown is the unavoidable consequence of right-sizing. Hopefully after you've reaped your reward and moved on to better things when the bill is due. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Kirsten Hope, and I'm from Davie. Despite limited time to digest this proposal and to speak today, I oppose this chart. First, the board's directives were clearly not followed. Reducing student-facing positions directly impacts quality and safety, especially ESE, behavioral, and mental health positions. Needs are not being met already. These cuts are delusional and will erode enrollment even more. 119 of the 300 filled positions were cut from student services, 40%. That's unacceptable. Second, transparency, including 344 prior vacancies to this year and sneaking in the 40% inflation, 40% group inflates the reduction percentages to the top. With no clear breakdown of staffing allocation adjustments, 40 million, half of the savings, we assume more school-level positions. Third, please consider having a cost-saving reduction to ineffective ed tech programs and reinvest in highly trained educators and their support. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Nikki Watkins, Carol Sassoon, Stephanie Gopian, Victoria Trujillo Cortese, and Lisa Maxwell please approach the line? Next public speaker.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Taylor, District School Counselor. Thank you for this moment to speak on behalf of the thousands of students my school counseling department serves and the 11 mental health professionals I'm beyond proud to call colleagues that were abruptly recommended for termination last Wednesday. I want to share a day in the life of a district school counselor. We are all assigned 2 to 4 schools that we report to daily, boots on the ground. Our day ranges from providing mental health services such as brief counseling, facilitating small groups, conducting risk assessments, creating safe spaces, to academic support such as promoting academic success, helping students create goals, visiting classrooms to promote life skills and wellness, college and career life readiness, and promoting school counselor visibility. I have served this county proudly for 14 years. The past 5 years supporting the incredible Marjorie Stoneman Douglas community daily ready for whatever the school needed from me has been the greatest honor of my entire career. If you remove myself and the additional district school counselors, it will lead to a reduction of high quality student support. Please put the mental health of our students first and vote to maintain excellence in supporting the mental health of our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker. And just before you start, just as a reminder, unless you have called your name for public speaking, you must be seated. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Nikki Watkins, Davie, Florida resident, parent, staff chair at Western High School, and Central Area Legislative Representative. I urge the board to preserve school-based, school-facing positions, not only in the org chart, but also in the staffing allocation model. If staffing allocations are treated as an afterthought, schools are not truly being protected. Western is already overcrowded as my daughter's chemistry honors class has 40 students, and she couldn't take an AP chemistry class because funding cuts impacted her AP diploma pathway. Gifted students are also at risk of losing services when schools like Western lose the funding used to pay the staff who provide them, creating yet another unfunded mandate. I'm also concerned about process. Revised workshop materials were added on April 17th for today's April 21st workshop, while written comments were due yesterday at 1:00 p.m., leaving little time for meaningful public review. Broward already has 2 strikes. The state is looming, and students are leaving. There are no more chances at the plate. Consistent with prior board direction, choose students, school staff, and school-based supports first.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Carol Sassoon. I live in Hollywood. I've been providing in the district for 34 years. And I'm thanking you for pausing to consider the reinstatement of the ESC family counselors who provide an essential service to students and to schools to keep them safe, to keep them regulated, so they could graduate high school, so they could be a fully fledged, productive member of society. And it's important. We work with students, we work with staff, we work with families who depend on us to take care of their children while they're in school, to provide them with a safe, comforting environment so we can help them to regulate their emotions and regulate their fears, anxieties, and frustrations. We keep them safe, we keep them successful, and we thank you again.
Thank you so much. And just as a reminder, we're running out of time for to sign up for public speaking. So please, if you have not signed up for public speaking but you would like to, please make sure that you sign up. Welcome.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Victoria Trujillo Cortese, and I am an instructional technology facilitator. It says it in the name. I educate students. I support over 22 schools since my department has been decreased, and all I have heard here is that the people that have direct impact with students would not be affected. I am affecting students directly. Right now, I'm supposed to be leaving a 2nd grade classroom and going to a 5th grade classroom. I work with them on reading. I document all of my data in BCPS Central when I work with students, teachers, staff, administration, and the educational leadership during Leadership Academy. I have also spent my time here 28.6 years, according to FRS. And I heard that we were supposed to be respected during this time. I was reminded of reaching the 30 Club. My position is about to be eliminated, handing me my papers, and I was told, welcome to the 30 Club. That's not respectful. So please, Board, direct your staff on how to properly address them when they're eliminating them. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please approach the line. Kathy Neves, Joy Haber, Cynthia Tapia Rodriguez, Naveed Syed, and Alan Jablanowitz. Ms. Dupree-Bruno.
Madam Chair, we're going to ask that the officers ensure that the rules are being followed. If you're not in line to speak, please have a seat. And please respect the boundaries so the person that is speaking has the ability to speak uninterruptedly.
Thank you. Next speaker. Oh, please restart her time, and the mic is not on. Can you
hear me?
Now we
Oh,
can, yes.
sorry.
Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Gapoyan. I'm an ESC counselor. I've been working with Broward County Schools since 1994. We provide specialized services. We are not duplicative. We are not repetitive. We provide We provide services to the most vulnerable students who rely on consistent, individualized support. If we increase our caseload, it means reduced time in schools, less individual support, and being forced into group sessions that don't meet best practices for students with complex and differing eligibilities and needs. Less progress towards IEP goals would be a result, missed identification of mental health concerns, possibly more behavioral incidents, and an increased risk of dropout. I've seen students go from crisis on to graduate because they had consistent support, someone to help them build their skills that they needed, not only to be successful academically, social, emotionally, and in life. This is what we do, and this is our heart. That's why I'm so emotional. Our students come to us, they're struggling. Please don't take that away. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Maxwell. I represent the principals and the assistant principals in Broward County. The school allocation changes that are before you today are beyond draconian. Your principals do not support this recommended model. And they do not support it because even in schools where enrollment is projected to increase, they are losing staff. And they're not just teachers, they're losing support staff as well. What that means is class size is going to go way up. So you're going to start to see in core classes 45 to 60 students in a class. I've had high school principals tell me, I don't have classrooms large enough where students can actually sit. What am I going to do? Principals were not consulted. It's really nothing new. But they have not been consulted at all. So please.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Alan Jablanowitz, and I am a proud Broward County teacher for the past 36 years in the ESE realm in many different capacities. Let me tell you where I am today. I went over the 108 pages of the organizational chart. I'm certainly not an expert, but I see a lot of shuffling going on. I don't know how much reduction is there. We're an A district. I'm in an A school. I'm at Maplewood Elementary, and we're very proud of that fact. It takes a lot to get an A school going. And right now, I'm concerned that with reductions, the staff is, I'm a steward. I'm nervous. I'm sorry. I'm a BTU steward. I have 13 seconds. And mismanagement of the budget has brought us where we are today. Okay. We hope that things get better. We really, really do. Everyone's nervous.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Naveed Syed, and I have served Broward County Public Schools since 2015. I began as database researcher, then transitioned to facilities in 2016 as manager of database administration, where my work helped reduce recurring costs by approximately $250,000 annually. In that role, I supported eBuilder for general obligation bond and school-based construction projects, contributing to oversight and accountability for those initiatives. I also served as the district's only certified eBuilder administrator, helping reduce reliance on external consulting support. In 2024, I transitioned to IT, supporting infrastructure efforts across schools and departments, including identity and access management support. As the district addresses budget challenges, I respectfully ask that employees with demonstrated cost savings and specialized expertise be considered for reassignment before positions are eliminated. I remain committed to supporting the district in any capacity.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Tapia Rodriguez. I live in David. After 22 years with Broward County Public School, the board has decided to eliminate my position as a family counselor. I do the overall substance use prevention for the district and violence prevention. I understand that this decision ends my role. However, it also undermines decades of commitment and service to our school. I am proud to say that I have made a district-wide impact through our prevention work by securing hundreds of thousands of dollars for prevention programs not funded by Broward County Public School. As a result, this work has helped improve the overall school climate by reducing drug use and school violence. I do not have the time to list everything I have done, and honestly, what I have personally given to the district is not what matters most. What matters is the lives that had been impacted. Therefore, I encourage you to review my work and its impact. It is ironic that at this time that I have been selected as a staff of...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Kathy Nevis. I live in Fort Lauderdale. I'm an ESC counselor. I want to thank you for rescinding the ESC positions. I love my job. I've been doing this for 25 years. I make an impact on students. I see students from kindergarten to 12th grade. I see them graduate. At the end of the day, that's what we do. We teach them coping skills so they can cope, so they can manage their education, so they can do well in school. At the end of the day, the greatest joy I have is seeing my 12th graders graduate. I work them real hard, get your points, let's go, let's graduate. So at the end of the day, that's what we do. So thank you very much. We love our students. Again, I go to work every day. I say I love my job, I enjoy my students, and I welcome any of you to come take a walk with us for a day and see what we do. We do make an impact on our students. So thank you very much for listening to our letters, reading our letters, and hearing our voicemails and everything else that we have sent to you all. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Could I just get your name one more time, please?
Oh. Sorry, my name is Catherine Nevis, and I live in Fort Lauderdale.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. All right, could the next 5 speakers approach the mic? Judy Trunzo, Judy Million, Venice Jackson, Joshua Jamison, and Ernestine Ramirez. Next speaker.
My name is Joy Haber. I'm an ESC counselor. I live in Oakland Park. For me, I'm going to borrow some words from Mr. Rogers from when he stood before Congress to explain and defend what he did when his funding was threatened to be cut. This is what I give. I give an expression of care every day to each child to help him realize that he is unique. I end the program by saying, you've made this day a special day by just your being you. There's no person in the world just like you, and I like you just the way you are. I feel that if we can only make it clear that feelings are mentionable and manageable, we will have done a great service for mental health. Whether or not I agree with your decisions, I say to you all, you made this day special by just your being you. There's no person in the world like you, and I like you just the way you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Judy Millian, and I'm an ESC counselor for the past 28 years. And I'm working for the past 5 years in the ESC EBD cluster. And like everybody actually have been mentioning before, all the things that we do that impact the life of the students, because we are the few of the mental health professionals that actually do bring hope and to our students, that they feel heard and they feel that sense of belonging, a sense of pride and confidence. So I'm here today to support our group of ESC counselors who provide vital services to the ESC population. We're a small team of professional mental health counselors deliver essential support to the most vulnerable students in the county. Any cut would severely limit our ability to maintain the same level of service. I can envision our program continue to effectively serve students, teachers, and school staff without every counselor currently in place. We need, thank you very much
Thank you. Next speaker.
Very nervous, so excuse me when I mess up. My name is Judy Trenzo. I live in Lauderhill. I am support staff for an awesome principal named Wiley Howard at Witten Rogers. And I'm speaking for me, everybody in here, everybody out there, and everybody that didn't have transportation to get here. We matter, our families matter, our students matter, and that's why each one of us get out of bed every day, whether we're ready or not, to help our kids. So I don't think anybody should be eliminated. I don't have that power. God does, so I'm hoping he fixes this. And I didn't agree with him taking away our medicine because that was against our contract. It's also discrimination against the people that need it. And I guess that's about all I got to say is thank you and please reconsider.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Morning, Josh Jameson, BTU Field Rep. I'm the TSP rep. I'm also an Army veteran, did unit supply. We had a saying in supply that said mission first, people always, meaning we focus on the mission and we deliberate on the people. I don't believe that this is deliberate, because if it had been deliberate, you deliberately laid off or targeted a 100% disabled veteran for layoff. You deliberately targeted stewards. You deliberately are targeting individuals that are highly specialized that you think are going to come back and do the same work for less money. The only thing I think you did deliberately was deliberately outsource this so you deliberately wouldn't have to deliberate on the people. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll read the next 5 names. Eric Anderson, LaToya Richards, Maureen Ruther Roth, Valerie Blackwell, and Keonta Tyler. So if you heard your name, please approach the line. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Venice Jackson. I'm from Miramar, Florida. I am the training supervisor with the training department, and I just want to say that in the training department, there is no assistant to the training supervisor. I don't have a secretary. It is the trainers, the portables, the buses, and me. I process every single document that comes through the training department, and I scan it, process it, disseminate it through the district so that they have that information, okay? When I am out, there is no backup. If I'm not there to answer the phones, that it doesn't get answered. When I am absent, all of that paperwork is waiting for me upon my return. There is no one that knows how to do everything that I do in that department. The one person that did went ill earlier this year, and she will not be returning. So I am solely the only person in the transportation department that knows how to do everything that I do. While someone may be able to list to you the responsibilities, I can guarantee you there's nobody that can do everything that it is that I'm doing and keep us in compliance and keep us out of being red flagged with the district. And after 25 years with the district, to get laid off within a brink of my retirement is disgusting.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Ernestine Ramirez. I'm a program supervisor for the Before and After School Child Care Department. On Wednesday, I was informed that my position, along with my colleague and my director, was eliminated. Our department oversees and supports over 240 programs across the district, ensuring safety, compliance, and quality for our students and the families we serve. Reducing our team from 5 to 2 does not reduce the number of schools, students, or expectations from the county or state. It reduces the district's ability to effectively manage them. With this recommendation, the department cannot effectively serve all schools in the county and maintain safe, compliant, and quality programming. This is not just an operational concern, it is a major concern for student safety in the before and after school programs. Before and after care generates millions of dollars to the district, supports working families, and provides students with a safe place after school and before. I respectfully urge you to sit with my director, Eric Anderson, which was also let go, to reconsider the recommendation for our department and develop a plan for safer for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Good morning. Superintendent Hepburn, board members, board chair, and board attorney. I'm Eric Anderson, a Broward native, a product of Broward County Public Schools, 36-year veteran, and director of Before and After School Child Care Department. I'm here to advocate to maintain the position of director of Before and After School Child Care Department. I don't mean for me, I mean for Broward schools. And I asked for less cuts to the department because it's in the very best interests of the district. The department is not a cost center to the district. It is a revenue-producing and risk-reducing operation for Broward schools. Through provider fees, this department returns funds directly to schools and to the district while ensuring programs operate safely and in full compliance with board and state policies. The director's role is essential into securing 21st century grants and other grants, managing contracts, protecting revenue streams, delivering training, enforcing quality standards, and reducing exposure to liability. Through rigorous...
Thank you. Next speaker.
To all, my name is Latoya Richards, the City of Lauderhill. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak this morning. I recognize the school board has been faced with difficult decisions regarding reduction and realignment of staff. However, all mental health professionals are needed to effectively move students forward. As a social worker, I want to emphasize the significance of the difficult work we are challenged to execute daily in supporting the mental and emotional well-being of our scholars. The impact of social workers' direct work with students goes beyond the classroom. Social workers are in hallways, safe spaces, home, and communities, having sensitive conversations to safely navigate students' emotions, understanding the complexity of their lives, all with non-judgmental language. This daily effort is to minimize truancy, increase social emotional safety, and awareness, to name a few. Attendance counts all day, every day, and we need social workers, our attendance warriors, to continue to navigate this process, provide case management, therapeutic services, and the varying needs on school campuses as they arise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair.
My name is Maureen Ruther Roth.
Sorry, ma'am. There's a point of order, so just 1 second.
Is it possible if someone doesn't have enough time to say what they need to say, if they can email their entire comments to the board?
Yes. So if you did not hear Mrs. Al-Hadaf's request, if you have not gotten the opportunity to say your entire comments, please email those comments to the board. Thank you for that request.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
My name is Maureen Ruther Roth. I work on the team responsible for PBIS, and despite supporting almost 40 schools, I, along with my team, was deemed not critical to student well-being. Your decision to decimate our department, school culture, and student support marginalizes our most vulnerable student population. Continually this morning, we heard the line, "The work will continue." How will it continue when it is not functioning optimally now, despite all current hands on deck? Before you fracture our department, I urge you to go into classrooms and see what behaviors our teachers face every day in efforts to impart academics. Behavior is just as critical as academics. Be leaders. Fight for the students you serve and seek solutions that afford them a genuine opportunity for success. Allow them and our valuable teachers every resource to make that success a reality. We claim to be the best. Why are we settling for giving our...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Valerie Blackwell, Oakland Park. One of the PBIS specialists eliminated. PBIS is not simply a program, it is a framework grounded in data, prevention, and equity that supports safe, structured, and productive learning environments. PBIS implementation has contributed to improved student behavior, school climate, reduced discipline referrals and suspensions, increased instructional time, and state recognition for model schools. The removal of specialists directly threatens the sustainability of these outcomes. Without specialists, school teams lose critical coaching and guidance in implementing Tier 1, 2, and 3 supports with fidelity. Teachers and administrators will face increased behavioral challenges without proactive support, and students, especially those most in need, will lose access to consistent interventions. The reduction of PBI support may lead to increased suspensions, widening disparities in discipline outcomes, teacher burnout, and a decline in school climate and student engagement. These outcomes impact not only students, but also district performance and community trust.
Thank you. Could the next 5 people approach the line? Vonda Palmer, Sonia Johnson, Anna Fusco, Liliana Ruido. Welcome.
Good morning, Keontae Tyler, also a PBIS specialist. And in addition to what my colleague just shared, our schools need proactive systems, not reactive solutions. PBIS specialists play a vital and important role in ensuring that our students are supported, teachers are equipped, and schools remain safe and structured environments where learning can thrive. This is not just about positions, this is about people, prevention, and the long-term well-being of our school communities. In Broward County, we have experienced firsthand devastation consequences when systems fail to adequately support and respond to the student needs. We have a responsibility to strengthen, not reduce, the supports that help prevent an event such as Marjorie Stoneman Douglas tragedies from occurring, and that's a school in which I do support. We are asking that you respectfully go back, and we're urging the school board to reconsider their decision to remove PBIS specialists, explore alternative funding options, and we encourage you to work with PBIS leaders and school teams. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And an additional 5, Dr. Jennifer Bluth, Maria Podesta, Christine Brown, Terry Preuss, and Anthony Matranga.
Is this the next 5?
So the first 5 that I read were Vonda Palmer, Sonia Johnson, Anna Fusco, Liliana Ruido. And then the next 5 are Dr. Jennifer Bluth, Maria Podesta, Christine Brown, Terry Preuss, and Anthony Matranga.
Are we waiting for
So
the
if you
others?
heard your name, you can go ahead and speak.
All right. Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. I stand before you to sit and nail that org chart down to the ground, get some great input in it. Everybody here is going to be listening to what all 9 of you have been listening to, all 9 of you that I've reached out to and had my personal conversations with, all 9 of you that Lisa Maxwell spoke to, all 9 of you that Pete Tingent, all 9 of you of Dan Reynolds and Dorothy Davis. All union labor groups have come together to say that this is a travesty, this is deplorable, this is unacceptable. I clearly heard almost every one of you say, don't impact schools, don't touch teachers, don't touch educators. You want to get this group. By the way, first time ever, they turned around and looked at speakers to sit here and give little semantics of what a teacher is. Speech pathologist, ESC facilitator, guidance counselor, family counselor, whatever you want to call them, they're all teachers. You need this revamped and revamped fast. I know we need chief positions.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for turning around and looking at us, because we're human. If we're truly committed to students' well-being, equity, and achievement, we must invest in our professionals, our ESC teachers, our guidance counselors. They help our students with trauma, anxiety, crisis every single day. I can't even believe I had to take a day off from my classroom to come here and beg and plead with everybody here that we need all of our people. We are all making a difference. Please don't cut these positions. Maybe look within these people here and how we can make a better impact for our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, hello. I'm Jennifer Bluth, Dr. Bluth from Hollywood, Florida, a Broward County Public Schools child. I went to, starting. Okay, I'm reading on behalf of Chanel Gelanu. As an ESC counselor of almost 25 years, I know what we've poured into this district, work that has shaped students' lives in ways that can't be measured on a spreadsheet, captured in a budget line. Even the possibility of not having our positions would be devastating to students, families, and community who rely on us every single day. We have been the steady hands guiding students through challenging times, the voices advocating for families who often feel unheard, and the bridge between classrooms, homes, and the broader community. We help students regulate emotions, rebuild confidence, reconnect with learning, and feel safe enough to grow. We support teachers, collaborate with teams, and strengthen our department with expertise, compassion, and commitment. We want students to know that their voices matter, their stories matter, our community deserves better. Thank you for recognizing this and for standing on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Matranga. I am a resident of Davie, a member of the Broward Teachers Union, and a Broward County educator for the past 25 years. I understand the district faces real fiscal challenges, and I am not here to dismiss that. But as the board makes difficult decisions, I ask that every choice be measured against one question. What does this mean for the students sitting in the classroom? Students need consistency, stability, and qualified educators who know them. When experienced teachers and support staff are cut, it is the child that pays the price. In larger classes, fewer resources, and adults stretched too thin to give them the attention they deserve. I urge this board to pursue consolidation through attrition and redeployment, preserving the quality educators and support staff that Broward students depend on every single day. Let the students guide the decision. They are why we are all here. I am asking for that commitment today. Thank you.
Thank you. And could the next 5 people approach the line? Robin Sloop, Eva Rothel, Diana Cebu, Christopher Pierce, and Denise Wilson. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Terry Lopez-Preuss. I'm the Vice President of the Broward Teachers Union. I've been a resident of Broward for over 40 years and a businesswoman in both Dania and Hollywood. I just want you to know that I am absolutely disturbed and disgusted. I don't know who the consultants were who said that we're not top-heavy. Sorry to all of you. But it seems to us that we're top-heavy. And Superintendent, you were highly recommended by your predecessor, with whom we had good communications or had begun so anyway. I feel as if you and your team and these consultants, that I don't know why we keep hiring consultants. We should know what we need to do ourselves. But a lot of money goes to those consultants and to those programs that teachers don't want or need, and you should be able to handle. Nevertheless, it seems to me that you have taken a wrecking ball to our people, a wrecking ball. And it seems that whoever made these decisions is not aware that there are 3 different contracts in the Broward Teacher Union, and you are violating them by taking people who are here.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Who?
Liliana Ruido, Broward Teachers Union. I'm going to ask you to double check the letters that you're sending to our employees getting fired. Double check the positions that you are cutting up. Double check every time you tell us that you care about the students, but yet you're letting so many guidance counselors leave. That's one thing. The other part is I'm going to ask you to double check with the message that you are putting out there for the employees. I am a teacher of 20 and plus years, and I never seen anything like this. And I'm gonna ask you, I always ask you actually to reflect, but today I'm gonna ask you to double check, because this is people's livelihood, this is people's job, and people have rights. And don't tell me that you send a letter to those teachers or guidance counselor or anyone who is in that level that's been in the system for.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Christine Brown with Beacon TV under TSP, and I live in Lauderhill, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. What I'm asking is that the board take a look at Chapter 295, Laws Relating to Veterans and General Provisions, also Sections 07, Preference and Appointment and Retention. I'm a service-connected disabled veterans, and there are others out there, not just me. But this statute, it says, the state and its political subdivision shall give preference and appointment and retention in positions of employment to those disabled veterans who have served on active duty and in any branch of the United States. And it says a lot more, but 1 minute won't give time to it. We all stood and we raised our right hand, put it over our heart, and within the pledge it said, justice for all. I'm asking that you serve that justice for all for those service-connected disabled veterans. And I enjoyed bringing the pledge before you and telling stories to make sure that people know we're an A-rated school district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Robin Sloop. I'm a teacher, BTU steward, and proud parent. I've been a teacher in Broward for 26 years. I hear a lot about the enrollment declining. But guess what? I am one of those parents who unenrolled their child. I have an ESE child, and due to the mental decline my daughter had in third grade, due to the excessive testing and third grade retention criteria, I moved her to a private school where she did not have to take the tests. And guess what? Her mental health improved, her confidence improved. There was a whole school there of parents who were disgruntled, who enrolled their children because of the pressure of the testing. Had we felt more supported, perhaps you would get more parents to come back to Broward. My daughter is excelling at Broward College, and if you didn't treat every child the same way with the same tests, you might get parents to bring their children back. Cutting ESE staff is not the answer. The whole system needs to be changed.
Thank
and
you.
You should be asking parents.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That was pretty good. My name is Eva Rothel, and I am a Weston resident. I'm here today to speak about the direct and immediate impact that eliminates student support services that has on both students and teachers in our classrooms. While budget decisions are always difficult, removing essential support positions ultimately shifts critical responsibilities onto the classroom teacher. When these positions are removed, those needs do not disappear. Instead, they go unidentified, unsupported, and often escalate. More students are identified with a BMP, or Behavioral Management Plan, or a Progress Monitoring Plan, who are identified with less than 10 percentile in reading and are not on track academically. Teachers are trained to deliver instruction, manage classrooms, and support diverse learners. However, without student support staff, teachers are expected to simultaneously serve as interventionists, behavior specialists, counselors, and case managers, and on top of their existing responsibilities. This is not sustainable. It reduces instructional.
Thank you. Could the next 5 individuals approach the line? Erica Hahn, Monica Garcia, Mark Carr, Maureen McHugh, and Jackie Luscombe. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Staff Sergeant Christopher Pierce. I've been in the Army now 21 years. The most fulfilling time that of those 21 years has been the last 6 years in which I've worked in the Florida National Guard Counter-Drug Program, Drug Demand Reduction Outreach. So substance use prevention, principally among youth across the 11 counties, is what I do. So this morning I'm here on behalf of the School Culture and Student Support Department, specifically Cynthia Tapia Rodriguez. I haven't heard much said today about substance use prevention within Broward County Public Schools. In the 11 counties that I cover, I think a lot of times that is left to the back burner. Cynthia has done a lot of great work for the district. In those 6 years that I've been on board, I've come to know her. She's brought a lot of organizations together. I also think that we're not thinking about the third order effects several years down the line of not providing substance use prevention education to our students. So I ask that you please consider any effects that these changes are having on that department. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
My name is Denise Wilson, Davie resident. In a world where everyone wants to be heard, I believe the true difference maker is choosing first to understand before being understood. This morning I heard statements such as services closest to students are guarded and the priority is all of our students remain supported. Respectfully, eliminating master's level mental health professionals contradicts that commitment, especially at a time when data shows an alarming and significant decline in student mental health. As a district school counselor, I'm part of a team that has supported over 50 schools this year. We provide direct services every day, crisis intervention, grief counseling, and support for students with high needs. This work is directly tied to student safety, attendance, and academic success. When students seek attention, they're seeking connection. Mental health professionals are the core systems that support teachers, students, and learning. Please put the mental health of our students first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Before you put the time on the clock, it's Mary Carr, not Mark Carr. Sorry for my
apologies.
writing. And I'm nervous, so not yet. Just give me a minute. All right. Okay, I think I'm ready. All right, so first, let me mention that the Artemis mission reminded us that astronauts would not reach the moon without teachers. Every success story begins in the classroom. So why are we here? Why is Broward County teachers and support staff being treated this way? Why are you having to make so many cuts? Well, we know why. It's your inability to manage the organizational budget. We are underpaid, we are underappreciated. We educate, mentor, support, and give beyond the school day, yet many of us struggle with the rising cost of living. It is also a shame that teacher positions and social workers are being cut because of the financial mistakes. As a parent with a child with a disability, that is deeply concerning. Meanwhile, administrative salaries are robust while teacher pay remains far too low. Stop correcting your mistakes on the backs of the teachers and support your staff. That means us. We are asking for fairness, respect, and pay that reflects the value that we do every day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos dias, school board members. My name is Monica Garcia, a Coral Springs resident and a bilingual master's level school counselor with 12 years experience, proudly serving Broward County for the past 4 years. Every day, I sit with students in their most vulnerable moments. I see the anxiety they hide, the trauma they carry, and the quiet struggles that never make it into the classroom. For many of our students, schools are their only safe space, the only place they are heard, supported, and understood. Cutting school counselor positions doesn't just reduce staff, it removes a lifeline. It sends the message that mental health can wait. But our students are telling us it cannot. When students are struggling emotionally, they cannot learn, grow, or succeed. As a bilingual counselor, I also give a voice to families who might otherwise go unheard. When positions like mine are cut, those voices don't get quiet, they disappear. This is not just about a budget. This is about children's, families, and futures. Please, por favor, don't take away the support our students desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the next 5 people approach the line? Annette Bowden, Vicente Thrower, Kimberly Burke, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Dina Linero. Welcome.
Jackie Luscombe, Parent ESE Advisory Chair. I spoke to 7 out of 9 of you in recent days. Thank you, and I appreciate those who have lobbied effectively. Yes to regional hubs, good move. Make one director in each region a director of public accountability and customer service, because we lack both. Yes to removing a layer of ESE hierarchy and refocusing that wisdom on compliance that currently has too many critical points of failure. No to slashing ESE counsellors. Thanks for reversing that, but honestly, what was anyone thinking? Please also reverse the social workers, the school psychologists, or the support service positions. And clarity is important, please, on the DHH and visually impaired positions being cut too. Most importantly, saying that student enrollment is down is a false argument for ESE, because enrollment of students with disabilities is actually up 4,000 to 5,000 in 8 years. They need more, not less. Behaviour support, behaviour management must be built up, not eroded, and is already one of your weakest areas. The hiring freeze is already affecting our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Maureen McHugh, 36-year veteran teacher in Broward County. That was a great smoke show this morning, screen show. I heard a lot of reorganizing, not necessarily removing. I'm going to be direct. The organizational chart is top-heavy and a backward plan. Cuts are being made at the lowest paid levels. The people supporting the teachers and those closest to the students, while top administrative roles remain largely untouched. Meanwhile, essential school-based support like counselors, mental health staff, behavior techs, and teachers are not being protected in the same way leadership positions are. If reductions are necessary, start at the top, not in the schools. At the same time, district micromanagement, please hear us, continues to increase through layers of directives and compliance requirements that drain time, adds little value to instruction, but fosters toxicity in the schools. Now paper is being rationed, pushing students further onto laptops all day, while classroom resources are being reduced. Teachers shouldn't have to decide between following the very limits or delivering effective instruction.
Thank you. Could the next 5 also... Could the next 5 people approach? Trudy Germanovich, Jaquila Robinson, Carolyn Harvey, and Sabrina Brandt. Welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I came prepared with handouts. I hope they got handed to you. One of them is from the former general counsel, because sometimes school boards are confused and think that the org chart and job descriptions are the superintendent's. They are not. They are yours. I believe these were given to Mr. Sullivan to hand to you, so if you don't have them, it's hard to miss. There's some yellow highlight. The other one are my suggestions. Let's try to do this in 40 seconds. This is about the 3% fund balance and maintaining it at all costs, even at the cost of destroying the district. You need another workshop. That should be obvious, but I just thought I'd say it. End the witness protection program for friends, because that's what a lot of these boxes and saving people is about. I agree with Lisa Maxwell's letter, and I support all the unions that came here today to tell you these are bad recommendations. First concern, lack of underlying supporting data needed for sound decision making, especially from MGT. For 150K, you should have some data. No cuts being made at the top. I got plenty, starting with the deputy superintendent. Move public records to general counsel, or get rid of the guy that runs it. And I have more,
Next speaker,
and lots of
please.
handouts.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich. What you say today will be remembered by voters. The bottom line is, do you value the frontline worker, or do you listen mainly to those making over $100,000 on this org chart? Make it explicit today for the public to regain confidence in this board. Say no one who receives over $100,000 and who does not work directly with students on a daily basis should be exempt from having their job eliminated. So, from the written comments, reduce all salaries above pay band D to show everyone is affected by these cuts. Eliminate the chief of staff position and add these duties to the deputy superintendent. The board was unanimous when they said that people who provide services which are vital to students should not be touched by this organization. Do your job.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Sabrina Brandt. I'm a Broward County NAVID and CEO of Students for Change Foundation. I've had the privilege to work with Cynthia Tapia Rodriguez. Cynthia is just selected to receive the Staff of Character Award presented by the superintendent, the first district staff member to receive it, making her the last person who should be laid off. Her programs operate with the best practices of youth engagement, building a culture of community, agency and leadership, and positive personal beliefs. Data also supports her impact. There are reduced incidents reports and incredibly low rates of substance abuse. Any doubt on the credibility of the data presents an opportunity to reinvest in the programs, creating incentives for honesty rather than any untrue positivity. But in the meantime, there is no evidence of inaccuracy, and removing these leaders would only make these challenges worse. These programs are what the board should be investing in, and the leaders of these programs should be celebrated. I'm so proud of Cynthia as both a partner and a community member, and I hope the board reconsiders her elimination and allows the community to benefit from her critical work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Could the next 5 people approach the line? Carolyn Harvey, Cisco Oliveira, Dan Reynolds, Paula Mitchell, and Chris Nelson. Welcome.
Members of the board, I am Carolyn Harvey, and I stand before you not as a teacher, as only a teacher and a speech pathologist, but also as a proud member of the BTU. I'm an advocate for special needs students, and our students in specialized instruction deserve top-tier education, and we need stability to provide that. As the cost of living rise, we are struggling as union members. We stand together to ensure our voices are heard. I urge you to protect these jobs, not just for us, but for every student and for the future of this community. We stand on legacy of greatness. School Board of Broward County has a legacy of greatness. Think about your education. Or the question is, who taught you?
Thank you. Next speaker. And if you heard your name announced before, please approach the line.
Happy Tuesday. I'm Jaquila Robinson, Pompano Beach, Florida resident.
I serve as a teacher on special assignment in the suicide prevention department. Let's be clear. We cannot prioritize student safety while cutting the very people doing the work in real time. Our team in schools are training staff, responding to crisis, and building relationships that allow students to speak up before it's too late. While coordinator roles remain stable, they cannot replace the teacher on special assignment, the field interveners. Structure without direct service does not save lives. These positions are not supplemental, they're essential. We are often the first line of defense when a student is struggling, suicidal, or in crisis. If you remove the teachers in the field, you're not streamlining. You're creating gaps where students will fall through. I urge you to reconsider this proposal and protect the roles that directly protect students. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to serve.
Thank you. Could the next 5 people approach the line? Pete Tingham, Kimberly Mohorn, Lorraine Morris Vachon, Felicia Alvarez, and Delia Ford.
Sorry, I didn't hear my name. I'm Paula Mitchell, and I'm here representing the 13 budget support specialists from the budget department. You are eliminating all of us. We handle every facet in the processing of all the paperwork of almost every grant in the district, including the 2 largest, Title I and IDEA. We also have 3 employees who are the first level of school communication with every school and every principal, including budget transfers, position control. We also handle, in addition to those other 2 grants, we handle 150 others. The grants are going to start liquidating in July. We will be gone June 30th. I'd love to know who's going to be handling the liquidation. We range from 2 years to 30 years. We wanted you to see our faces instead of just seeing our job title and personnel numbers, but they won't let them in. But they are out there in the outer room to support me. And thank you for your time. And hi, Val, wherever you are.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Hello, Felicia Alvarez, Coral Springs, Florida. If there's one thing that I'm noticing is this is not an effective way of communication. What's lacking is communication with the school-based employees. Students are the reason that we're here, and teachers are the ones in front of students, and school-based employees support teachers. Where is the support? Right now I see a lot of directors, I hear a lot of managers. I don't see a lot of support. Again, this is not an effective way of communication. We need to communicate with schools. Not speak to you and not have you speak to us, but open communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good morning. My name is Delia Ford, and I live in North Lauderdale, Florida. I'm an ESP that works with in the SVE setting, and that is specialized varying exceptionalities for those of you who do not know. We are not only employees, we are parents, we are teachers, we are confidants, we are nurses, we are doctors, we are counselors. We do everything, and I'm here in support of all the ESPs, whether they're elementary, high school, or middle school, that do the job that we do without getting paid to do the job that we do. And I think it's just unfair to hear that ESPs who cannot even afford to live, some of them whom lives in their car with their families, have to be cut and have to be reduced because, the board can't budget themselves. And I feel that those that do not support us, we just need to vote out and just get new members in. Thank you.
Thank you. And before the next speaker, I'm going to read the names of the individuals who I've called but have not, that we have not heard from in case they didn't hear their name or they were in the restroom. So I'll read Annette Bowden, Vicente Thrower, Kimberly Burke, Dina Lanero, Diana Cebu, Erica Hahn, Vonda Palmer, Sonia Johnson, Zyra Climes-Lenchis, Cynthia Dominique, and Adrian Clark. So if you heard your name just now, please approach the line. Welcome.
Greetings, district leadership. My name is Lorraine Morris Vachon, BTU steward. My adult children and I are proud products of Broward County Schools, and I have dedicated 34 years of service to educating and supporting this community. I am speaking on behalf of the Broward Teachers Union stewards, advocating for our members as we consider the proposed 2026-27 organizational chart and the anticipated layoffs at the end of the school year. We understand that difficult decisions must be made, but we want to acknowledge the human impact behind them. These are dedicated educators who have invested deeply in their students and school communities. We ask that this process be handled with compassion, transparency, and respect. Our members deserve clear communication, fair practices, and meaningful support as they face this uncertainty. The Broward Teachers Union stands with our members and remains committed to ensuring that they are treated with dignity every step of the way. I would like to reiterate Ms.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Hello. Chris Nelson, Fort Lauderdale, and you're moving to lay off 200 teachers, janitors, bus drivers, clerical staff, and therapists while we're sitting in a $100 million building? I mean, sell this building. I mean, this thing, I think Dr. Zeman had a great suggestion about that. But I have some research here that I really want you to look into, that we're talking about laying off teachers to save like $8 to $10 million, while an elite group of administrators, the $1 Million Club, are draining the reserves through a hidden 8-year pension bonus system. Really, look into this, that there are 2,142 elites, many of them sitting in this very room right here, who are set to collect a staggering $605 million in pension bonuses. Okay? These bonuses, 39% only go to teachers. The majority of them go to the elites, who they make the org chart. So, of course, they're not going to remove their positions. They're going to remove the teachers. We should not be removing face-to-face people that are the core of our district. And by cleaning house in here and hiring young, energetic people.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, school board members. Annette Bowden, City of Margate resident, concerned parent of 3 children in Broward County Public School, with 1 who receives direct services within the school setting. As a parent, my primary concern is simple. Any restructuring should protect and ideally strengthen the services that directly support our students. Unfortunately, what is being presented appears to do the opposite. We were told positions would be eliminated without impacting schools or student services, but that is not what this reflects. Instead, we're seeing cuts to the people who directly support our children, while higher level positions remain untouched. For families like mine, these positions are not optional. They are essential. The individuals who provide support services are often the difference between a child thriving and falling behind. Any reduction in these roles will have real, immediate consequences in the classroom settings. I also want to be very clear, we strongly oppose any elimination of SRO contracts in the city of Margate. Our SROs are not just officers, they're mentors, protectors, and trusted figures in our schools.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, school board members and Superintendent Hepburn. My name is Dina Lanero, music teacher at Silver Palms Elementary, union steward, and proud parent of 3 Broward County Public School students, including 2 graduates. Thank you for listening to our input today. I've been with the district for 15 years, and I'm here to represent the deep concerns myself and those who could not be here today have with this reorganization chart. Eliminating 3,000 positions is not right sizing. This decision will inevitably remove some of the very people and critical resources our students rely on to feel safe, supported, and ready to learn. These are not just positions. These are the counselors students go to when they're overwhelmed, the social workers who help when there's no food at home, the specialists who make sure every child has a chance to succeed. I see these needs every single day in my classroom, and I have to ask, what do you expect happens to those children when those supports are gone? You say this is about budget and enrollment, but families are already leaving because our schools feel stretched and under-supported. Cutting these roles will not fix that. It will make it worse.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, school board members. My name is Erica Hahn. I've been teaching in this district for 21 years. I think it's a shame that you guys are cutting jobs. You've cut our insurance benefits. You've cut our medicine. I just feel like, where does the buck stop? There are so many of us that have to work more than one job just to make ends meet as it is. And now you're saying, okay, so you're cutting that too. So hopefully people can, not lose their jobs and continue to work for the district and hopefully get paid a livable wage where they don't even have to work a second job. So you have more of a quality educator that's going to work rested and healthy and ready to serve your A district and continue to produce, results and maintain that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Sonia Johnson. I serve as the BTU Steward for School Culture and Student Support. I'm writing to formally express my concerns regarding recent elimination of my position, along with 7 of my colleagues who serve as the teacher of behavior support. Our roles were closely aligned with the district's commitment to teacher success. As a teacher of behavior support, I work directly with teachers and address behavior challenges, implement intervention strategies, and foster a positive and inclusive school environment. These supports are critical to ensure that all students, particularly those with the greatest needs, are able to access instruction and strive academically and socially. The removal of these positions raises significant concerns about how the district will continue to meet the behavior and emotional needs of our students and teachers, as well as support teachers in maintaining safe and productive classrooms. Our work has been instrumental in reducing disruptions, improving student outcomes, and strengthening overall school culture. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker. Before you begin, Mr. Tincham, I'm just going to read the names of, again, the people we've called but have not, that we have not heard from in case they didn't catch their names.
I did not hear my name.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up. So I'm just going to go ahead and read those names. Kimberly Mohorn, Cisco Oliveira, Kimberly Burke, Vicente Thrower, Diana Cebu, Vonda Palmer, Adrian Clark, Cynthia Dominique, and Zyra Climes-Lynchus. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Pete Tingham. I'm a resident of Plantation and the executive director of SMAB. I'm very concerned about the direction the school board is heading. We're gutting a lot of the positions of people that actually do the work. We're losing institutional knowledge. We're not attracting quality candidates because of the instability of the board. We also are not looking at revenue first and seeking what can we do to help that increase our revenue. And you're creating positions by realignment which make the task impossible. I suspect that this compression of jobs that you're adding to people is also going to hurt our ability to attract people to replace those other people. I just would make a suggestion that you really need to add a person in the benefits department to retirement counseling, because I think you're going to see a significant number of retirements coming forth. And a modest proposal, put on the ballot a reduction of 9 to 5 elected school board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. My name is Cisco Oliveira, journeyman plumber at Zone 2. So I'm here in a last attempt to keep my position as a plumber of 16 schools that I service, one of them including Bear Middle, which was on the verge of being shut down. And in no due small part, I restored a shower that was boarded up for 16 to 15 years. And another part is with these outside vendors. I spent one whole year trying to fix everything that they've done wrong, misusing the bond money that you guys are paying for new valves that I've already fixed. So you talk about saving money, I mean, that's the best way, you know? Keep the work internal, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Dan Reynolds. I'm president of the Federation of Public Employees. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and Superintendent. We represent the workforce that keeps the system going, the maintenance, facilities people, bus drivers, food service, clerical, and security. They are the people that show up and do the work. What I didn't hear in any of this is that from 2009 to 2015, all of these units were downsized as much as 40%. We have less people doing the same amount of square footage of maintenance and facilities work. The clerical have been downsized, and a lot of outside vendors have come in. So you can't cut the bone beyond what it is. And when you close a school, it still needs to be maintained, and facilities need to be there. And lastly, if this becomes a cynical effort to privatize these essential services, there will be a...
Thank you. I'll read the names that we haven't heard from one last time. Kimberly Mohorn, Vonda Palmer, Diana Sibu, Vicente Thrower, Adrienne Clark, Cynthia Dominique, and Zyra Climes-Lenchis. Okay. That concludes our public speaking. Before we move to board discussion, I do want to remind my colleagues that we have a special school board meeting scheduled at 1 p.m., and I would like to know what the will of the board is in handling that. Would you like to complete this workshop before we move to the special, or would you like to recess the workshop, go to the special, complete the order of business for the special, and then come back to the workshop? Ms. Rupert?
I had a question on this. Did any of the items get pulled in our special school board meeting?
For a special school board meeting, all of the items are pulled automatically.
Because we don't know ahead of time if the board members are doing it. I'd rather finish the workshop before we moved on.
Ms. Thompson? Ms. Bowman? Ms.
Yes,
Dixon?
I'd like to finish the workshop.
Same.
Okay.
Complete the workshop.
All right. Ms. Dupree-Bruno, if you could.
So we will open the special meeting and immediately close it because it's noticed for 1 p.m. and then we will continue with the workshop.
So the order of business per the recommendation of our general counsel is that we'll briefly recess the workshop to open the special meeting, not deal with any of the items, recess the special meeting, and come back to the workshop. Okay? Okay. The first board member who would like to speak is Dr. Holness.
On the workshop, correct? Okay, great. All right. I'd just like to thank all of the members of the audience who gave their response and feedback, and I can tell you that as board members, we appreciate your input. This board directed the superintendent a few weeks ago to cut approximately 1,000 positions this year and up to 1,000, but not less than 500 for 2 additional consecutive years. Why did this board, including myself, made that decision? Well, we have dire financial constraints where we are currently experiencing an $80 million shortfall. Our reserve is at approximately 3.08%. And in the past, Dr. Zeman had mentioned that this is about $1.6 million away from falling below 3%. If we should fall below 3%, that would begin the path for possibly state receivership. Now, I had mentioned before that the long-standing misalignment of staff in levels, particularly among non-instructional personnel, and declining student enrollment has gotten us to this point. In the past, we have not reduced the same number of non-instructional, upper leadership, middle management staff as it would align with declining enrollment. We have done that with teachers. And over the last 10 to 15 years, we have continued to reduce the number of teachers based upon declining enrollment. We have unfortunately not done the same with some non-instructional staffing, as well as leadership, upper leadership, middle management. And because we have not done that as a board and as a district over the last 10 to 15 years, we are now faced with the situation that we have today. It's unfortunate for our current staff who will not be renewed. This resulted from many years of district leadership not aligning non-instructional staff with decline in student enrollment, as was done every year with our teachers. I ask myself the same question: how did we get here? And I saw clearly for the last 10 to 15 years, our district has been experiencing significant student decline. And while it reacted to reduce the number of teachers, it kept the same number of instructional, mid-management, and upper management staff. As board members, whether you just got here or you've been here for a while, we now own the problems, and we own the responsibility to fix them. You know, as a small business owner myself, it is a formula for failure if you're losing customers and over time you did not progressively reduce your staffing and kept the same level of management. So instead, we should have progressively reduced the number of staff in over many years based upon the continual student decline. That would make sense for not only the School Board of Broward County, but for any business when you're losing customers. You reduce your staffing, you revise your product, you make your product better, you adjust your marketing strategy, you revise your customer service approach, and you adjust the appearance of your business. We have not done that effectively with Broward County Schools, and we intend to fix it as a board. We frankly, over 10 to 15 years, were slow to act. Today, inaction is unfortunately not an option, although I wish it was. So, Dr. Hepburn, I have a few questions. I want to talk about the concerns expressed by many as far as us not taking action, it appears, on the readjustment of the org chart as it pertains to upper management, such as our chiefs. So I have a few questions based on that. Regarding our chief positions, Dr. Hepburn, is there any chief position that we could consider, at the very least, to sort of arrange it to executive directors, such as chief of student services, chief of strategy, or whatever chief we can do to make those adjustments where we can bring it down a notch to executive directors? Because I believe that as a school board, we have to have the same approach we have for middle management, for those on the ground, as we need to have for our upper management, which include our chiefs. So my question is there any chief position that you can identify to the public and to this board that we can bring it down a notch to executive director as opposed to chief of whatever?
Yes, before I start, Beacon, I just want to make sure you're ready to pop up any of the presentations, especially the org chart and MGT's presentation, because I'll be referring to some of those during the questions. If you can pop up the org chart page 2 with my direct reports. Thank you. To answer the question, yes, Dr. Holness, there's opportunities, especially to consolidate as well. One of the positions that we actually elevated to a chief that as a direct report to me was the chief facilities officer as well. We actually elevated that due to board feedback and consensus of making sure that reports directly to the superintendent. It wasn't a direct report. It was a combination position previously with our previous COO who actually had the duties of the chief facility officer as well. And then we actually broke out the chief facilities officer and made that a direct report to the chief of operations. So we can certainly consolidate that. We can bring back to the team to evaluate the additional chief roles and bring back something that may be comparable to board needs and asks. So I'll look for consensus for next steps on any other thing.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, as a board member, and to make this equitable across the board, I would like to see at least 2 of the chief positions be reconsidered for executive directors and at least 1 of the chief positions to be removed. Is that doable?
That is noted, and we'll review it.
Okay, so you mentioned the chief of facilities. Possibly that emerged as a position as a result of board direction. Can the chief of facilities be combined with the chief operating officer? And I know we're on the hunt for a chief operating officer, and I'm hoping that as a board and as a district we will get the best in the nation. But if we should get rid of the chief of facilities and put those responsibilities under the chief operating officer, is that something that's doable? Should this district attract a very good chief operating officer?
Yes, I think probably combining it. We're in the midst of interviewing for chief facilities officer and chief operations officer. I can tell you this. There's not many people that want to do cabinet level work for school districts. It's not a Broward County issue. It's a public school district issue. The pay is definitely not comparable to what the level of work and leadership these folks demonstrate outside in private sector or in federal government work. To recruit top notch, you could combine it, but definitely the pay would need to be increased to attract people to want to pick their families up and move somewhere with a level of certainty, and certainly the pay would be a good attractor for a quality candidate. Okay, so if we remove the chief of facilities, how much would we be saving? If you remove that, Dr. Lozano, what would be the average savings if we combine it by removing the chief facilities officer?
So when you look at that position with probably an average salary of about $225 plus fringe and salary, you're probably looking at about $275.
Okay, so if we remove the chief of facilities, we will save $275,000 approximately. Is that correct?
About salary and fringe, yes.
Salary and fringe. Okay, and if we were to try to attract the best in the nation chief operating officer by changing the band of pay, I believe they're currently on S band.
Correct.
And if we change that to T band, I'm assuming that we would probably get the best in the nation for maybe an additional $15,000, $20,000 increase. So if we should change from the S band to the T band for the chief operating officer and get rid of the chief of facilities where we'll save $275,000, what would be the difference in pay scale from S band to T band for the chief operating officer?
So again, we would have to look at comparative salaries of combining that position, but you'd probably look at an increase of $25,000.
Okay, so for an increase of $25,000 for the chief operating officer, we'll be able to probably secure the best in the nation or among the best in the nation for that position, and we would eliminate a position that costs $275,000 and pay an additional $25,000 to get in the top in the nation to take on those responsibilities. That makes a lot of sense to me. Dr. Hepburn, do you have any comments?
No, it makes sense. Like I said, it is those positions. COO and chief facilities officers are hard to recruit, and especially in public school districts. Outside of public school districts, these folks are making $50,000, $75,000, $100,000 more than what we pay. So to drop what they're doing with a level of expertise and bring it to a school district is going to cost. We have to raise the pay if we want the best to encourage those folks to move to this area and be able to do that work for us.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, for the record then, I am recommending that we remove the position of Chief of Facilities, that we change the position of Chief Operating Officer from pay band S to pay band T, and to make every effort to recruit the best in the country for Chief Operating Officer.
Noted.
Okay, so I am going to, and Dr. Hepburn, also for the record, please note my prior comment that we look at the current chiefs that are in place and see who can be reduced to executive directors. So all of us can bear the brunt of the financial constraints that we have, and not just those, that are middle management and below.
Dr. Holness, 1 second.
Yes.
Since that is a very clear directive, I'm wondering how my colleagues want to deal with those kinds of suggestions, if you want to go around now and give consensus around those recommendations.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I can go around now to get consensus, and then if I can
I want to ask how we want to deal with these as they come up first. So Mrs. Al-Haddaf?
Yes, I do not like that idea at all. I think it was a...
Let me back up. Do we want to deal with...
Yes, I would like to deal with it now.
Okay. Mr. Severa? Yeah. Dr. Zeman?
I don't, and let me just explain for a minute. I certainly wanted to talk about that specific item, and maybe some of my colleagues did as well. So I'm just trying to, if we're going to propose ideas and then discuss them and get consensus, at that point, because we're in a workshop, I think that's fine, but it's going to take a long time if we do it that way. A shorter way would be to collect those, and then at the end, maybe we can go through it after everybody's had it.
That's how we usually do it. I just saw you flagging me down while he was talking.
I just wanted us to get it straight whether or not we were doing A or B. I like B better than A.
Yep. Dr. Holness?
I agree with Dr. Zeman.
Yeah, I'd rather us have the opportunity to give our own thoughts too. I agree, if we stop at every single thing, we're going to be here way longer than...
Ms. Bowman?
I agree with that.
Ms. Thompson? Yes. Okay, so I've noted your recommendation, and we can move on.
Got it. Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I'm going to move on to my second concern. I have some questions on the aftercare position, because I did hear one of the speakers, apparently in that position, made mention that position bring in money for the district, and with removing the individual from that position and replacing that position with a new person, that there's going to be a learning curve that can impact the amount of funds that we get as pertaining to that position. So can you provide comments? Because I don't want us to be in a situation where we're saving a penny and we're losing hundreds. So if you could explain to me or give us confidence that removing the director of aftercare, what kind of impact will it have on getting funding through grants for those programs, and the kind of learning curve that would be required for someone to take that position?
Yes, thank you for the question, Dr. Holness. It is a decent revenue generating program especially for our individual schools. As we consolidate this function into a different director, comparable leadership will be able to quickly learn the strategies that are necessary to carry out the functions all those duties and responsibilities. In addition, we have a robust grant writing team that does an excellent job in writing grants, bringing in a lot of money for this school district, not just for that specific function, but a lot of different specific functions. We have a good runway of time just to make sure we dot all our I's and cross all our T's for anything that needs to be known, any specific strategies and tasks that are carried out, as well as the current chief of that area and past chief understand intimately the actual tasks that need to be carried out and the responsibilities.
Okay, so you mentioned that we have a robust grant writing team. So I guess my direct question then is, because I want to make sure we're not going to impact our district as far as getting funding in a timely manner, and there's a learning curve. If this individual is removed and a new person comes on, can that robust grant writing team with that new individual hit the ground running on day one to have the same level of efficiency and success as the person that's currently there?
Yes, that's a confident yes. It's not a new person coming on, it's consolidation, so the person that will assume those duties are very familiar with grants that are particular to staffing programs and things like that. So they already work with our grant writing team as well.
Understand. And do you believe that some level of overlap in terms of the person coming on shadowing the current person who's there for 6 months or a year would be necessary? Do you believe that would be necessary?
I don't think so. I think the amount of time up to midsummer is sufficient.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move on to teachers. Are we removing any teachers, Dr. Hepburn?
No, we are not removing any teachers. We've been very specific. If I can finish, thank you.
Please, let's have decorum in the audience.
Any concerns? I just want to clarify. We have been very specific about not touching schools, school-based budget, personnel that are tied to those schools, and on their specific budget. That has been our charge and our task, and been very careful about how we approach any reductions, and it has not been on the backs of our school budgets and the positions that are currently at those schools. These are all district positions, various functions across all of the positions that have been recommended or proposed for cuts are on district budgets, and they provide various levels of service to departments, provide various levels of services to schools, and other functions across the district.
Okay, so those who were involved in instructional intervention and working from a district level that would be equivalent to being teachers, those individuals will be placed in an instructional role at some specific school-based site?
Yes, absolutely. We have so many instructional vacancies between now and July. For instance, on average, this time of the year, we have about average of about 200, 225 teachers that aren't doing the things that they need to do to complete their certification. And so we have to let them go. In addition, we have about 850 teachers that either resign, retire, or terminated for whatever specific reason, but more so for the former. And that's 850 teachers. So you combine the two, we have over 1,000 teachers that we expect that will be leaving our system for some specific reason between now and actually July. So we have plenty of opportunities to place the impacted district instructional staff to ensure that they have a place to land inside of our schools.
Okay, so were there teaching staff or instructional staff on the district level that intervene in schools that were given letters?
Yes, we have district instructional or teaching staff that are doing various functions that actually supplemented some services at schools.
Okay, so and they've been given letters of non-renewal, is that correct?
Correct. Go ahead, Dr. Lozano, just to be specific, because we have different letters for different groups.
So again, right now we're in the very early stage of this, and we are talking positions, right? And we were coming today to identify positions that have been recommended. So prior to the positions being shared publicly on Wednesday, we wanted the staff that sit in those positions to be aware that their position title was coming as a recommendation. But a position doesn't equate to a person. And so those individuals received the letter, and different through the collective bargaining agreements. There's different rights and processes for each group of employees. My team and the collective bargaining leadership teams work together collaboratively throughout this process to ensure, as our board chair said, leave no stone unturned, that we do best by every single employee, hopefully to be able to find a place for every single employee.
Understand.
Prior to July 1, which is the effective date of implementation.
Understand. So, Dr. Lozano, for the sake of the public, what I hear you're saying is that we are removing certain instructional positions, but we are not removing teachers. So if they were in specific positions, they will be reassigned to certain other teaching roles. Is that correct?
So we're, again, as you talk, classroom teachers, there's also in that instructional group social workers and a lot of the individuals we spoke of today that are not certified as classroom teachers. So that's a different process, and I'll pass it to our executive director to provide a little more detail.
Good morning, Susan Rockelman, Executive Director, Talent Management. Yes, we have different employees that have been impacted in the instructional bargaining unit. The instructional bargaining unit is made up of social workers, counselors, school psychologists, science, math teachers, literacy coaches, program development specialists. There's a variety of position titles that belong to that instructional bargaining unit. Those that are certified and hold a Department of Education certificate in a specific subject area, I am confident that I will be able to place them in a position in one of our schools. I'm anticipating, as Dr. Hepburn explained, close to having 800 positions needing to be filled by August.
Understand. So, Dr. Hepburn, I want to make it clear, and I believe this board agrees with that because we stated it clearly before, that certified teachers will be placed somewhere, even those who may have been given a letter regarding the position that they're in, that it doesn't equate to not having a position in the upcoming school year.
Yes, we have plenty of need, as Ms. Rockelman said. She anticipates 800, but the trend tells me that it's about 1,000 every year. So that trend is not changing year after year. So we have plenty of need, and we will still have to go out and recruit and hire teachers. Even when we place these specific instructional personnel, we still have to go out and recruit and hire teachers to fill the needs that we have at our schools during the summer. So what we have as far as the current cuts are certainly not going to fill our needs at all. Probably about 10 to 15% of our needs will be filled by them. Understand.
So for the public, what I've heard is that we are not cutting certified teachers. Okay, I'm going to move on, Dr. Hepburn, to ESC. I appreciate the changes I've heard with the numbers in ESC because the ESC population is actually increasing. And with the ESC population increasing, which are students with learning challenges, then it's important that they have the required support. I myself is a parent of an ESC child, and I understand the depth of support that our ESC children need, and I am very much happy to see the adjustment you've made in not removing 22 of our ESC staff. ESC students will continue to increase as many of the entities to which our mainstream kids are leaving to, they are not as effective in servicing the needs of ESC students as Broward County schools. And so we see that population increasing, and we should not decrease those staffing. In fact, we should figure out ways to increase those staffing because their needs will increase as we continue to experience increase in population. Dr. Hepburn, regarding mental health and counselors, and Madam Chair, I'm almost done. We are cutting our mental health and counselors. What impact will this have on the district? Because I know we recently proposed a referendum to which we are including funding for mental health, but here we are removing mental health counselors. So can you help the public to understand what we're doing here?
Yes, thank you for the question. So these particular two categories of jobs that you mentioned do not directly support students. They directly support admin teams, provide that type of level of support to leadership teams with certain strategies, assisting with building capacity. That work will still continue to be spread out through some of the coordinators within some of those departments to help with those functions. But again, I just want to emphasize that these aren't individuals within these roles that actually go out and directly support students.
Okay, so based on this included in the org chart and having a referendum to increase to allocate funding for mental health, can you explain why we are going to need support through a referendum for mental health services?
Well, the support for mental health services helps to maintain or enhance the direct services to students. All right, and so if we need additional direct services for students, and if the board sees fit with the referendum dollars to do so, we can do so. But in addition to, we talk about technology, leveraging all the innovative strategies that are out there right now, and so we're trying to leverage technology as well to really pinpoint where the need is for specific kids, so we can be more proactive instead of reactive in many instances when our students are having any mental health crisis. If we can identify a trend and hop in and support that student way before they take a drastic measure or having some type of an outbreak that from their situation, that's going to create better efficiency and effectiveness.
Understand. Removing the Director of Strategic Partnerships on page 3 of the summary, will this have any impact on our ability to benefit from partners?
No, it won't. We're leaning on BEF and that strong partnership that we have with them to really shore up our partnership efforts. We're actually potentially going to help support an additional position with them by probably paying for half of that position, so we can bolster up any of their efforts. We have some specific goals that we're trying to meet as a district when it comes to philanthropy support, partnership support, that we've been working closely with BEF for the past couple of weeks as we started this conversation.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, in closing, there were concerns about communication, whereby some individuals who receive letters, such as those in teaching instructional role, maybe at the district level, were not aware that they would be placed in positions at maybe the school-based level. So the letter seems to emphasize not being renewed, but it creates some level of panic because they weren't aware that they would likely be placed somewhere. So I would say in the future, if that happens, and the concern came to me, but if that did occur in the future, if we could look at how we communicate to make sure that we're not leaving essential information out that would be relevant to individuals, so it doesn't create undue stress on themselves and their families.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. That's noted.
Okay, so I believe in learning from the past and looking ahead. We are a team. We will adjust the plays and we will win. We will win for our students. We will win for our parents. We will win for our teachers and staff. And we will win for our district. All of us are accountable and all must work to fix it. We will look back, I am hoping, at our pain today as a necessity that will lead to our success of tomorrow. The board will work together to fix the issues. No one of us here must say it's not me, it's you, because we all accept to sit in this seat, and therefore we accept the past, current, and future problems, and we will work together to fix them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone who came out to speak, took the time to email us, or submitted public comment. Before I begin my comments on the organizational chart, I think it's very important to ground this conversation in the reality that school districts across the state of Florida are facing. Orange County is eliminating nearly 300 jobs, including 84 SAFE coordinators, social workers, psychologists. Pasco County is cutting 180 positions. Sarasota County is reducing by 260 positions, including 180 teachers and approximately 80 district staff. Brevard County is facing a 7% workforce reduction. This is something that is happening across the state of Florida, not just in Broward. While better budgeting and staffing adjustments and even school closures may help stabilize our individual systems in the short term, the broader reality is this: school systems across Florida are going to eventually break under the current state funding model. You simply cannot pay $500 worth of bills with $100 of funding. So not only as a school board member, but as a mom with children in our public school system, I will continue advocating for increased funding for public schools. I will also continue pushing for greater transparency and accountability for taxpayer-funded voucher programs that divert billions of dollars away from our kids in our public schools each year. And I hope those here today and those watching online will continue to advocate for strong public education, not just by having this conversation with us, but by mobilizing across the state and making Tallahassee truly take care of the children of Florida. So now on to my comments about the org chart today. I would agree with Dr. Holness that there needs to be a combination of chiefs. I would agree with the chief operations officer and the chief facilities officer being included. I would like to say on page 3, what is the manager of media and community relations?
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, so that was made possible with the elimination of one of the communication specialists going from 2 to 1, and it elevates it to manager to capture the board's expectation of increased communications across different audiences, along with also now managing some of the functions that were currently under the Director of Strategic Partnerships. So that's why that change was made.
And then on page 19, we talk about family engagement. How does this position differ from what family engagement does?
So, you want me to go?
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Sullivan. I was trying to get to page
sure.
19.
So family engagement really works directly with our families. The media, the manager of media and community relations really deals more with external partners, but not really families. So the merging of the director position with family engagement, that silo will really be, think about the events we do for our parents out in the community. They really are managing that. And then the other is really managing external partnerships and doing our other work as it relates to Caliber, our community involvement awards, and events such as that.
Thank you for clarifying. And I do think it's important for us to communicate to the public because it does seem like a shifting of boxes and potentially could seem to the public that we are protecting different people. So to explain the rationale for all these positions, I think is important. So thank you for that.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So moving on to page 7, I would like some further explanation on those 3 new positions included: the Director of AI and Digital Learning, the Assistant Director of AI Innovation and Digital Learning, and then the Program Manager Technical Support.
And I'm going to ask Beacon to please put up page 7 of the org chart.
Yes, thanks for the question, Ms. Thompson. This definitely propels the work when it comes to innovation in academics. And I don't want to steal Dr. Cohn's thunder. So go ahead, Dr. Cohn, if you want to, the left side of page 7, the consolidations and the enhancement of some of those positions to really propel the work that we're trying to do at Broward County Public Schools when it comes to innovative learning in academics.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Ms. Thompson. So this position helps to consolidate all of our AI, XR, VR initiatives. As you recall, our initial Broward Powered by AI workshop that happened with students, we started to gain a lot of traction, not only with the implementation of the contract with Microsoft, but also with the huge donation through the Wieners, the $2 million, as well as some additional agreements that we're going to be engaging in We have a large contract also with Prisms. And so this really is to take two existing departments that were fully functioning, doing some of the same work differently, but converge them into one unified system and approach to launch AI, VR, XR together, while also bringing some of the other AI tools and other departments together under one umbrella to be able to deliver quality instructional materials to our teachers and to our students, where we start to launch next year our student interfacing component of our student AI, as well as our teacher interfacing component of our AI. It's also going to be part of our redesign efforts in some of our schools in Phase 2 and Phase 3 using AI, XR, VR, as well as some other new initiatives that we already have planned. So it's a huge initiative that needs to be streamlined and focused around some leadership efforts to really promote it.
Yeah, and just to add, this gives more of a composite effort for a composite execution, and our focus on innovation at the academic level to change the student experience and the student engagement in our classrooms has caused other entities to contact us to talk about offering us grants or partner with grants to continue to help excel this work. So it's definitely been a plus. And then just to create a structure like this where it's prioritizing these efforts on the academic end for the purpose of better student experiences, student engagement, and student agency is helping people understand what we're trying to do in Broward County Public Schools and garnering more outreach to us to support grants and things like that.
And so I appreciate the comments. I would argue that we should be putting more of that funding into our actual school system with the people that are going to be working with our students and our teachers to do this innovation, and that having an assistant director and a director aren't necessary. So I would like to see some consolidation on that front.
Ms. Thompson, could you just repeat that so I can capture it accurately?
Yes. So I would like to see a consolidation of the director and the assistant director, so probably just not having an assistant director on page 7, which is AI.
Thank you.
All right, so moving to page 9, if Beacon can put that up. Thank you, Beacon. So almost a year ago, this board had contracted with Innovo Health to review our mental health system and give us recommendations on how to improve this system. They recommended breaking down silos and also increasing the number of ESE support staff, school social workers, and school counselors. These proposed changes do not meet those recommendations. And if we go out and spend money on consultants, I think it would be wise of us to heed their recommendations. Since being on this board, I have consistently advocated to increase school social workers. And I recognized during that time that we had funding concerns and that having one social worker assigned per school would take some time to come to fruition. But never did I imagine that we would be cutting school social workers at a time where it seems like our students have reported that they finally feel at ease and they are supported with their mental health. When we have limited resources for something as vital as mental health, we need to make sure that the vast majority of our funding is going directly to our schools. So I have some questions over some of the different positions, and then I'd have some recommendations that I would like my colleagues to weigh in on. For the coordinators of suicide prevention, are these positions that actually go into the school, and are they the ones that are providing suicide prevention curriculum?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Thompson. For suicide prevention, they don't directly support students. They're a teacher on assignment. They offer lessons to schools around some of that. So this is required instruction. So what's going to happen is that coordinators within the division are going to pick up some of those tasks, but schools are already doing some of that task, have to do some of that task anyway for required instruction. And there's only, I want to say there's only 4 across the whole entire district for 230 plus schools. So it's better to maximize our efforts with the people who are in school already doing this work to provide the required lessons and provide any additional support for PD and things like that for leadership team and staff. They don't directly support students.
So for clarification, the coordinator provides the training to staff, or provides like assemblies? Like, what are these positions doing in our schools?
So I'll get Ms. Hollingsworth if you can provide some details.
Good, I think, afternoon. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Student Services Officer. Yes, Ms. Thompson, those individuals are, to Dr. Hepburn's point, more supporting the school. They can go in and do assemblies. They are monitoring and supporting with the SRAs, but it is more of an administrative role, not direct student services.
So I would argue that the majority of our mental health professionals are doing suicide prevention and can take on that task as well. And to, again, put funding into a district position that could be done with boots on the ground or coordinated through school social workers that have school social worker supervisors, that is something that could be improved. And then every single student has this suicide prevention accessibility to a person that does this, otherwise putting it in the district. So that would be my recommendation to
I've lost you on that one. Can you repeat it, please? I'm sorry.
So to shift the responsibilities of the 3 coordinators of suicide prevention back to the school level.
So no changes to the org is what you're...
No, to cut that so that we can fund those services.
Gotcha.
Because we would still meet state requirements as long as they're still being done. Correct? Okay.
On page 9.
Page 9, all the way to the right.
Okay.
3
I
boxes
got you.
down.
Cut those 3 positions and
With the expectation that the school social workers and the school counselors would not be cut because they would take on that responsibility.
Okay.
Which will be the bulk of my recommendations for cuts to this district.
I'm trying to follow you. Cut the 3 positions on the org for coordinator suicide prevention. Utilize those dollars for an upcoming recommendation of funding school social workers is what I'm...
And counselors. I have a couple more.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. All right. There in that same line, there are 2 boxes that say Supervisor of Mental Health Services. The top one says 4. The bottom one says 2. Can someone walk me through why we have 2 boxes that are exact same title and what they do? Thank you. The same page.
All right, I am capturing what you just said on the last one. Bear with me. I think I typed like 20 words per minute, so I'm not that fast. If you can, I'm sorry, Ms. Thompson, if you can repeat.
Sure. So on page 9,
mm-hmm.
on the far right, there is a box that says Supervisor, Mental Health Services.
Yep,
We've reduced that by 1 position.
Correct.
But then if you go down to 3 more boxes, there is a Supervisor of Mental Health Services, and that is 2 positions. Could someone walk me through each box and what they do?
Go ahead,
So,
Dr. Lozano.
Thank you, Dr. Lozano, Chief Human Resources Officer. So it was a title change on the box above, so we didn't want to remove that without the public seeing. The current title of that box is Coordinator, Mental Health Services. So the title was changed to Supervisor. So once if this org chart is approved, it will be 1 box with 6 people in it.
Could someone walk me through what each of those positions do and who they oversee?
Ms. Hollingsworth.
Yes, thank you. So yes, thank you, Dr. Lozano, for confirming that. We were trying to consolidate. It was 7. We had somebody that was vacant, so that's why we reduced it from 6 to 7. And then also I do have Ms. Winter here as well. Those coordinators or supervisors, whatever we end up deciding to name them, are going and supporting the youth mental health first aid, resiliency, required instruction. So again, overseeing those programs that are statutorily required. Dr. Hepburn has to sign off at the end of the year that those have all been completed, but really supporting and assisting the schools to make sure that that is occurring in those schools so that we are compliant. I see Ms. Winters here, so I'll let her tag team.
Go ahead, Ms. Winter. Oh, you can come and sit at this empty.
Teacher, I'll project.
No. We need for the public.
We need your voice for the record, yeah.
For the record.
Oh.
No. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go. Okay, so one of the mental health coordinators oversees our youth mental health first aid program. to ensure that we remain in compliance district-wide. One of our mental health coordinators assists with our mental health assistance allocation and checking our plans to ensure that we remain in compliance with FLDOE expectations. We have another mental health coordinator that oversees our resiliency education district-wide to ensure that we remain in state compliance with the resiliency lessons and mental health curriculum. And who am I forgetting? MHAA. Who am I forgetting?
You can phone a friend.
We had one that was vacant, so that's the one that was cut. And then we have two of our mental health supervisors that oversee our student support instructional specialists that are in 44 of our schools, and they support in the North and the South region.
Okay, so mental health, the training, mental health allocation, resiliency coordination, and then 2 mental health supervisors that oversee the SSIS positions.
Correct. There's one.
That's 5.
There's one missing. Youth mental health first aid. And our mental health coordinator that oversees MHEART, our mental health assistance allocation regional team.
Yep.
And our MHEART team is the team that coordinates all of our crisis response district-wide to ensure that all of our school communities have what they need in terms of recovering from the death of a staff or a student member.
Thank you for clarifying that. So 2 of those positions I would like to talk about more. And then also who they support, the student support instructional specialists. So I have talked about this, I think, again, since I've been on the dais. I think those are positions that are nice to have in times of the budget that allows for it. However, when we are letting go of trained mental health professionals that can do the same kind of community building, the same kind of resource connection, the same kind of check-ins, check-outs, I think it is an inappropriate use of funds to cut people that can be jack of all trades for one specialized type of position. I have heard good things about these positions as well, but I have mainly heard that people don't know what they are, or that principals utilize these positions as catch-all, which we as a board have talked about mental health positions and how they need to be siloed. So I feel like this position allows for a loophole for that mission. I know that SSIS is not on the org chart. However, the 2 coordinators that oversee those positions is. So as a directive, I will say it slowly, I would like to cut the 2 positions that oversee the SSIS positions with the understanding that those funds will be used to preserve school social workers and school counselors. And then my final recommendation for this page is that I believe, along with Innovo Health, who we paid to give recommendations about our mental health system, that we need to break down silos. And I would like to see a combination of the Director of Mental Health Services with the Director of Student Services. And then the boxes would just smush together. Do I need to repeat that?
Just that last part, the last position.
So combining the Director of Mental Health Services and then the Director of Student Services. And then the boxes that I haven't changed under it would follow that.
Thank you.
And then
I'm sorry, Ms. Thompson.
Yes.
The last part about the directors, what did you say?
they would just go back. So combine the Director of Mental Health Services and Student Services into one box that is in the top band, and then everything else would go under that box.
Gotcha. Okay, I see it.
Other than the two positions. And then I have some general questions. I have concerns over the loss of maintenance workers, especially as members go, or I go into my schools and hear concerns about work order delays, unusable bathrooms, and more. So if we are cutting these facilities workers, what is our plan to address these issues so we don't go further behind
No, great question. This is more about building more nimble, responsive teams, leveraging the data. We're going to have FCA data that supports where we can identify key things that we need to address immediately, and also leveraging some software to actually identify and be proactive before things actually break down, more structural, mechanical things. But the FCA data will help us be nimble as we restructure the teams to respond. In addition, also for maintenance, FOPI maintenance to be specific, there was 791 positions, 76 of them were vacant. So we only reduced, as far as impacted employees, there was 38. When you combine it with the 76 vacancies, that's 114, which leaves 677 positions to remain out of the 791. So creating better responsive teams to do the work, to be able to respond timely and leverage that FCA data to actually identify where we need to go and address those needs in a quicker manner, and leveraging the data to be proactive to maintain things instead of emergency fixing for mechanical issues when it comes to HVAC and other mechanical things that we have around the district.
So I appreciate the forward-thinking planning. However, we have a backlog of maintenance issues. So how are we going to address this backlog going forward if we're reducing?
Yes, that's a great question. It's about prioritizing. And so combining the FCA data with the backlog of work orders, and this probably predates me, a couple of superintendents with that backlog. All right, and so all of that is definitely captured in the FCA. What's vitally important, right? So we can get to that before that issue results into another issue. So it's being more strategic of how we approach our maintenance program, which has been very reactive. For a long time. We're trying to be more proactive and leveraging the data that we have that's not stale at the moment, and also leveraging technology to let us know when mechanical equipment needs to be addressed before it actually breaks down.
All right. And then will consultants or contractors be brought in to cover the positions being cut? So
No.
Are we going to see more consultants being brought in, more privatization, as one speaker said?
No, we're not going to depend on privatization or contractors. We only depend on contractors for very specialized work that we can't do, or also if we have vacancies. Because FOPI maintenance they have some form of turnover as well as if you go school-based with our custodial or facility staff at our schools, there's lots of turnover. So for issues like that where the work needs to be done, yes, we'll depend on consultants because we can't fill the positions that we have. But as far as what we have right now, we're not dependent on consultants unless it's very specialized work, and if it's a vital vacancy that we can't fill and we need the work done, we'll depend on consultants for that.
And I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you to all the chiefs and the district staff. I know it has been an incredible, and all the employees that have received these notices. I know these conversations in real time are incredibly difficult, and I'm sure hearing us talk about your positions in real time is also incredibly difficult. But like the chair opened this conversation with, this is truly about making a better system and not about any person highlighted. And I just wanted to say one more thing. So to say that the cuts we're doing will not impact schools is a false statement. I think we need to get away from that narrative, because as everyone has called us out to say, it is impacting schools because we are in the business of educating children, which means we run schools. So I think as a board and district, we need to acknowledge that. And when we are moving forward, we need to think of solutions that cause the least amount of harm. So I wanted to just briefly reiterate a previous point, that if we have to go, in my mind, if we have to go to bare bones model of management so that we can pour the majority of our funding into our actual school sites, this is something that we must do. And we must do everything possible, and I know it won't be possible to save everything, but everything possible to prevent losing the programs or increasing our class sizes or losing our amazing teachers and staff, because all those things help us retain and attract students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, I do want to acknowledge and thank everybody that came in took time out of their day, took time away from their jobs, took time away from their families and their kids to come in and speak to us in person, and those of you who are kind enough to send us your thoughts via email. Some of us do read those emails, so thank you for sending those. You know, for months and months, my directive on this org chart and these position eliminations has been very clear. Start from the top and work your way down. We don't want any cuts to our great teachers, and we don't want any cuts to the positions that deal directly with our students. And unfortunately, this directive, in my opinion, has been ignored. Now, over the last few days, hundreds of people have reached out to me regarding this proposed org chart, wanting to know where I stand, wanting to know what my position is. And I want to be very clear what my position is with the current form of this org chart. I don't like it. I don't agree with it, and I don't support it. And I'd like to take a couple minutes to explain why I feel that way. This current plan that we have disproportionately impacts our lower level staff while sparing some top level administrators. I'd like to, if I may, provide an analogy. In the business world, if you are coming into a business that's having operational problems or is failing and are in charge with reorganizing that business, you don't go in and just fire all the cashiers and all the store managers and say, oh, we fixed the problem. You start at the top. You start at the CFO. You go level by level by level, and you make the cuts and you make the changes that you feel will benefit that organization. And unfortunately, that's not what we've done in this case. Instead, we skipped the top and decided to pick off the rank and file. This is not the way you should do business. Instead of looking exclusively at district staff, the folks in this building, we chose to go after a lot of great teachers and a lot of great folks who work directly with our students. Now, I'm happy to hear the superintendent's backtracking, if you will, on some of the ESC staff. That's encouraging. It's a step in the right direction. But folks, we got a lot more work to do. 119 certified teachers positions have been eliminated on this org chart. Social workers, numerous mental health counselors. That's unacceptable. Full stop. I will not stand for this, and I will not support this. We are not going to try to dig our way out of our financial hole in this district on the backs of our teachers and our students. This realignment, this reorganization must start in this building and not in our classrooms. Not one teacher should be affected by this. Despite what we heard from our consultant earlier, we are top heavy in this district. And that's where these cuts should come from, right here in this building. We can't be on a teacher hiring freeze because of our monetary pitfalls and then cut certified teachers from this district. That makes zero sense. How are we supposed to put new teachers in classrooms if we're cutting 119 of them and we can't hire anymore? Who is going to be affected by this? Our students. How can we make these cuts to a lot of our counselors and mental health professionals and still to comply with our students' IEPs? We are bound by federal law to comply with student IEPs. Hopefully everybody knows that. And I don't see how we're doing it when we start to make cuts like this. And once again, who is going to be negatively affected by that? Our students. The purpose of these cuts and this reorganization chart was to cut the bloat in this building. At least that's what I thought going into this. But we've chosen to bypass this directive and instead go after the rank and file. To make matters worse, this proposal cuts 300 jobs that are on the books, but we're not actually funded. How does that save us any money? A handful of these positions that are being eliminated are simply being rebranded under fancy new titles. How does this save this district any money? I also want to discuss the use of this outside consulting company to assist us. I'm disappointed with MGT, to say the least, and their report. I know we spent 6 figures for them to create this. And I think it's very telling that the individual who spoke opted to do so over Zoom today. I don't know why they're not here. All of you are here. You took off work, and our consultants that we pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to, while I appreciate the work that they did, I'm going to get to that in a second, I'm a little disappointed that they chose not to join us this morning. Again, I vehemently disagree with the comment that was made by MGT earlier this morning that we are not a top-heavy district. We are the epitome of top-heavy in Broward County Public Schools. Now, within the MGT presentation, the one thing that kept running through my mind when I was reviewing this over the weekend and yesterday was, where is the backup data? I see a lot of general numbers on pages with pretty pictures and lots of colors and animations. But where is the backup data? How are we getting to those numbers? I see a $40 million line item for staffing allocation adjustments. How do we arrive at that? Where's this coming from? Where's this money going? On the org chart documents, we've received lots of paperwork on that. Where's the breakdown of the data? What are we saving from each position, from each department? I know we just generally throw out, I think the number was 45 million or whatever it was, but where's the breakdown of that? Mr. Superintendent, this org chart has failed this district. We failed our teachers. We have failed our educators who work directly with our students. We failed the public. And perhaps most disappointing, I believe, we failed our students. I cannot and will not support this proposed organizational chart in its current form. There's lots of work to be done to fix this, and this is too important to screw up. We've got a lot of work to do, Mr. Superintendent, to right this ship. And again, I appreciate the ESC backtracking. I think that's a good first step, but we have to get this right. We've got to protect our teachers. We've got to protect those who work directly with our kids. And it must start at the top, right here in this building. Luckily, there's plenty enough to go around, but we've got to get to work. Now, I've got a few questions on the actual chart, if I may. And I will caveat this by saying I still have some plans and suggestions that I'm putting into a viable solution. This is just some of the things that I've stood out to me over the weekend. Mr. Superintendent, you will be getting a lot more suggestions from me as the days pass and we get closer to the next workshop, in which hopefully this will be discussed with a different plan. First and foremost, on page 2 of the chart, I apologize, I don't recall which one of my colleagues said this, but I'm in full agreement with the combination of the Chief Facilities Officer and the Chief Operations Officer and the change of pay band. I don't know if it was Ms. Thompson or Dr. Holness who said this, but I think that is a good first step. On page 3, under the Chief of Staff's model, if we look at pay band D, we have a director of media relations. We also have a manager of media and community relations, and a coordinator of relations, multiple positions. Mr. Superintendent, can the manager position and the coordinator positions not be absolved into one position?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Severe, but if I may take the opportunity to address some of your comments that you said before, and I'll transfer it over to Mr. Sullivan. I want to use your grocery store analogy because the cuts actually started from the top, not from the bottom. I'm not Drake. We're not starting from the bottom. We started from the top. And that was a directive to my team. And again, the reflection of those cuts are 16% executive directors and directors, pretty much directors and above. On the chart, 15%, and below the chart, 13%, which is more so our frontline workers in some supervisory functions. I do want the public to understand proportion matters. The majority of our employees are below the chart. So even a 5% cut is going to equate to a lot of people. We're talking about over 5,000 people, 5,500 people are below the chart. You do your math. If you do 5%, it's a few hundred people, right? The directors and above are only a little bit over 100. So 16% when you look at the numbers seems small, but it's a lot of people when you look at it proportionally, and the same thing on the chart. Proportion matters. The largest amount of our employees, 5,500 plus, are below that chart. So even a small decrease in the workforce by percentage is going to equal a lot of people. Also, staff and allocation model, just to address that $40 million. For the past 10 years, we've lost about 40,000 students, $350 million. We've lost just 10,000 students just this current year. The upcoming year, we're going to lose another 10,000. In just 2 school years, 20,000 kids. That is a lot of little ones that we're not receiving in our classrooms anymore. Things have to be shifted. Things have to be revised and realigned to meet the realities as we move forward in the future. We cannot do the work the same anymore. Every school district is dealing with this, trying to evolve and innovate. We cannot go back to current structures at all. So just want to make sure the public is clear about some of those comments, because we don't take this work lightly. These are lives. These are people. These are family for BCPS, and many of those families have kids sitting in our schools right now. So this is the toughest task that our team has ever done in a very, very long time, taking the right steps and demonstrating the right level of compassion. And all of us, including myself, are talking to business partners. I just had a meeting with some business leaders Friday, and they asked me, Dr. Hepburn, how can you help? How can they help us? The first answer I say, I have a lot of great employees that need jobs right now. And they gave me their cards. We want to reach out to your HR department to make sure they have a home in our organization. Again, thanks Career Source Broward also for your assistance. Unlike private sectors, because my wife works for the private sector, we don't just send an email saying you're done, you're laid off, right? We just had an organization in South Florida that just laid off apparently 950 people. You think they had conversations like we did with our staff? You think they talked to Career Source Broward like we did? This is serious. These are lives. We don't take this lightly. Every decision that we made, we've been sitting down since December to make sure we're making the best decision possible to make sure this organization is sustainable for the future for every kid in Broward County and beyond, those who across our borders that we recruit here as well. This is serious, folks. This is not a light situation. We value every employee in our district right now, and we're going to make sure we assist you in having a place to land. Every last one of my team members, and it's already started with myself. These are lives, not numbers. Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Superintendent. So answering the question specifically on page 3, again, we were able to make that manager of media and community relations with reducing the community specialist from 2 to 1. The difference in that is maybe a 5% pay bump, but I believe the return on the investment will be huge to align really with the board's priorities of increasing communications against for all our audience, internal and then externally. And then that coordinator of district community relations is really a different silo from that work. So I believe it's important to have it separated, although the manager of media and community relationships would be providing that leadership in that area.
How many coordinators do we have?
In general or in this page?
In general, for coordinators of district relations, community relations.
Oh, you're just referring to my page, just one. We have a coordinator so the coordinator of governmental affairs, is that what you're talking about? No. I'm sorry.
There's a director of media relations.
Correct.
Under that director, there's a manager of media relations and a coordinator of district relations. Right?
Yes, so again, the coordinator of district community relations, that's an existing position. It's just being realigned because the director they report to currently is being eliminated. So to provide that level of supervision and leadership, we collapsed the community specialist from 2 positions to 1 to create the manager of media and community relations, which really serves 2 functions, giving that leadership over community relationships, but more importantly, strengthening communications, which is has been a priority from the school board. So that was our thought process there. Again, going from 2 specialists to 1 and creating that manager position is about a 5% difference in pay.
Between the coordinator and the manager?
Between the specialist and the manager. So we eliminated one of the specialists. We had 2, and we're going to 1. And with that difference, we created the manager of media and community relations. And that difference in pay between those 2 is about 5%. But again, I believe the investment in increased communications internally, externally, would be of great return on investment.
In addition to, just to add to Mrs. Sullivan, I'm going to be very frank. I've heard it from the board. I've heard it from communities. I've heard it from my advisories. Our communication has been subpar. It's probably not the best term for it. And so with the shift in this division, it strengthens the ability to communicate better to our constituents, communicate better with the media, right? Opening up our doors more to really show off the great things that we're doing, and also communicating when we have those challenging things we're going through too. But our communications have been subpar across the board. This is going to help strengthen that, and we've heard this from our board members and constituents over and over since I've started, and probably before I started as well.
Respectfully, I think subpar is being generous, but let's move on.
That's the cute word I can find right now.
Let's move on if we can. I want to get into a chief issue on page 4. Deputy Superintendent. Directly under Ms. Fulton, we have 3 regional superintendents and an assistant superintendent. Mr. Superintendent, between the deputy and our 3 regional supers, can they not adequately do the job of the assistant superintendent who directly reports to the deputy superintendent?
No, if you're talking about consolidating the assistant and having the deputy take over that work, this office was created by myself for a specific reason. When I got here, I think at the time we probably had 14 or so DNF schools. And it was my mission to ensure that the students sitting in those classrooms have better outcomes, the schools have better outcomes, the community has better outcomes, and have a high level of pride of what's going on in their schools. So we created this specialized office to provide the services to those schools, building teacher capacity, leadership capacity, and ultimately doing great things in the classroom. As a result of that, we haven't had any DRF schools for the past 2 years, and also reducing the number number of our C schools by 50%. We're not like other school districts right now where we're trying to get rid of F and D schools. We're actually trying to get rid of all of our C schools and become a district of nothing more than A and B schools. So the work that's happening in the school transformation office and also the enhancement of the regional office that Dr. Fulton talked about to get services closer to our parents, our students, instead of the centralized approach. We get those emails from the centralized approach. And so the consolidation wouldn't be warranted in this. I think it would actually water down many of our efforts to, relishing the accomplishments that we've had the past 2 years.
Chief Academic Officer. We've got a deputy superintendent, 3 regional superintendents, an assistant superintendent, and a chief academic officer. Can the role of the chief academic officer be absorbed by the deputy superintendent and our regionals, or the assistant superintendent?
So I would also say no to that one too. The chief academic officer is a very specific role when it comes to curriculum and resources and being able to organize and orchestrate how these efforts ultimately end up creating student opportunities in our classrooms. So the function of supporting, supervising, building capacity at the school leadership level, that ultimately trickles down to the classroom. That's the function of the regional offices and the assistant superintendent's office. The chief academic officer's function is more about curriculum and resources and design and redesign and creating those efforts that are propelling us right now. Many of the things that Dr. Cohn talked about, XR, VR, leveraging AI for more student agency and efficiency of task at the academic level, and ultimately, as we do the research and monitor that, helping teachers regain more time because they're able to personalize their instruction and create better personalized plans by leveraging AI to do so. So a lot of those innovations are very specific to a certain type of work that I think, again, would probably be diminished if we absorb that and combine it.
Well, thank you for that, but I think this is a great example of when we say this district is too top-heavy. We've got a deputy superintendent, 3 regional superintendents, an assistant superintendent, and a chief academic officer.
If I may, Beacon, if you can go to MGT's slide deck, page 4.
If I may finish my comment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Berry.
No worries. I don't want to talk about the MGT report. We're gonna get to that, if I may.
Yep.
I want to focus on the org chart. I've got a deputy superintendent. I've got 3 regional superintendents. I've got a assistant superintendent, and I got a chief academic officer. I'm not even getting into student services. I'm going to leave that one out for right now. I've got 6 positions that I am a firm believer can be consolidated with very capable individuals. And I think this would be a great start. You want to talk about starting from the top? You want to talk about putting skin in the game? You want to start to talk about having the public trust us and have confidence in what we're doing? It's a good place to start. Page 6, Deputy Superintendent Academics. Under the Director of Leadership Development and Teacher Support, we have Principal Coach, and we have a Supervisor of Leadership Development and a Coordinator of Leadership Development. Mr. Superintendent, why can those 2 positions not be consolidated or combined?
So I'll have Dr. Cohn or Dr. Fulton kind of give the specifics for those 2 positions and what they support.
I'd like to hear from Ms. Fulton if permissible.
Sure. Good afternoon, Angela Fulton, Deputy Superintendent. So in our Leadership Development Department, remember we provide leadership support for the entire district. And so it's not just school-based leadership, it's also district leadership as well too. We run a lot of our pipeline programs preparing leaders for leadership roles. The coordinator also supports it, so we have a few pipelines. We have a pipeline for our teacher leaders. We have a pipeline for our assistant principals. We have a pipeline for our principals and also through district leadership. So I think it was said earlier today, we are the largest employer, and I think that we have the full responsibility for developing our leaders and making sure our bench is ready for when we need leaders to step into roles, they're developed and able to be there. So that's the lift that we do for leadership development. And if I left anything out, Dr. Cohn, please fill in any holes.
No, I think you captured it adequately. And just keep in mind, being the sixth largest district with thousands and thousands of employees that have different opportunities in the classroom as leaders and also in the leadership of the school, you still have to continue to build the bench as leaders start to go on to other positions and retire. We continuously, it's a cycle. You got to continue to build the pipeline in order to make sure that the system is ready for new leaders in this very changing dynamic role that they are in. So these roles are very key. They're very specific to the different kinds of roles that this district has. And then also keep in mind, although we just talked about the leadership bench at the school, there's central office leadership. So we have supervisors, we have transportation, we have procurement. So that office also handles the leadership at the central office as well.
So I certainly appreciate wanting to have a deep bench. Okay. I think that's important, not only in sports, but in businesses and in school districts. I also think the depth of your bench depends on what your payroll is and how much money you have, right? And if you want to have, if you're flush with cash and you can have the deepest bench possible, good for you. But when you're sitting on a $100 million deficit, these may be the types of cuts you have to make in order to preserve the district rather than worrying about how deep your bench is. Page 7, if I may. Ms. Thompson, I think you beat me on this one. I agree with the Assistant Director of AI Innovation and Director in Digital Learning. I believe you called for the removal of that position. I am in agreement with that and had it on my notes as well. $13, please. Getting into the facilities branch, if I may. Assistant Director of Capital Budget. And directly under that individual, we have several analysts. And of course, this position reports directly to capital budget within the facilities space. Why do we need a director and then an assistant director and then a ton of analysts in the Department of Capital Budgeting?
That's a great question. Just want to remind the public and the board that our capital program are hundreds of millions of dollars. And so to be great stewards of the money that the taxpayers are providing to the school district to do upkeep, build new facilities, renovate new facilities, and the hundreds of projects that we currently have going on, and the expected hundreds of projects that we're going to have going on in the near future once we approve a capital program and get a long-range planner on here. These are the positions that are needed to be as precise as possible to make sure there's no waste in what the taxpayers are providing us to make sure our facilities start to reach a level that's conducive to a great environment. And so this, and I know you're focusing on the capital budget, but one of the things too from the board is about staffing up in our capital program, just to make sure that we're not solely dependent on our PMOR or future program managers, so we can start bringing that in-house to actually save money. So a lot of these functions are actually outsourced to our PMOR because we don't have anybody in those positions. So one of the things that we are going to do and been charged to do is actually staff up as well, so we have more internal capacity to actually support our own work.
Is that your explanation, Mr. Superintendent, as to why we need this assistant director role?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. Here's my closing thoughts on all of this. We are in a bit of a crisis in this district. I don't think that that's a secret to anybody. Fortunately, we've been able to put a great educational product out for our kids. I'm very proud of our A rating for consecutive years. I'm very proud of the fact that we don't have any DRF schools. I tell everyone within earshot who's willing to listen how big of a deal I think that is. However, as far as the financial management of this district, we have problems. And while I understand looking through this proposed org chart that in a perfect world, we would love to be able to keep a lot of these folks within this building, we also have to appreciate the fact that without our kids in the classroom, without teachers teaching those kids, and without our school-based staff helping those kids and principals doing those things with those kids, nothing really else matters. So we have to make very bold and very decisive decisions about who we are cutting in this district to get this org chart back on the right path. This may mean eliminating positions where others are going to have to take on higher workloads. It's unfortunate, but it's a necessary reality. Mr. Superintendent, I am very much looking forward to the continued conversations on this org chart and your continued modifications and changes. But as I sit here today, I'm not in support of this, and I think there's a lot of more heavy lifting that needs to be done if we're going to salvage this. Thank you for the time, Chair.
Thank you. We will now recess the meeting recess the workshop to go into our special school board meeting, and we'll be back briefly. Thank you. Welcome to today's special school board meeting. The special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we begin, we reaffirm our vision, 100% proficiency for all students. As an A-rated district, we remain committed to sustaining this achievement and supporting every student to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with the School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. We will now recess this special school board meeting to return to our workshop. Thank you. Thank you. I welcome you back to our school board workshop. Next up on the list is Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. And most people are gone, but I will say thank you so much for everybody who came today and who sent emails to share some of their thoughts and concerns. It's important for us to hear from everyone. And I always say, time, as Dr. Hepburn also says, time is a gift. So whether you emailed or came today, thank you so much for that. There are a couple of things that were mentioned in the public speaking that I'd like to address first before I go to my tons of pages across here. So first we heard from someone about a contract violation, about having to follow like how much time someone's been in the system, and also a comment about disabled veterans retention. So can General Counsel weigh in on that, please?
With regards to the veteran topic, that's something that right in the meeting that I have some additional research that's being conducted by a member of the team. So we'll have some more information on that, and we'll guide HR.
Okay, great. And just to be clear, today we're talking about boxes. I mean, I know that it's people, but we don't have any say in the people part. So if the General Counsel could also explain that. We got a very long memo on what our role is and what the superintendent's role is here. So I think that's also important for the public to hear.
So both the school board and the superintendent have very distinct roles when it comes to reorganizations. The school board is responsible for the positions, the job descriptions, the qualifications, the responsibilities. The school board is responsible for the funding. So as you have seen, they have been going through the particular boxes that's well within their purview to do in terms of the positions that they would like to have in the organization. And then the superintendent's responsible for the implementation of that plan. He's responsible for making recommendations related to hiring, transferring, and listening to what the board wants him to do with regard to those boxes and bringing it to fruition.
Thank you. One more thing, if you'll explain. So what we have today, and mostly wasn't really discussed by people in the audience, but we are discussing, is the organizational chart, or what we call above the line. There are most of the concerns today and the issues that we heard are from positions below the line. So can you also explain, does the school board, do we engage, I don't know how to say this, I don't want to say we don't have a place in it, but under the line is really the purview of the superintendent, although we can give our thoughts on that. Is that correct?
So the school board is responsible for jobs, job descriptions, the parameters of those jobs. It's been a tradition in Broward County Public Schools that those that are on the chart, which are those administrative positions, or the way you have done it in the past is to go through and have the school board make determinations on those boxes. If the school board decides that they don't want to have a particular job that falls under the line, that's within the school board's purview. However, the superintendent is the one who's clearly responsible for the operation of the school district, and the statute's very clear, 1001.49 and 1001.51, as to all personnel fall under the direction of the superintendent as well as the management of the school district, and to ensure that the students are being served.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, I heard someone who is an instructional tech facilitator say when they had this conversation with their our district staff that someone said to them, "Welcome to the 30 Club." I would hope that the superintendent would please look into that. As you stated clearly, we realize how difficult this time is. We want to be as compassionate as possible, and that really didn't sound very compassionate.
No, I totally agree. I think a board member or a constituent called me sometime last week about a concern. And so if anybody has those type of concerns, please get them to me. I will handle them personally, because it is my expectation and also the chief's expectation as we've gone through this run of show, the scripts and everything, to treat people with a level of compassionate, demonstrating their value to this system and to our kids. So we don't take that lightly.
Thank you very much. Also, someone that was public speaking said the changes that we have in some of the counselors, PBIS, things of that nature, we're then going to add now to the teacher's plate. because the expectation was the work that they were doing will now fall on the teacher. So can you please address that? Is that the expectation?
No, that's not the expectation. PBIS is an initiative that is school-based. I've been in two districts, and one as a teacher, school-based administrator, and PBIS was always a function led by the school leadership team on their campus as far as supports and building capacity of how to actually implement the strategies of PBIS and helping you create monitoring systems. That's some function of supporting those leaders. But as far as PBIS as a whole is a school-based function for dealing with issues with kids and providing interventions to decline some of the unwanted behaviors that teachers are on campus behavior that they don't want to see on their campus.
So if we eliminate the PBIS positions district-wide, how does that affect what happens?
That support can go through regional offices and other roles to help build leadership capacity. There should not be an expectation that an external person is going to come on a campus and deliver services or interventions associated with PBIS. That is a whole school initiative where you talk about PBIS and the interventions or strategy that go along with it. It's a whole school initiative, not just a one person coming in that has the least amount of impact on changing student behavior.
Great, thank you. And the last one I have from public comment was someone came up and talked about ESPs. Mm-hmm. Are we, based on this plan that we're looking at today, are there any ESPs that are being cut?
There are roles that are within that group. I'm trying to find it.
I see here it says reduction filled 1, reduction vacant 2, reduction prior to fiscal year 26 4. So total reductions are 7. So what are those ESP positions? I guess they're on here. So that's the behavioral tech, community, job coach.
So most of those are actually vacancies. There's only one person. That's only one position that's actually filled. The actual rest are actually vacancies. Some have been unfilled prior to this fiscal year, and only 2 are vacant during this current fiscal year, and there's only one position that's actually filled.
Thank you for clarifying that, because the impression was that ESPs are being removed, and those are very important positions in our school. I also want to say, this is obviously a very, very difficult time, but as we've mentioned over and over again, happening across the country. My son 14 months ago got a promotion and 2 weeks later got laid off, and it took him 14 months to get a job. So I do know personally how difficult it is when you think you're pretty secure in a job and something happens. We really wish that we weren't here. But to something that Dr. Holness said, I think is important for all of us to know, because we do keep talking about in schools, every year when our enrollment goes down, there are less teachers in a school, because that's how it works. We have to lose them. And so that happens all the time. If you're not part of the school system, you might not understand that. The problem is everywhere else didn't necessarily decline along with that, as Dr. Holness pointed out. So unfortunately, here's where we find ourselves, and it's not an easy or a place that we want it to be. So here go my couple of page of questions. So first of all, I asked and I didn't get it, so I'm hoping that there's a follow-up, and someone else did also ask it, whether it's by department or by org chart page, if we could still please have the financial impact. So in other words, how much money based on people you're reducing would we save? If you added something, how much does that cost? And then there'd be a total net cost. My preference is on each page. I think it would be much more transparent that way, so that, we, as been mentioned a number of times, we're throwing out a total number, but it's not really clear exactly where their number's coming from. I also agree with the idea about the MGT, that the presentation was fine. The problem is that they didn't explain the data. where they came up with that information. So as I know that they worked with the superintendent, but this is the first we're interacting with them, and it was a lot of money. I think that the report should have had some backup information to it. So I hope that that also comes to us with some of the information. I did ask for some of the changes about the ESE specialists, the social workers, all of that, and thank you to Dr. Hollingsworth Ms. Hollingsworth for sending that. But it was missing about mental health, and I have a question on that in particular, because on the other, there's too many pages here, but on this one that had the chart, so this document, a lot of people emailed us about the mental health services, but on here I only see, and I don't want to say it in that term because it's still important, but mental health services coordinator, where there was one vacancy, and that's being, so where in here are the mental health, specifically mental health people being affected? Like what page of the org chart, or is it only under, and is that the only person?
Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth.
So thank you, Ms. Hickson. On the org chart, that would probably predominantly be on page, I believe that's 9, under the student services, but do know that those job titles can be utilized in other departments. So for instance, social workers were a large component of that reduction, which was in the follow-up that we provided. There were 15 individuals impacted and 7 vacant positions that we, provided to, reduce. Then looking also at, trying to get my list. We have, just to think about mental health pieces, 11 counselors that were district counselors that were supporting schools. So, and I think we heard from some of those individuals that, that we would deploy them when there was a school that either didn't have a counselor or was down a counselor or a new counselor to support them, to obviously provide that modeling, as well as we had a case manager from our ESC SEDNet division. We had 3 family counselors that report to school culture and student prevention, and those individuals were, and I believe we heard from them as well, here they had the title of family counselor, but they were doing more prevention programs. They were not seeing students. So, that service could be continued on through other individuals. And then we had 17 vacant school psychologist positions, because that is a critical shortage area. They've been vacant for quite some time. And looking at that, the only impact there is that we obviously want to continue to hire and look at our interns. So they're, obviously in many different facets, but the vast majority of them would be in that student services, and then obviously some in ESE.
Okay, but there was not the mental health, like just a title of mental health. It was only that coordinator.
Right, only that coordinator, because that term is interchangeably used.
Okay, and my question to that is because we're by law required to have a mental health coordinator for the district.
Right, we have that was not impacted. So we had 7 mental health coordinators. That one has been vacant.
No, it has to be.
I know
one
we
person?
have one. It's Miss Winter, who's the director.
Okay, I just want to.
So no,
sure.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So I agree. Actually, it's right here on my thing with both Ms. Thompson and Mr. Severa about the AI assistant director. Actually, I understand the reasoning behind having an AI department, but I wonder, does it make sense to have it as its own department, or if we're going to be infusing it across, it just doesn't settle right to have a department just about AI when we don't even have it up and running. And I know that's part of the issue, but I don't know. The AI department's not. It's not settling well with me.
If I can add, Ms. Hickson, it's not a department just solely focused on AI. It's AI, digital learning. So there's a lot of other applicable instructional strategies, student engagement opportunities, student enhancements, and all of that. So it's not just about AI. It's more than just AI. It's about STEM. It's about digital materials, digital learning, and other innovations, and also leveraging AI. So it's a little bit more of a composite type department that has a lot of different applied and innovative learning opportunities for students and teachers in a department.
Okay, so my suggestion then is to just call it Director Digital Learning. But I agree with them. I don't think you need an assistant director on there. You have AI in different places under here, and so anyway, I would agree with getting, not having that box. So there's that. My suggestion for page 2, I appreciate what Dr. Holness said, but I do believe we were very clear that we wanted a chief facility officer to report directly to the board because of the issues we had. So I have an alternate suggestion, and that is to move the chief operations job underneath chief financial office. So it's a similar thing, but 2 different jobs. We used to have a deputy superintendent, which would be that T level that did the CFO and the operations together. And in some of the conversations with the chief financial officer, they're directly impacted because they're the ones that are doing the budgeting along with that and stuff. So instead of facilities moving into chief operations officer, I would rather move chief operation officer into the chief financial officer. And my suggestion would be to make the chief of student services and executive director of student services under academics, under the chief academic. I don't agree with getting rid of that chief academic officer. That is our sole purpose of existence, to be educating, and academics is what we do. So it doesn't make sense to me that we would be doing anything to lower the academic.
Ms. Hickson, can I
Yes.
just ask you to, I want to make sure that I've captured that correct, both of those recommendations correctly. So you want to move the chief facilities officer under the chief financial officer?
No,
Okay.
chief operations officer underneath. So I want it would be the chief operation and financial officer. And actually I would call it a deputy.
You're saying combine, not a reporting structure.
Correct. That they would, similar to what Dr. Holness suggested, but instead of doing chief operations and chief facility, I'm saying to do chief operations and financial. And the T level is a deputy, basically, so you would call it the deputy of operation and financial, whatever. I don't
Okay,
care what
hold
you call
on.
it.
So, all right. And then the chief student services, you want that to be
an
moved to
executive director, and they would report to the chief academic officer. Okay, on page, you have that on page 7. My pages are all messed up. Oh, I did that already, page 7. And actually, the reason to go back to the assistant directors, listening to MGT, what they suggested was we had too many assistant directors and assistant managers. So that's where some of these suggestions are coming from. So on page 9, where it says assistant director for student support, and it's just kind of hanging out there all by itself with no one reporting under them, I don't see the need for the assistant director.
If I may, Ms. Hickson, before you make that suggestion, just give Ms. Hollingsworth an opportunity to be specific about what that role is for. I know it was a role we created last year for a specific purpose. Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth.
Thank you. So the Assistant Director for Student Services was directly going to be reporting to the Chief Student Services Officer. And that role was really put together to help compile and really cohesively put all the different departments together so that they could then funnel that out to schools and work with schools along with some customer service issues with some of our student services initiatives. So really trying to continue to have that collaboration with our school departments as well.
So what do you mean by school departments?
So our school, like at our schools, so working as because the regionals have assistant directors, we were utilizing our assistant director for ESE and for student services to work collaboratively with our schools and our regional offices in that pre-hub model to make sure that we were meeting the needs of our students more directly with the school connection with the leadership team.
Yeah. And we have, we get those emails, right? But there could be way more emails but due to this position, having some sort of a point person, being able to do some troubleshooting with schools and parents and whatever to identify the issues and be able to correct some of those things. We're enhancing those capabilities with regionalizing some efforts, but this position has been key when we introduced it for a specific reason, and it's definitely helped to make an impact on some of those issues. Just a FYI before you move forward with your recommendation.
Okay. And some of my question was about explaining better the regional hubs, because it sounds like we want to get that closer to the schools, and it could be a follow-up to explain to us exactly who would be the personnel that are making up the regional hubs.
Gotcha.
Like we have, so I think Dr. Zeman asked about who was the personnel there now. So we keep hearing we're going to make that better. So if you could give a comparison then to what we have now and what we're going to add there, and then maybe we could make a better decision about that. But I'm just throwing out there that we heard assistant directors and assistant managers are that extra layer that we have that other people don't necessarily have. On page 3, sorry, I don't mean to jump around, is the executive director of communications new?
No, it's not new. It's repurposed. Again, just to emphasize from the board, constituents, our advisories about our shortfalls with communication. And so it's just a repurposed position, changing the job description and all of that, just to make sure we can do the things that we need to do to communicate better as a system to all of our constituents, be it internal or external.
Okay, thank you. On page 13. Executive Director of Budget. We have a Director of Capital Budget, a Director of Construction, Director of Pre-Construction, and it looks like Executive Director of Budget's line is only going to capital. So I don't agree with adding an Executive Director.
So if I may, that's actually, so if we go to the Chief Financial Officer's page, team help me out there so I can get there quick. What's 17? Okay. If we go to the Chief Financial Officer's page, 17, that's actually the Executive Director of Budget under the Chief Financial Officer. And so those dotted lines are to budget functional areas in different divisions. So there's continuity across the board with the budget. So we're breaking down walls of isolation, having an executive director that can communicate with directors and the like for budget and finance issues in different divisions or different departments. So there's no isolation. One of the things, and Ms. Johnson may not talk about this, but she's chasing a lot of information, right? From division to division, department to department. This brings more continuity. It's a repurposed executive director position that we took from a different division. And then it brings all the information under one umbrella and also an outflow of guidance to those other budget directors, so we can look at budget in a more holistic way versus in isolation and chasing information around and things like that. And then she doesn't have a clear number 2 either, right? So and that's another aspect as well.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Page 16. You have Director Professional Practices, and then underneath there, you have 2 assistant directors. And then this isn't a very big department at all. I would say, why do we need those 2 assistant directors? Again, I'm focusing on what MGT said, which was we had too many assistant directors and managers. So I think that because underneath there, this says assistant director, manager, professional standards, and then underneath says specialist human resources, then assistant director employee and evaluations, and they have a coordinator for evaluations and a research specialist. So I don't know why you need assistant directors underneath there.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of specialized functions in HR. I'll give Dr. Lozano an opportunity to kind of go over some of the details of those functions.
And then also after Dr. Lozano, if we could hear from MGT.
Where's that data you put for the number of?
Well, they pull that up. Can I say a couple of things about MGT?
Yes, absolutely.
Not to speak for them, they are on the line. The decision for them not being here in person, I thought it was okay for them to be on Teams, so I'll own that decision. As it relates to some backup data, they will be having a written report for the board early May to mid-May. We were racing against the clock, but that work will be shared with the board. Some of their work can't be shared just by the nature of some of the work that they do, but they're on the line for any questions that the board has on their presentation or anything else as it relates to their work.
Appreciate that, but if we're supposed to vote on this next week, having the report mid-May doesn't really help make those decisions, but thank you.
So as you look at the two assistant director positions, they play defined roles that are clearly separate. The assistant director of employee evaluations supports the employee evaluation process for every employee in the district. And we did reduce the coordinator position there by one individual. That is a very small department that does a great job in handling every employee's evaluation process, which is a year-long process and not just a one-time process where you receive a final evaluation. So in terms of training our supervisors and providing training, you need clear leadership in ensuring we're implementing our evaluation process with fidelity and along with the collective bargaining agreements. The Assistant Director of Professional Practices is responsible for, we've had 1,384 cases that resulted in that department supporting supervisors with corrective action, not to mention the thousands of calls they get for support that don't lead to an official corrective action document or meeting summary. So that assistant director is very consumed in the work of professional practices as they work alongside our collective bargaining leadership groups and our meet and confer groups. So for the work that's in both of those lanes, the assistant director position is appropriate to lead that work.
So what does the director do?
So again, the director is meeting actually with the collective bargaining group leadership, putting together the resources, preparing language that may need to go in collective bargaining agreements. They are supporting the work, having 4 specialists for corrective actions. Is very small with the number of work, so they're also supporting the actual work and leading that work.
Okay. I still don't know that we need 2 assistant managers there, so we'll see what other people think, but that's my...
I'll make a note, Ms. Hickson, just to review as a group later on as a cabinet,
Thank
just
you.
to capture your feedback.
All right. Page 19. Again, assistant director. We have director before aftercare, family and community engagement. Then you have an assistant director, family and community engagement. Then a specialist family engagement, specialist community engagement. Again, gonna ask, why do we need an assistant director there? And I'm
Okay,
just...
I was typing. What page are you on?
Yeah, page 19. Assistant director, family and community engagement. It's pretty, I don't know why we need an assistant director there. So that's that. Then I have, so again, if you could do the follow-up about the regional hubs and give I know you gave us some information, but if we could have more what the positions are and what your vision is for moving forward, since they're supposed to absorb some of the issues that have been brought up today. There's a lot of places on here where it says NG, which means not general funds. So could we also, when you're giving us the financial impact, telling us if it says NG, what fund. I know it comes from grants or it could come from different places, but I think it's important that we have that information on there so that the public knows. On page 6, I got a question from somebody that asked me if let me go to page 6, sorry. Okay, so on page 6, we're getting rid of, or the boxes are being changed for professional development. So the question was, is there going to be money for professional development from Title II next year, as that money was not available this year?
As it stands today, and I repeat, as it stands today, there will be there will be money for Title II. We haven't gotten any word that there's going to be a decrease. Of course, some of this stuff fluctuates based on the number of students that we have in our district. But as far as the money, we've
Okay. I think the concern was if you're consolidating that program, that was there money for that. To go back to my colleagues, so Ms. Thompson suggested on page 9 about eliminating the suicide prevention and some student supports, and I would support her in whatever we can do to increase the number of social workers that we have, because we know that when we hear from our students, we've heard it every single time, for mental health, all they want is someone to talk to. They don't need the programs. They don't need all of that stuff. I had a town hall yesterday, and the students feel as if they're getting more of that they know where those, as we heard in our student our student data chats, that they feel like they know where people are now. So the idea of scaling that back doesn't also sit very
just a
well.
clarifying question for you, Ms. Hickson, and also Ms. Thompson. I have it recorded as utilize the funds to support school social workers and school counselors. Is there a priority for one over the other?
Not for, no.
Okay.
For me. Wherever the need is bigger. So listening to Mr. Severa, I had a couple of questions. So he mentioned about things have to start in this building. So Dr. Hepburn, can you tell us how many positions were cut that are in this building?
And when you say in this building, I'm just going to say admin buildings, because we have people spread out all over the place. So they're not particularly just housed in this building. The cuts, that's actually a difficult question to answer, because we have people spread out all over the place, including below chart, on chart, directors and above.
So maybe you could just get back to us on that. And I kind of wanted to point out, we keep talking about this building, but some of the mental health services are in this building. Some of the maintenance is in this building.
That's my point.
So I think we need to be really clear when we talk about KCW and I think to Dr. Hepburn's point earlier, I've said this to people also, percentages are confusing sometimes, and I say that when we talk about the referendum, because if you only have 100 people and you're taking 18%, that sounds like a big number, but it turns out to be 18 people. If you have 5,500 and you're taking 10% of that, it's less percentage, but you have 550 people. So it's important. The proportions are important. We could say lots of things up here, but we gave a directive to eliminate 1,000 positions. You're not going to find 1,000 positions in this building. You're just not. It's not. And then another 1,000 in the next 2 years. 3,000 people don't work in this building. So as much as it's difficult to do what we're doing, I think we also have to be realistic. And we can have theatrics all we want, but the facts are the facts. So it's not, I do think there's needs to be some more cuts at the higher levels, as I've mentioned, the ones that I just suggested to you. But the idea that most of the cuts are going to come from the top, they're just not, you could cut everybody to have 100 people. So I just want to be really clear on that. Also, we talked about a teacher hiring freeze. So my question there is, because actually this came up at the student town hall yesterday, if there's a school who needs to fill a teacher position right now, are they able to do that?
So right now we're leveraging a couple of strategies. We have filled teacher positions that we can't leverage our current strategy of placing a district person in there. So we have posted and hired teachers for those positions. And the hard hiring freeze that will continue, hiring teachers will be exempt from that because we have to start staffing up for the upcoming school year. So just for the public, I don't want them to worry about our, putting a barrier in the ability to hire teachers because the hard hiring freeze will be for other positions that we strategically look at and use our metric to figure out if it's a dire need and it's essential and going to prevent, district operations functioning properly. But for school-based positions, as we staff up for the next school year, because we're just ramping down right now, it's testing season. But as we start ramping up for the next school year, teacher positions will be allowed to be hired. We'll be placing the ones that, from the district and also have to go out and recruit and hire at recruitment fairs as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And another question I think that needs to be explained a little better. So we have teachers who have subjected teaching certificates, in other words, elementary learning, secondary learning, biology, chemistry, English language, all of those things. And then we have people who have Florida DOE certificates that say social worker or may say family counselor. So can you explain, I guess, to Dr. Lozano, explain those differences? And we mentioned that those people who had subjected certificates would probably find a landing spot because we have teacher positions open. But what about the people who have a certificate which is from DOE, but it doesn't have a teaching subject on it, has social workers? And at any part of this conversation, did we say we were going to replace them with AI? So I'd like you to address those things.
Before I turn it over to Ms. Rockelman, no, we're not replacing anybody with AI. We're actually trying to teach people how to utilize and leverage AI for better effectiveness and efficiencies. AI is not going to replace anybody, but the people who know how to utilize AI will replace people who don't know how to use it efficiently. So go ahead, Ms. Rockelman.
Good afternoon, board members. So yes, there are 15 social workers on the list. So when you are when you're hired to be eligible to become a social worker, you need to either have a Department of Health license issued by the Department of Health from the state of Florida, and or the state Department of Ed did issue social work certificates. So in either case, you would be eligible. That certificate or license does not qualify you to be a classroom teacher. However, if they are interested in being a classroom teacher, we would gladly be able to assist them in determining what subject area they may be interested in teaching and be able to maybe transition them into a classroom position and give them an opportunity. As you all are familiar with, you can be out of field for a year, and we could work with them in adding something to a Department of Ed certificate if that is so their desire. And so the 15 have been hired since 24. There's about 10 that were hired the 2024 school year, and 5 were recently hired. So those 15, we would definitely love to work with them if they're interested in going into classroom positions. Also, let me add that through attrition, through the remaining social work positions, I do expect some attrition. So as vacancies do occur due to attrition, we would certainly welcome them back into those positions.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. And I'll just say, we've said we're going to try to find a landing spot, but it's important for people to understand until the school year's over or people have given intentions, we honestly just don't know what spots are going to be open because people often don't retire or tell you they're leaving until they have secured something else. So I appreciate that. And the last thing I just want to ask, and I again appreciate Ms. Hollingsworth for sharing the information I asked, but the public hasn't seen my response. So to the superintendent, please explain to us how the changes that you've suggested in terms of the social workers and the family counselors and things of that nature, how is it not going to directly impact student services? Because that was our directive, was we did not want student services to be negatively impacted. And so how how do you see that? How do you reconcile what we've heard today and what your vision is?
Yep, absolutely. So I guess the family counselors, we've taken that off the table, so it's a moot point now for that group. But for school social workers, and then I'll, if I miss anything, Ms. Hollingsworth, just fill it in. The school social workers, we looked at, so you have right now 72 that are actually assigned to individual schools, more so for secondary. You have more of those type of issues at the secondary level. So they're actually assigned to a individual school. You have a remaining 68 that will be assigned to about 140 schools. That ratio before was about 1 to 3 schools. Now the ratio now would be 2 to 3 schools. So for some, they may get an additional school to support. But we'll be very strategic in placement for certain caseloads just to make sure we're not overwhelming a social worker with the support that they're providing, and being very strategic about a lower ratio for schools that are in need. And the actual multiple assignments is more so at our elementary schools. We usually put the assigned individual school social worker at a high school or a middle school, just because of the sheer numbers and needing to be on that campus every day.
Okay, thank you. And one last thing. So the public perception is that we have taken counselors out of schools, and that this is going to be detrimental to the students. So we just need to be clear again. The positions that are being reduced are not directly they're not positions that are assigned to a school. I'm not trying to diminish anything, and I want to say to everyone, none of this is about work performance, because we have the best people working for us for sure. I just want to be clear in what we're saying to the public. So if you could, again, just reiterate, this is not from school budgets.
Correct.
Where they're assigned to a particular school. These are district people who do go into schools. Correct. To support the schools. And, the concern is obviously about the caseload. So if you could just...
No, that is absolutely correct, Ms. Hickson. These are not positions that are on a school's budget. These are all district budgeted positions that actually provide a level of support and supplement support at schools. And being very strategic, because we're between this year and next year, we're going to be 20,000 total students down within 2 years. So we're being very strategic about how our services that we're going to provide to our kids, and also some faculty and staff members for building capacity purposes, is directly aligned to our realities when it comes to enrollment, and being very strategic about caseloads. If you're going to have a slightly higher caseload, we're going to try and make sure it's not a school that have a lot of risk issues. We're going to have a smaller caseload for the folks that are dealing with schools that have a lot of concerns that need to be addressed. So using some of that methodology just to make sure that we're not overwhelming folks as we make these revisions as far as support to our schools.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you. I want to start, we had a lot of great speakers today, and I appreciate them, and I appreciate so many things here in Broward County, but I also want to really thank the superintendent and staff. I've been through many, many, many budget drills in my life. That's one of the things I did in an earlier career, and they're difficult. They're really hard. You're compassionate and caring about the human beings, while at the same time recognizing that we've got to do the right thing. The school board asked you, Mr. Superintendent, to cut 1,000 jobs, and we did that after you volunteered to do that reduction as well. If my numbers are correct, and I checked this with the CFO yesterday, there are 25,000 students from last year, this year, or next year that we're losing. That's $225 million of lost revenue. It is a compelling argument that we must change, and this is a good first step. Unfortunately, 1,000 positions seems very difficult. It is going to be the first step of a series of steps, because this does not get us $225 million. This gets us 75 if we're lucky. Right now we're around 40, and some of that may not be reoccurring savings. It may be savings this year that we can't bank against next year. But the truth of the matter is that this organization here kicked the can for 25 years. This has been a long drip of lowered enrollment. And I'm going to create something new for one of my favorite colleagues. It's going to be called Hicksonomics. And Hicksonomics is if you're spending all your money on administrative positions, how much do you have left to pay the people who are working in schools? You got nothing. And every year, Ms. Hickson says, why can't we pay the people that are doing the hardest work, the ones that parents and students will vote with to come to our schools? And the answer, Ms. Hickson, is very evident today. We have been out of balance for a long time. And this is one way, but not the last way, that we're going to get back in balance. So thank you, Dr. Hepburn, for the hard work. It is bruising, difficult, ugly, late night, all weekend kind of work to do this. And I think that the proposal you put on the table is worth further consideration. So I appreciate your focus on efficiency. My concern is, and I have some recommendations that I'll ask the board for their either lack of objection or consensus on, is where do we land? Like, does this plan really get us to the point where we're achieving our two biggest goals? Our number one goal, and the chair says it every time, 100% proficiency, achieving 100% potential of everybody in Broward County schools. And that's a huge goal. I think an equal goal, though, is winning back students. How do we win students back from public charters, home schools, private schools, people who live in Miami-Dade, people who live in Palm Beach, people who live in Jupiter, and move down here if we really offer them something in schools that is absolutely remarkable? And I want to just share some information that you guys don't have because I just got it at a conference last week, but I sat down with 20 very large public charter school managers, and I asked them what their out-of-school numbers of positions was. And the consensus was 7%. Ours is 32%. Is it apples to apples? No. But it is a difference with a distinction. When MGT gets hired to come in and tell us something, and it comports with evidence like that, I think we have to take it to task, and we have to recognize, again, this is 1 year of several years of change. But Dr. Hepburn, what I'm curious about, with your proposal, are we landing in a place where we can win in the public square?
Yes, I think the plane is like the tires are that much off the runway, right? This is, as I said before, this is the org chart is a fluid document, and it's continuous review and just sitting down with the team and looking at how do we innovate and iterate. Did we knock it out of the park at one shot with this? I'm going to say no, because it's a continuous improvement process. We're a large organization. We're continuing to identify great people to do great things. We're continuing to realize areas that we can combine and consolidate. So it is a fluid document, right? As we move forward past the approval, as people leave, we may not fill those positions. Right, that's what I mean by fluid, and be able to say, hey, this is an opportunity to combine, to be more efficient, more effective, and see if we can win back parents, the hearts of parents and students, and all the efficiencies that we want to gather. So, the tires are right there off the runway. They're not touching the runway yet.
Terrific. Yeah. Let me try and ask it another way, because this is really important. In your best estimate, does this proposal, or something with some modest amendments that I've heard from my colleagues, does it get us to the best place we can after losing 1,000 positions and some sum of money, maybe $75 million, might be less? Does this get us to the best competitive place where we can win back public charter, private schools and homeschoolers?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
You have the right people in the right
seats. And that's important to me, because you're the systems guy. And so the board's supposed to help you, with policies and budget. I view this as probably one of the most strategic things that we're going to do as a board all year, which is to help do the one thing that is not fluid, which is the org chart. I mean, the org chart is a fixed number of positions. It elicits a budget that we'll see later from the CFO. And I appreciate that the people, the incumbents in those boxes, will change. But the boxes themselves are a big deal, and I think that's a strategic question. Is this going to get us to where we want to go? Efficiency, but also to some of the points that Mr. Severe brought up, are we going to win in the marketplace when we land at the end of this proposal? I have, unfortunately, Chair, 15 ideas, and I apologize for taking time. Some of them are very, very quick, though. Dr. Hepburn, I don't think I need consensus on this, but can you, by next week, add the 200-ish positions that you've referenced that get you over the 1,000, so that we can see the costing for that, which should be closer to $50 million instead of $40 million?
Yes, we can add the position group that we're currently reviewing, and we'll provide as much information because some of this is dependent on just the routine attrition that we experienced during a couple of months also. And so we'll look at that information to kind of project out what we expect for certain positions too.
I appreciate that. And I think the number that we'd like to see is equivalent to the charts that we have in the proposal of, you've talked about 200 positions. If you can just describe the jobs and average fully burdened cost for those, we can add those together. What I like about that is it gets us to 1,000, and that was the task that you offered, that you volunteered for, and we gave right back to you. I believe deeply we've got to make some cuts at the cabinet level. I'm very struck, by the way, by the Miami-Dade model. I don't know if you guys have ever gone to our neighbors to the south and watched what they do, but they have 4 committees. They have a people committee, they have an ops and facilities committee, they have an academics committee, and they have a finance committee. And those, to me, form 4 chiefs that you need to have in every school district. And if I had a chief of staff and a deputy sup and 4 chiefs for people, academics, finance, and ops, I would be done. That is a span of control that a superintendent can get to and hold on to. I don't want to see anything more about that particular idea, but I'm just telling you, my colleagues have brought up some ideas about collapsing from what I think of as senior executive positions, superintendent, deputy superintendent, chiefs, and regional superintendents. Those are 18 positions. I will vote next week for something that has less than 18 positions, and I look forward to your ideas. I prefer Dr. Holness's idea to Ms. Hickson's, but we'll go around and we'll talk about that. I think operations and facilities are very closely intertwined. And that certainly has worked well. And I also know that if we don't put some big dollars on the table, we're not going to get a great chief facilities officer. We don't get a great chief facilities officer, we're not going to win the bond. And I really, really want Broward to get a bond to do its next rounds of schools. Another idea that I'd like the board to weigh in on, Chair, is centralizing custodial support. That is something that's been around for a long time. The superintendent did not pull a trigger on that with this proposal, but it does save resources, and it's an area where we may get better service with less dollars. Second one that I'd like to hear the board's view on is centralizing budget support. I'm tired of this hybrid model where we let some schools do it with their own bookkeeper, and then we have Adam, a BSC. If we can save money and have a single way to run accounting in our schools, it makes auditing so much easier. It allows us to clear our books faster at the end of the year. And I think it's time to pull the trigger on that as well. Fifth idea, to my chief auditor, I would love to see, and again, this is going to require board consent, I'd like to see what it would look like to save 10% of costs through contracting less, through staff reductions. In my view, it's time for the Office of Chief Auditor to contribute to the funds that we need to save. Nobody likes taking risks anywhere, but I feel like that's also part of the managed risk that we're going through today. This
Dr.
is
Seaman, oh, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. You said that was your 5th, but I have only captured 4. So could you just briefly?
I didn't need the first one because the suit said yes. He was going to bring the 200 on the chart. Yeah, that was
so
just
I have consolidating. I have the consolidating the chiefs, centralizing custodial support, centralizing budget support, and then directing the chief auditor. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair. Sorry, my numbers are a little off. The first one wasn't a real ask of the board. This one is, though, and I'm like Dr. Holness. I have a business, and I can't do this. I have zero overhead, overtime in all of my companies. Not one person works overtime. You know why? If I need someone else, I go hire another person. And the way we do that is we pay market wages. And I'm frustrated that our solutions so far on overtime have not followed the model we had for SLPs. Y'all remember what we did for SLPs? We figured out how much we had to pay them to hire enough, and then we had a contract for anything that was left over. And that has worked very well. And I just feel like we've got to make radical cuts to our overtime. And the reason that's part of this proposal is that would add jobs. But if we have to add government jobs in order to reduce overtime, that's great. I will point out to this board, and I cannot justify this to anyone that I talk to, we had a bus driver that earned $107,000 last year. That is not right. It's not right for the safety of our kids that they were working that many hours. It's not right for our budget. And we need to fix it. Or someone explain to me why it's right to have a bus driver make $107,000 in 1 year. We were killing them. We were absolutely killing them, and that's not the right thing to do. I have another ad. I'm sorry, Dr. Hepburn, but we have 40,000 ESE students. And I believe we need an executive director for those students, because if you don't have a seat at the tables where decisions and policy and money are being made, if you're not at that table, you're on the menu. And I do not want those students to be on anybody's menu. And so in my view, I would like to see that added back. We had a very clear speaker for 60 seconds today that shared some information about before school and after school, so I looked up a little bit of information about that. That operation in Broward County is $55 million. It's applying every year for $2.75 million of grants. Ms. Hickson remembers this when we flipped over from CSE. When I was on CSE on board for a year, we worked to increase the management costs that CSE paid us for after school and before school. When Ms. Hickson was on the board, because she's a better board member than I am, they actually did it. I complained, she got it done. But that was done in conjunction with that staff. I'm very worried about a $55 million operation that actually pays for itself being on somebody's cut list. If that is really on the cut list, Dr. Hepburn, I'd love to see why. Biggest change, Zeman's old song, superintendent, deputy superintendent, cabinet, regional superintendents, directors, hold on, way down here, principals. We just can't keep doing it. We've got to this year make the courageous decision to eliminate at least one layer of management. And Dr. Hepburn, you can pick one. I've told you my favorite. But we cannot run an organization when the superintendent has 5 layers of management to the primary people that make us money, which are our school-based leaders. And I don't know where to cut it. I'll tell you, I'd be happy to be responsible for making that recommendation, but I'm not. But I just believe my recommendation, Chair, is that the SUP come back with eliminating one management layer and all of the staff associated with that layer. That's the kind of change that I think is going to allow us to be more competitive with the other choices that are have. Dr. Hepburn, 503 of the 862 positions on your list are vacant positions. Are they all funded?
So not all the vacant positions are funded. I don't know if the team has the exact number of positions that are not funded due to absorption of those cost savings early on in the year.
Okay. Note to self, next time we ask for positions, we're going to add the word funded in front of the positions, because cutting an unfunded position doesn't give us any savings, and that's why we're here. I believe that we have to be very careful with vacant positions. They're vacant largely because I think, Dr. Hepburn, resignations, retirements, people who moved on to other employers, right?
Some of that is true, but a lot of situations just have been unsuccessful in actually filling those vacancies for quite some time. And so the work, we can't fill them, and the work has already been distributed across the department. So hence the lack of need for the position anymore.
Terrific. Are you confident that these 503 positions, which is 60% of your reductions, are those kinds of positions where the vacancy is not doesn't represent a required amount of work to get done?
Correct, because we've already redistributed that work.
Then I have no number 10, Chair. All right, let me flip the script a little bit. Dr. Hepburn, did you think about enhancing revenue at the same time you thought about reducing positions?
Yes.
How's that going?
It's a work in progress. New programs, looking at different strategies of how we can address the needs of families that are doing different things other than taking advantage of our public schools, providing them different levels of service, being able to enroll in one course instead of just not getting any FTE at all. That mom and dad who's homeschooling may not be able to teach AP Psych. Yep. We're open for business for that specific course. So we're looking at all kind of opportunities to bring in revenue to the district.
Terrific. I'm going to ask you, when you bring job descriptions back, which senior member of your staff you're going to assign to increase revenue to Broward County Schools. I would love to have a member of your senior staff who raises their hand and says, I'm going to try and do what Dallas does. Dallas raised $300 million a year for public schools from the private sector. It took 20 years to get to that point. It was a long, long slog to get there, but they made that commitment. They did it. I will ask that. Obviously, not something we need to agree on today, but I just thought I'd give you a heads up. On AI, we got to be really careful about this because I think I might disagree with the superintendent. AI is a huge efficiency opportunity. It'll eliminate some tasks that are done within jobs. It'll eliminate the need for some jobs. For government organizations, it's a wonderful thing because if we can use AI to eliminate some clerical jobs, some other jobs that have high replacement value by AI, we can take that savings and we can invest it in jobs for which AI can never replace. Fabian, I would call those things teachers. I would call them plumbers. Like, you're not going to AI, the blue-collar guys that are out doing the PPO work. You're not going to AI teachers. Even though AI can make teachers better, you're not going to get rid of them. But if I can use AI and we don't need as many people and we don't have to print as much paper because of all these things, and we don't have to have as much offices to pay for that every year and computers and things like that and overhead costs, I can take those same resources and pay it out. In government, we always have fixed resources, and so whatever we can save, we are. I would like us, Dr. Hepburn, this is one of my ideas, Chair, to come back and give us a page or two about the AI positions within academics, because I think we really, really need to understand what we're talking about. Are we trying to prepare students to enter the AI economy, or are we trying to use AI to help teachers, or both? But to me, I think if we understood more about those positions, we may actually grow them and not shrink them. I talked about COO and CFO. Last point's about Mr. Severa. My ask, Dr. Hepburn, would be that you bring back 2 or 3 feasible options about how we can organize around academics. You are a national expert in academics. Your deputy superintendent, she might know more than you, by the way, Dr. Hepburn. She's amazing in academics. Our academic officer, top notch. We have, unfortunately, though, as Mr. Severa pointed out, we have 6 chiefs that can use the word academics in their job title. I just would like 2 or 3 feasible options for you about if we had to streamline academics, what are some feasible ways? That way, if we look at them and the costs, we might be able to decide whether our current structure that you proposed or one of these feasible ones. Dr. Hepburn, could you do that, or should I ask my colleagues to support me?
I'm making a note.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the time, Chair.
Thank you. And we'll probably have to come back and make sure I captured everything and at the end I'll come back. Because I think some of them are more like follow-up requests. Yeah. Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
So I'd like to first look at the MGT report on page 3. So
Beacon, if you don't mind, if you can put that page up.
reading this with the approach and process, it speaks to looking at other school districts, analyzing and reviewing data from HR and finance data, gathering information from division leaders, also talking to chiefs, and then it kind of stops there. So my first question is, how many schools did MGT go into? How many teachers did they speak to, and how many principals did they also speak to, and how many unions did they talk to?
As far as going into schools and talking to school-based personnel, they didn't do that. That's not particularly the ask from them. They could do that, but it's a whole lot more money than what we're paying them for the work that we've asked them to do to help us benchmark, really understand the since systems as large as ours or slightly smaller, and also the ratios between student and non-instructional personnel, and really understanding where we're light and understanding where we're actually heavy in certain areas, so we can decide on what areas to start tackling as far as reductions.
So that's what I have a problem with this process. I do see on page 11 they do make these suggestions while getting stakeholder engagement, and it looks like that they would go into schools and have conversations. I think it is low-hanging fruit that our strongest resource we don't connect with to help engage and make these decisions. which are our teachers, our students, our principals, and it doesn't cost anything. It's a conversation. And, I believe that we still need to do that. I think there's still time, whether it's our staff doing it or MGT doing it. It's a huge part of this process that I think is left out. And that's why we had hundreds of people here today upset. They weren't a part of the process. They were left out. And not to say that it's going to get their job back or their box back. I'm not saying that necessarily, but it's about us being more efficient as a school district and us all collaborating, weighing in, and helping you, Dr. Hepburn, to make this very difficult decision. My next point would be to my colleagues. At one of the last meetings, we made a decision to vote on cutting 3,000 positions over 3 years. I was not voting for that. I know that it was a 6-3 vote, but if somebody on the prevailing side, I would recommend that you bring that back. My point is this, as it was that day, is Dr. Hepburn is doing the work. He is looking for cuts. And so to force this number upon him over the next 3 years, I think it makes his job more difficult. It makes the people that are working for Broward County Public Schools feel on edge. And so I think that is a very important motion that I feel one of my colleagues should bring back to this board. And then in regards to one of the recommendations by my colleagues to eliminate the chief of facilities position, I'm strongly against that. The grand jury report that came out, the grand jury report recommended stronger leadership structure in facilities, clear accountability at the top, better qualified management overseeing capital projects, and improved coordination across departments. And so I do not think we should eliminate that box. I think that we need to have two distinct boxes with the COO, which will be focusing on the daily operations of the entire system, that it's running smoothly, and that the chief of facilities can focus on our facilities, which we've had so many issues with in the past. My next question is to General Counsel. I think you talked about this, but I didn't hear your answer in regards to veterans with Florida state law, and how does that work with veterans receiving priority consideration for their jobs?
Through the chair, that's something that my office is currently researching, so I don't have that answer right now, but we will make sure that you get an answer.
Okay, and more importantly, that Dr. Hepburn gets that answer.
Yes.
And the next thing is, I think it's really important that we bring back the social workers that we eliminated. The social workers play a very critical role in our students' mental health and their ability to succeed in school. One of the things that the students have on their computers is the Talk app. And so when they connect with the Talk app, they're able to connect with resources, with social worker, mental health counselor, to be able to get the help that they need. And so my next question is in regards to what is the current ratio of mental health counselor to students?
Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth, because I know
So we don't have mental health counselors. So for right now, for instance, social workers, we have about, right now the ratio is 1.7 or so to a school. When we look at the counseling that is provided for students that have that on their IEP, they have about 30 students for their caseload. So, and then family counselors, give me a second, I'll have to look, and those are through our program, the family counseling program that we have with the community.
Yeah, it's a multi-layered
It's a multi-layered,
approach.
it's not.
So you have your school counselor, whatever school-based positions that focus on academic counseling or mental health counseling. Your school counselors are doing a lot of that work. Then there's an additional layer of support that's Ms. Hollingsworth talking about from the district office that we fund. So there's no per se mental health position because it's a multi-layered approach from various jobs within the school and also within the district.
Okay, but we know that the ratio is extremely low of the amount of available people to help our students for the number of students that we have in our schools. And so I think this board should strongly consider keeping these school social worker positions, because to reduce that ratio, 1.7 to a school of how many students? 1,000? 3,000?
Right, it would be dependent on how large the school is, and then that would go up if they needed additional support.
Right, and we all know that is not an acceptable ratio. It needs to be a lot more social workers, mental health counselors, psychologists per students. For school safety reasons, we need to be able to read the root cause of the issues that our students are having, and these counselors are greatly supporting and helping them succeed in school and creating a safer environment. All right, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to try not to be redundant, and I have a lot of papers here. So I also would like to thank everyone for coming to speak today. I took a lot of notes, and I really appreciate the way that our community engages in the process. I think it's very important that we understand what's happening out in all the different places in Broward County, and your opinions have been heard and noted, so thank you very much for that. And today, as we've said before, but I think, the overarching task before us is that we have to protect this school system that serves so many of our students and is the largest employer in Broward County and really impacts everybody in the county. But we're at a crossroads right now where we have a lot of difficult decisions to make, and we're in a position that's unenviable. But I do like to thank the staff, because I think everyone has worked very hard to put this initial draft of the org chart together. And it's not clear if there was a perfect answer that we would come to it, but obviously that's not the case. So it's a good exercise that we're working on this right now. I just, in my approach when I'm looking at this, is that we have to, as has been noted by some of my colleagues, looking at it as a business, even though it's not a business, but we have a product, which is school. That's, I guess, a service. But our product is a high-quality education for all of our students, however that looks. And so that's like the focus. How do we continue to maintain that while we have to make these changes? And if we don't make the changes, we're not going to have a school district anyway. So that's, I think, kind of the driving factor. So that's how I'm looking at it. And, when we're going through all these different papers and reports and or pages of org charts, it's so difficult to fully understand the complexities of the system that we have here. It's difficult for me to understand. And so I think what we want to do here is the least amount of harm when we're making the changes that we need to get into a more stable financial state. So, and I think the staff has been faced with a nearly impossible task, honestly. I think this is it's not easy to make these decisions, and you're never going to make people happy having to do this. So I do thank you all for that. I guess my first question is to Dr. Hepburn. I think Dr. Zeman kind of hit on this, but do you feel like we've cut enough in this iteration of the org chart? Do you feel that we are going to be able to provide high quality services and programmings at the school level?
Yes.
Based on the way it looks right now.
Yes. At this point in time in this iteration, yes. As I said, it's fluid and there's more to come during the summer. The great thing about this exercise is that the team, especially leadership team, had an opportunity to really dive in deep into our system. I don't think that's been done for quite some time to really understand how we're providing services to students, staff, and departments to departments. Being able to look at how we're providing services. Let's reflect on some of the complaints we're getting from our own personnel at schools and other departments, and also external stakeholders, and really dive in and have a very objective look and a purposeful next step of enhancing those services and changing the service model. Because we're not just cutting, we also have to change the service model as well, because it's going to be different with less people and leveraging the technology that we have at our disposal right now.
Right,
So
realigning and
correct. It's been a great
making changes
exercise to really dive deep into how we do things.
Well, thank you for that. I wanted to go back. My colleagues have hit on this a little bit, and I have just a slightly different kind of question for page 7, again, for the Director of AI and Digital Services, or Digital Learning. So based on the way that it's titled, okay, so my understanding is that this is taking innovative learning and applied learning and putting it in here. And so I guess my concern, and it's been stated as you've answered multiple questions to Dr. Cohn, I personally have worked directly with applied learning quite a bit over the past years, and it's not digital. It has nothing to do with AI. You know, we're doing like food forests and recycling programs and speech and debate and mock trial and all those things. So where is that in the digital and AI digital? I can't really see it. I gotta get
Yeah. And before I toss it over to Dr. Cohn, one of the things that we were bantering back and forth as a team is the name. All right, so I think the name.
The name is too.
It was very long, and we wanted to shorten it because we were trying to capture everything that you just said, plus the AI, plus the digital learning, plus the applied learning opportunities with STEM and all of that and those components. So we can go back to the drawing board before we come back with the name to kind of be a catch-all for all those services. But I'll kick it to you, Dr. Cohn.
I think that's a good idea.
Ms. Bowman, great question. So if you actually take a look, so when we collapsed applied learning and innovative learning, not all of those functions or work actually landed in this one department. So if you go to page 6, you'll actually see the electives were moved to secondary learning and elementary learning. You see where civics were integrated into a repurposed supervisor position called writing, civics engagement, and interdisciplinary studies. You'll also see PE and educational programs under elementary learning, and then under secondary learning, you'll also see where we move music and performing arts and art under those two. The other department that stayed under innovative learning is the supervisor of STEM plus C, and we actually redefined that role to be STEM plus C plus AIXR to be all-encompassing. So that's how those departments kind of moved around based on that, because the electives are K-12 standards aligned, so we moved them up there.
Okay, because I don't want to see, I personally think this is some of the best things that we offer that make our programming distinguishable from other choices. And so that's something I don't want to see lost here. I know there's great people that work very hard and do a great job in those departments. And so I just would like your assurance that that's not going to go away. I mean, I think, in fact, I would like to see these things developed more strongly, because I think that is what distinguishes us. If we lose that, then we really, don't have, we're not offering as much as we could be. So have your assurance for that?
You do, and
Okay,
the whole idea was to ensure that it is part of the K-12 space and that you can integrate it into the classroom experience without it being seen as something separate.
Okay, thank you. So and I don't remember which page this is. Mr. Dorsett, where's the building department page? I should have written this.
That would be page 12, I think.
Yeah, 12. Okay. Actually,
11. It was moved to 13.
Well, actually, on 11, sorry about that.
Yeah,
Dr.
it's under on page 12.
Okay, so on page 11, Dr. Wanza, we spoke about this yesterday, so I've got a question on the boxes. When we were talking about growth management being removed, but I see 2 boxes that say something about growth management. Were those going to be renamed to asset management, or was that what we were talking about?
So the growth monitoring one is one that, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Wanza, feel free.
So, the growth monitoring one, as well as there's another one that is not here on the chart. It's below the chart. It's real estate analysts. Those were the 2 positions in that department. For now, as the superintendent said, this is a working document. And in my opening comments, I did advise that we are going to capitalize on whatever opportunities we can to partner potentially with Broward County government to see where there could be some collaboration of efforts and potentially opportunities in the staffing arena. But for now, we also know that each and every board meeting, we have reciprocal use agreements, we have the lease agreements, we have a lot of things that still have to go through policy type protocols. So all of that is handled through this office.
Okay, so perhaps we need just a different name.
Okay.
Oh, we'll get back with all these renamings of the boxes here, but okay. Just because it's a little misleading, I understand that we need to do the work, but since, as we had discussed, we're not really growing real estate-wise, though we're asset managing, I think. Okay, so Mr. Dorsett. So I wanted to follow up. Ms. Thompson touched on this with the maintenance workers, and we're eliminating 39, and so my first question is, what fund do the maintenance workers get paid from? For a PPO.
It's a combination. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Dorsett. It's both capital and some on general.
Yes, general fund and capital.
So, how about these that are losing their positions?
Okay, so, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Dorsett.
Okay, my apologies. So out of the 39 positions, 29 of them are funded capital and 10 of them are funded general fund.
So does it really help us to decrease maintenance that are funded out of capital if our real concern is maintaining our general fund?
No, it does. One thing for the board and public to know, many of our capital positions are actually funded out of general budget, and then a capital transfer happens to cover that cost. So when you do cut the positions in the future, you won't need to do that capital transfer. So in a sense, initially it's saving you money out of your general for the initial. You won't have to worry about capital transfer to kind of cover some of those expenses.
But right now it's coming out of essentially it's coming out of the capital fund.
Correct, for some of the positions.
And then I'm having a hard time kind of wrapping my head around the idea that we're going to cut maintenance people and somehow be proactive and be figuring out what needs to be maintained. I just don't see how that works. In fact, when we go around to the facilities, that's one of the main, concerns, I think, and probably one of our biggest challenges that we have as a school district. So to me, it just would make more sense that we would have more maintenance people than less.
So I know
to do the work when it breaks and to do the preventative maintenance.
And I'll have Mr. Dorsett kind of provide some details, but it's more about changing some of the structure, developing more nimble teams with specific roles within those teams. So when they're actually responding or being proactive, they have the team to do the work that's necessary to either prevent something from happening, from preventative maintenance, or actually responding to an emergency. And like I said, the exercise was good for us in really diving in and seeing how across the system in certain areas, how we're functioning, what are some of the gaps and some of the barriers based on the information we get all the time from constituents, internally and externally too. So it's helped us to revise some of the structures to make sure the right team members are within the different zone groups. And Mr. Dorsett, if you want to add any additional information.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So we did establish a Tiger Team crew, and basically that's definitely helping us with the routine maintenance. Now, by no means are these cuts are going to impact your safety and security work orders, because those are paramount. We make sure that we take care of those on a regular basis. So if there's anything that's going to impact the school functioning for the day, those things are responded to immediately, and that's going to continue. I think we're going to get better once we integrate Maximo fully with the mobile platform, which I think should be ready sometime in June. We've already started a pilot program with that. We're seeing results, positive results with return on response time and so forth. So I think that's definitely gonna be a positive move once we roll that out.
And I appreciate that. I think that's great. I wasn't suggesting that we were going to skimp on safety and security. I think two things can be true. Integrating Maximo can make us more nimble and more responsive, but also having enough people to do the work seems to be. I don't know. For me, this isn't a place where I would be looking to cut based on the demands that we have for facilities right now. And then one thing that's been brought up multiple times, and I just wondering if this was given consideration, is the retirement age of some of the people that have been notified that they're losing their position, particularly those that are so close to fully vesting and being in retirement. Was that something that we?
So I don't think we specifically targeted, people at the end of their career. I think the people that were here and spoke, right, are the ones who are at the end of their career. This is based on the amount of cuts. We have people along the spectrum of their career, some as hired as 6 months ago. And some that are, throughout that whole entire spectrum. And I know for some groups, there are some contractual things that we do have to follow as we notify, or people being able to have recall rights and bump other people and things like that. So we have all kind of complexities when it actually comes to collective bargaining agreements and what entitlements certain employee groups actually have. But I think most of the speakers that were here are those who are at the end of their career, but we have a lot of people who are along the spectrum.
And not that you were targeting
Yeah.
people that are of retirement age. I wasn't suggesting that. It's just that it seems a shame that someone that's given 28 and a half years to the system is now going to be discontinued with their work, just as an example.
Yeah. If it's and this is not probably true for all the employee groups, but if it's a group of only 4 people in that department and we cut 3, right, and it's a veteran staff, that's going to be an impact to a veteran staff, right, versus if you have a large group of people within a department, it's a little bit different. But if a employee group or a certain part of a department is small and we're reducing those services, it may have an impact like that. So it just depends on the department and what service category we're reducing, how many employees are in that service category. If it's a small group and they've been doing it for a long time, it's going to impact.
Yeah. I mean, I would, as we're going back, if there's positions that become available, I would like that to know that we're looking at those people that only have a little bit of time left to fully retire when we're looking at positions, because they've this isn't the private sector, and so there's
Yeah,
sacrifice
absolutely.
that's been made, getting paid less and different things, working with our children, working under difficult conditions for a lot of years, and so I think that needs
Yep.
to be respected and really like paid attention to.
It is, and completely understand, for sure.
Ms. Dupree-Bruno.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that we also understand that in addition to what Dr. Hepburn said regarding language in the collective bargaining agreements, there's also some statutes that guide us when we're looking at these types of decisions. So we want to make sure that we're completely legally compliant, and all of those factors have to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting we weren't legally compliant. I'm just talking about compassion towards people that are almost at the end of their career and just have a little bit more to go. I agree with Dr. Hepburn in terms of the before and after care. For the same, Dr. Zeman, I'm sorry, Dr. Hepburn, I do not agree with you for that. Dr. Zeman, sorry, so many doctors up here. Dr. Zeman, because of the revenue generating aspect of it, I mean, it's like when you're paying for yourself, then that's a position that should stay, in my opinion. And so I would support putting that back up there. And then I think that's the only thing, the only other ones I had. And you know, I kind of defer to Ms. Thompson. Her wheelhouse is the social workers, and I really appreciate the exercise that was done in terms of making the tough decisions to figure out how to cut. I think that it was done with a lot of thoughtfulness and a lot of analysis, and really, like, if you want someone to get in there and do it, I really appreciate it. I think they're excellent. But I am concerned, as others are, about, you know, what services are being provided at the school level. And so I would support Ms. Thompson's proposal that she made when she started about the social worker structure that she had supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Your chair.
You can hear me. I want to truly thank everybody that came out and took the time and the heart to really share their concerns and suggestions. It means a lot to us, and we were and are listening. A few of the ideas that I've jotted down, when people were speaking, and then in my prep before, coming here, is, sometimes you don't know what you don't know until it's brought forward. And I didn't know that there was a BCPS CARES data central to be able to get into. So I tried to, but I couldn't get into it on my work phone. And the reason I asked that is that the data in there would help us see a much bigger picture of how our employees and families feel, the level of customer service that's available to see if their performance is working, do we have the correct frameworks that may be warranted to ensure that our organization values and long-term objectives are actually what we want them to be. It also shares that the level of leadership and how their concerns are addressed. Hearing the superintendent give us those statistics about having, 3 years worth, how many students did you say? I would think it was 25 to 30, right? 25 to 30,000. So I think that would be an important aspect. And I did see with MGT, I think that's what it was, that they will be moving forward with the customer service, I guess kind of a thing. But I thought, you know what, goodness gracious, we have this here. This has been done forever. And obviously if we can use some of this to align it, because it just, the data is already in there. So I'd be curious to get that. And another part that I wanted to discuss is, to get answered, not today, you can get a follow-up from me. How much does the district currently spend on consultants? And I'd like the breakdown by department. So instead of hiring more consultants upon consultants, let's look to our own potential layoff people, our employees, the people who have their heart and soul here, to fill those needs. You know, we need to grow our own. We talk about it, but somehow it just doesn't get exactly done. So I would really highly recommend that, and especially that, and I believe he's gone, the nice young gentleman that was here that was a plumber. And it didn't go unnoticed that, you know, for 1 year, he's having to refix things that consultants came in to do. And that's, you know, we need to truly make sure that we're actually promoting our own. And additionally, that instead of laying off, I'll just say it, you know, if you look at the organizational charts from 2009, 10, 11, you can see where the deficits came in with our facilities. I mean, it was, I believe, but please correct me if I'm wrong, about 40% of that workforce that we had was decimated. And I'm not being theatrical about that. That's what happened. And of course, it was to help us be solvent, but also it really eroded what I think is a boon for government, and that's job security. You know, I would much rather we beef up our apprenticeships. I would love to spend more money doing that, because guess what? It's always a win in Tallahassee. They love workforce dollars. So just a thought for my colleagues to think about for later. The AI position. I think that it would be an important aspect to kind of wait on that, especially in the light that Sweden, who is very AI front-facing, is now pulling back on their digital platforms to help raise their students' reading scores and literacy. And that's a wake-up call. And I meant to print it out, but I forgot. Dr. Zeman, because I know that you'd be interested, and you probably already read it, because it was like from 3 days ago. But that was a tremendous wake-up call for me. And honestly, as somebody who accesses computers, goes through stuff, I still prefer to have my own notes, pen and paper, and be able to look at my documents, because I can comprehend better, because I'm a visual learner. As a mom, teacher, foster adopted mother, suicide prevention, mental health services, foster care, those are big. Those truly can make and break our students. And I'm curious about the coordinator's suicide prevention. I didn't know where we landed, because I had to run to the ladies' room, on that particular box, let's just call it. But my concern, and it is not just mine, but when I became a board member, I did not understand back then, because nobody told me, that there were various areas in Broward County that were higher risk for suicides than other areas. And that's just the gosh darn truth right there. And I do not want to see a pulling back of that. So the area of great increased risk, we know them now: Deerfield Beach, Pompano Beach, MSD. Can they still be given that extra support that they need? And I think it's important for the public, but also the board members, to understand, what does that look like that they're getting now? For me to be able to support anything like this, I need to know that. because you never want to go to another funeral, as many as I've done in District 7, for mental health issues. So I'm not a fan of reducing our mental health counselors, suicide prevention, our family counselors, our psychologists, our social workers, and it's increasingly important to be able to have those services because you cannot quantify a child's life. So the 3 coordinators, I really want to see much more backup with that. But like I said, it's an area of great concern for me. You know, as a mom who adopted a 10-year-old child from foster care, there are a lot of issues that those kids go through in school, out of school. My son was in 17 foster homes before we adopted him at 10. And those people that kept him going, Wilton Manors Elementary School, kudos to them. They had what they needed to serve those students, and I would not support anything that reduces any of that impact there. I talked already about the PPO department. We need to scale up our tradespeople, not downsize. I want to be very clear on this. Before I support an outside vendor for trade positions, I want our labor groups to be brought in to see how they can help us. It's a win-win for our students, our employees, and our community all together. And in the vein of being a community, all of us, I think we need to have some skin in the game. Everyone. And I'm going to start by saying, board members, 10% of your salary for the next year will go towards school services for our children, will go for teachers. We will not reduce them. I'm willing for that, and I would just go on and say anybody that's above the line, 10% has to go and fill this hole. We may not want it. I personally financially can't support it, but I emotionally can live without doing that because that's skin in the game. And that's putting it right where it is, because when we have employees coming in here, losing their jobs, not being able to to pay their mortgage, they feel that. We all feel that in this room because we hear them. So I propose to do that for school board members and anybody above the line. I don't know. I'm not sure that Madam Council will probably have something to do with that, but I think that should happen. I also propose to address MGT's findings that we're heavy middle managers and a nod to Ms. Thompson's gauntlet to trim chief positions as well, to impose a 10% salary cut for all those positions on the chart and above, and I said including all board members. I had a question about most of the unfilled positions were unfilled all last year, and this year they're not included in the current adopted budget, or were they?
Yes, they were included, but the cost savings were absorbed early on during the summer for those positions, and then we had vacancies throughout this year, and many vacancies happening through our hiring freeze, which resulted in attrition, but not hiring for that position. So you have a lot of those vacancies too. Okay,
so a little bit more information in writing about the finances of that. How does this translate into the savings? And I think now the rest of them were specific, and my colleagues have asked for those questions. They already did it. Decline enrollment of children with disabilities. I knew that was wrong. I was going to bring attention to it. So absolutely none of the above, and thank you to the superintendent and to the board for hopefully approving that. These will not the ESC positions that we discussed are off the list right now, and I truly, truly thank you for all that. I want to make sure that we're covering statutory requirements, and I'll end once again by saying not in favor of losing counselors, psychologists, social workers. I know what we have right now is not enough by statute, and caseload is crazy. We have to find another way, and I'd love to hear everybody's response to the 10% cut, and if that's possible, what kind of a difference would that make physically to the chart positions with people who were to be laid off? If that could save people's jobs, do it. That's all I've got for that, but I don't want to also see any educators leaving the field, any mental health people. We need to put our money where the mouth is. And also, how are we going to, which is one of the reasons why I brought up BCPS Cares, how are we going to address that tremendous amount of people that we need to get rid of moving forward? So that's an important aspect. So I think that was it. May have gotten another page or two in here, but I tried to coordinate as well as much as I could. And I know it's not easy. It's part of the job. But we have to have a plan to bring back those students that we're losing. And I don't see an actual plan to do that. So when we bring back the org chart, to make sure that specifically what are we doing to bring those students back? I don't think we're doing enough. I agree with Dr. Zima and the rest of my colleagues. And if we're talking about that, and we have the best thing in town, people need to come back and we need to show them that we care. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I just want to, if I may, so I want to prioritize follow-ups. This is next week, so we have a lot of other follow-ups from past board meetings that are coming due, and so I just want to let the board know I'm going to have staff put those on pause to prioritize this, so you guys get this information sooner. So just a FYI. Yep.
Thank you. Before we go to round two, I'd like the opportunity to speak. And to Ms. Rupert's point, Ms. Rupert, I believe you were at the FSBA conference in December where there was a pretty big presentation about the demographic changes happening throughout the country. And I mean, there are going to be fewer students coming back because there are fewer students in general. So I think we've talked a lot, at least in my 5 years on the board, about plans to recruiting and retaining students, but there's just fewer students in general. So I just wanted to clarify that. I want to thank everyone again who came out to speak and who took the time to write. I hope that, with the superintendent's recommendation to put back those ESE positions, some of our staff and some of our community advocates can feel heard. I know that not everyone is going to be pleased with the organizational chart moving forward, but I just want people to know that we are listening, we are taking these issues seriously, and it's really not easy to hear all of the heartache that's happening. But that's part of our job, and I really respect everyone who has used their voice to speak up. I want to again thank the superintendent for hearing that ESE voice and bringing back those positions. And I want to thank my colleagues who brought solutions to the table, Dr. Holness, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Hickson, Dr. Zeman, Mrs. Alhadeff, Ms. Rupert. I appreciate all of the suggestions that were brought forward. really looking at boxes and trying to, instead of just saying like, I don't like this, really saying like, here's a solution to what I don't like about this. So thank you to my colleagues on that. I'll just reiterate the concerns that I've heard, and I appreciated Mrs. Alhadeff's specific proposal to bring back the school social worker positions. That's something that I support. You know, I was not a social worker, but I was a teacher who would often have to write referrals to the social worker. I understood how loaded their caseload was, and I just can't support any cuts to counselors, social workers, DHH positions. We are in a mental health crisis. Not that DHH is a mental health piece, but I just had to add that in there because it's a school-based position. So I would ask that those positions be brought back, all of the mental health pieces. I support Ms. Thompson's recommendations around that, those specific positions that will reiterate at the end of this. I do have some questions about how logistically some of this plays out, specifically our hiring freeze, because I feel like as I go to schools, there is maybe a misunderstanding or a miscommunication. So if I am a principal at ABC Elementary and one of my first grade teachers retires or resigns, what are my next steps?
So their next step is to look internally first. They may have an instructional coach on campus that can assume those duties. They may have a very small class size across the board due to attrition of students throughout the year, and they can make some of those shifts. The next, if there is no opportunity internally, then the next step is to talk to their regional soup and director, and then that is brought to a committee that reviews the need, reviews the budget and all of that, and then it's either, depending on the position, if a permanent sub, right, that's have the credentials or whatnot and the skill set to support that class can be used, they'll use a permanent sub. If not, we will advertise the position. The angle of going with the permanent sub is that if it may be projected to decline next year, and if you hire this person, now you got to let them go. And then one other thought I had about that I just, bless you, that I just completely lost. Yeah, let's leave it at that. I think your question may spark what I was going to say.
Is there a scenario in which, well, I'll just get, you remember?
Yes.
Okay.
The thing about posting and hiring, especially this time of the year, you may not have that person on board until after the school year. So we try to look at other areas of how we can address that need right now today.
Right. I guess the concern that I have, and it's like anecdotal things I hear out in the community, and this is coming from like teachers who do not come to school board meetings, parents who are not emailing us. They feel almost uncomfortable saying anything to me because they don't want to, like cause trouble, which it's not trouble. This is part of our job, right? But these are just like regular people who are living the Broward Schools life every day. I know of a fifth grade class of one of my constituents that is at about 28 students, an AP language teacher in my district that has 38 students, a first grade class with 24 students, a second grade class that started off with 20 students and now is up to 28 because one of the teachers left and they merged that they split the class. And these are, having been a first grade teacher, that's a pretty large class size. And I think this is something that we hear a lot every year is about class size. And it feels kind of counterintuitive that we have enrollment declines, but class size continues to be an issue. So help me understand like why that's an issue, why that continues to be a challenge that we have, but also like how we are going to address that, how that the org chart, the changes that you're proposing, how that impacts the class size issue.
Yeah, so inherently the strategy that has been implemented probably about 10 plus years with the high school block scheduling cost a lot of money. That money, right, it's one pot of money. So if we're putting a lot of money on extra periods and to afford a block schedule, that money traditionally over the past 10 years, elementary schools have succumbed to that. And as a result, they have higher class sizes than our neighbors to the north and to the south and across the district. And so with the proposed allocation of how to, of doing what we call a +1, add an additional kid to a class at high school or secondary schools, add two additional, and you add here, you take away students here to decrease class sizes. So that's what the team has looked at. They've gone the most conservative route possible to not have such a shock impact on the system, but in the same vein, trying to reduce class sizes at the elementary level. As I stated before, it's something that we're going to have to tackle with the high school scheduling to really tackle that work. Since I've been here, since deputy superintendent, that's one of the things I've asked the question, like, why is our class size this size in Broward County? When I started diving deep, it's because we're a block schedule and all the extra period supplements at the high school level cost a lot of money. And that's one of the main reasons why. And so we've been trying to tackle that by massaging the allocation model just slightly to reduce, but we've got a lot of work to do ahead. And like I say, doing it more in a more intimate way, communicating with external and internal stakeholders about the block schedule and see what we can do to tackle that.
Okay, and what about like the AP language teacher who has 38 students in her class?
So if that school, right, you go back to course scheduling, let's say you have one or two teachers that have the ability and the credentials to teach that course, and you have more students that need that course than teachers, but and this is a school-based issue, you may not have confidence that the honors English teacher or the regular English teacher can teach that curriculum. So for most principals, you can be like, hey, Miss Leonardi, you're doing an awesome job, but I got some kids that I need in this class. They're demonstrating that level of success and potential. Are you willing to take that on? Because as a principal, I may have understanding that this teacher right now doesn't have that skill set and capability to do that. Or in addition, what principals do too for that same teacher is give them extra period supplements so they can spread it out in more than just 5 classes, in 6 to 8 classes if possible, to make sure the class sizes are comparable. But it all depends on the credentials and skill set of that teacher for a course like that, AP Lang, AP Psych, AP Chemistry, all your high-level accelerated courses. And then those are difficult positions for us to hire also.
Okay. I'll just briefly reiterate, I think, Ms. Bowman's concern about, laying people off who are, months away from retirement. If we can take a look at that and, try to not impact someone's retirement that way. And I guess I'm wondering, too, if, I know, they do this in the private sector, if there's any way to, encourage, an early retirement and things like that. Have we looked at?
We have. For us, we can't afford it. We did. Those are all the strategies many of you talked about, especially that one, because teachers actually emailed us and asked us, hey, I'm ready to retire if you guys are able to do this. And CFO and her team looked at it, and we, in the financial situation we're in, we can't afford it.
Okay.
Yep.
I also just want to uplift the comments of our FOPI representative. I cannot support the privatization of, the people who are working in our schools. It's hard hearing from one of our plumbers, I think his name was Cisco, who made a demonstrable difference in his school and the facilities in his school. And so if we have to make the tough decision to eliminate that position, I cannot support replacing it with a private contractor.
I agree with you too. We're going to look very closely to make sure we're not in that predicament where we have to outsource, because this plan is not about outsourcing those type of positions. We're trying to downsize appropriately, and I agree with you and the sentiment on the board on that.
Thank you. I feel very uncomfortable with the AI and digital learning positions on page 7, at least at the moment. I think it may or may not shock some people to hear that I think like a focus on classical curriculum is important. But I would, I understand that AI does play a role and digital learning does play a role in our education, and we have to make sure that our students are prepared for with the appropriate digital skills. But I would feel much more comfortable talking about and revisiting those positions after our workshop in June. That I think is really going to provide us a framework for digital learning and AI. So I would, that's my proposal, is that we wait on those positions until after the workshop in June. I know you've said that this is a fluid working document. Help me understand to the MGT piece. I believe we were told that we were going to get a report early May, but then we're voting on this next week. So help me understand.
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, so MGT's work was really to guide Cabinet, ensuring that we were benchmarking and validating the cuts that we were making. So that was really the focus. So for them to generate the report, it would have taken away from that work and given the timeline, aggressive timeline that we had at the point that we did bring them on. But they will be, again, providing the board with their findings, which will include some of the work they did for this, but also some work on how we can continue to right size going forward.
So will the report be, is it more of a forward-thinking document, like what we're gonna, like the roadmap for the next, I believe it was 2 or 3 years, or is it kind of a reflection on this?
It's going to be some of both. So a reflection on the work they did do and a more contained within that report of what they've done up to this point, and then a little bit of a look forward as well, what they recommend our next course of action as it relates to the continuation of the need to right size. Okay.
I don't know if there's any way to get that sooner. I mean, next week is end of April.
They are going to be able to provide some materials before that vote next week, but it won't be the entirety of the report. But they will be able to provide some of the information they relied on to benchmark.
Okay. What would be, I don't know if you have this information now, but if we eliminated cabinet, all of cabinet, what would be the cost savings associated with that?
Yep, I actually have that. So just a reminder, we spent about $1.9 billion of our general fund on personnel. If we eliminated all of cabinet, that would be about $3.8 million, which is salary and fringe, which is less than 1%. I think it was like 0.1% that we spend on personnel.
I would just ask the audience if they need to have a private conversation, they can enter the pre-function room. We all sat here and listened to all of the public comment, and I would ask that any side conversations happen outside so that we can focus on the conversation at hand and we can all be respectful. Dr. Hepburn, what would be the cost savings if we eliminated all positions above the line?
All positions on the chart, which includes band B through E and pay grades 2537. Total salary and fringe is about $74 million. That's about 4% of our $1.9 billion general fund for all employees.
Do we know how many, so for each, for cabinet and for all positions above the line, so, and I didn't, you might have to give me a follow-up, but how many positions would we be eliminating if we eliminated cabinet?
Actually, I have that just a sec. If we eliminated all positions on the chart, you said?
On the chart, and then just cabinet.
Okay, on the chart, that would be all positions on the chart. Before cuts, 581. After cuts, minus 91. A little bit about, call it 490. Directors and above, that I don't have just cabinet, but directors and above, that would be 110 positions. Take out 18, about 90 something. 92.
Okay. If we eliminated all of cabinet.
Cabinet, I have 9 direct reports if you include the chief financial, not chief financial, but chief facilities officer, as it is on the proposed org chart. So you'd be getting rid of 9 positions.
How many?
Including myself, 10.
Okay. Do we know how many of the positions above the line we were expecting to retire or become vacant by June 30th this year?
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
Historically, that would be about 25. Not on the chart.
Got it.
On the chart or above.
Were there different scenarios you looked at that cut certain positions and not others?
Yes, we did a deep dive since December, collaboratively as a group, going through each division, going through each department, setting some goals, looking at different scenarios. As I said, it was a great exercise in really reviewing the service models for departments, for different functions within departments. And so we looked at all type of scenarios and settled on the ones that we thought was going to give the greatest value to the district and to the students that we're serving in our schools and everybody in between.
And I believe Dr. Aziman asked for you to bring one of those scenarios back to us that cut an additional 200-ish positions.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So we can expect that?
Yes.
Okay. What process can we put in place, or are you planning on putting in place, to analyze the impact of the org chart changes to measure whether or not they're effective?
Yeah, great question. So there's various KPIs or key performance indicators within each division. Most of those are often tied to the evaluations of senior staff. So we review those. We have specific dashboards associated with those and the priorities that match those, so we can see how the work flows, making sure we're meeting our outcomes over time, and then specific goals within department. So it kind of cascades down, and also your strat plan too. So our strat plan kind of guides the work as well. That's ultimately based on student performance. But the key performance indicators that are associated with divisions and priorities within that division cascade down into the organization. And as you get to different layers, they're building their goals based on that, and also the strategic plan. So quickly, because we monitor this almost on a biweekly basis, we will be able to see if we're having an impact with the change or if our impact has waned because of the change, and we can pivot as a result because of the frequency that we review, and leveraging insight with Copilot and instruments like that to give us the quickest amount of insight in the quickest amount of time so we can be more proactive than reactive.
Okay. I think maybe next year, moving forward with every time we do the org chart, having that, just a review of the changes that were made in the previous year and, the impact and all of that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
I wanted to ask our general counsel a few questions. I know Mrs. Al-Hadaf had mentioned someone being on the prevailing side of a vote. Bringing back the directive to Dr. Hepburn, but if I'm remembering correctly, in previous years, a board member doesn't have to be on the prevailing side of a vote to bring an item back if it's in a separate meeting. Am I correct?
So because it's not in the same meeting, we'll be looking at a different type of motion. We're looking at the motion to rescind or to amend something previously adopted, and we'll go through that process.
Okay, so
and I'll send the board an email that explains that process.
Okay, so if I was on the losing side of that vote, could I bring that item back?
Yes, because this is not a motion to reconsider.
Got it. Okay. And then to Ms. Rupert's question, are board member salaries governed by the board or by state statute?
The salaries are governed by state statute.
Okay.
And I shouldn't say state statute. It's by the legislature. They come up with a book that give all of the public officials their salary.
Okay. And can't we already voluntarily reduce or forego our salaries?
Yes.
Okay.
If you want to.
Thank you.
Can I just add one more thing through the chair? And just to make sure, having a 10% across the board is something that we'd have to really dive into because there will be some legal consequences. So we really have to look at that very carefully.
Okay. Before we go to round two, I know there is a member of the audience who is here for an item in our special meeting, our special school board meeting. So I don't know if we want to go to that special school board meeting or if we want to go to round two and go through all the board member suggestions and gather consensus. Ms. Rupert?
If we have somebody waiting for the special school board meeting, then I would say take that.
Ms. Thompson?
I guess I would like to see how many people have comments for round two, because I just have a question on what are we doing next.
Ms. Hickson wanted to be added to round two. I don't know if anyone else. And then I have to go through each of the proposals that were given. So and we have.
I agree with my colleagues, whatever they decide.
Ms. Bowman?
Yes, please.
I'd rather finish this. We've had people here all day for this that are still here. So,
Dr. Holness?
Oh, Madam Chair, do we have an idea how many people are waiting to speak in the special school board meeting and on how many items?
Ms. Bowman?
It's one person, one item.
One person, one item. So I would, and Ms. Board Member Bullman, do you know they've been waiting all day for?
A few hours, I believe.
A couple hours.
Okay, so I don't mind temporarily going to the special school board meeting to discuss that particular item for that person, and then resume the workshop for.
Dr. Zeman? Yep. Mr. Cervera?
I'd like to see the individual who's been waiting for the special school board meeting be given the opportunity to speak, and hopefully they'll be allotted their full 3 minutes on that agenda item. Thank you.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
I'd rather us put 15 minutes on the clock and finish this item and then go to the school board meeting.
Does anyone object to Mrs. Al-Hadaf's suggestion?
No, that's fine.
Okay, 15 minutes on the clock for this, so 3:45. We should be done with this conversation, and we will go to the special school board meeting. Thank you for that solution, Mrs. Al-Hadaf. Ms. Hickson?
thank you. Quick couple of questions. Dr. Hepburn, are there any classroom teachers that are released from the proposal you gave to us that we discussed today?
Classroom teachers?
Yes.
That are in our schools?
Correct.
No.
Thank you. I agree with the before and after care being added back in with some of my colleagues. Just wanted to also point out to everyone that the superintendent from the beginning has said that this plan would include those vacant positions. So I think, fussing about the fact that this includes vacant positions is moot point, because he always has said it would be part of that. Dr. Hepburn, can you explain to us, based on what you've heard from many different board members here today, what is the direction about social workers?
From what I've heard, the consensus is to bring them back.
Thank you so much. Why are we eliminating the DHH position?
I heard go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth.
So thank you. The one DHH position that we are eliminating, it's really not being eliminated. We're moving it into a DHH monitor so they can do evaluations, because it is a critical shortage area. And we have a very hard time trying to find people that are certified, so they'll kind of be able to do a multifaceted approach. All the DHH interpreters that are at schools, no school services have been impacted, and their ratios, if you give me 2 seconds, are, give me 1 second. We have that. Sorry. They have about, there's 11 staff that are itinerant teachers with 30 to 40 students, and that's been the case the last several years. So we've been able to continue to maintain the services and supports.
Okay, so we're not losing a DHH
No, we're changing it into a monitor position.
Okay, thank you. I would like to suggest that we have another workshop. I do not think we will be ready to vote on this next week. There's been lots of suggestions given to the superintendent, and I think it'll be another 5-hour school board meeting if we try to squeeze it in next week. I don't think we're ready for that, so I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that. And then just finally, I'd like to say, when I was explaining the percentage issue, I wasn't saying that I agreed with the reductions that were given here. I was just simply trying, as Mrs. Leonardi was just trying to do to say that there are not 1,000 upper level positions to be reduced. So to be transparent to the public, I think we all gave some ideas on how we could still reduce upper level management, but you have to be realistic. There are going to be positions below the line because there are more of them. Dr. Hepburn, did the 5,500 that you mentioned include any classroom teachers, or was that beyond classroom teachers?
That is all district positions, no classroom teachers. No school-based positions on school budgets.
Okay, thank you. And to Mrs. Rupert's suggestion about school board pay, I don't mind, but I just want people to understand our pay is not that much. It would be like $5,000 a person. That would be $45,000. That would be maybe one position. And if that's something we want to do, I'm perfectly fine with that. But I just want people, because we keep getting emails that we make a lot of money, and I just want them to know that reducing our pay would not really do a lot for the district. But I'm happy to join in if that's the will of the board.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
First, we make about $50,000, and for some people that have 3 kids at home, that's actually a lot of money, and we work just as much as our teachers, not just as much, but in a different capacity. So I think that is a little alarming for one board member that makes the least amount of the entire board. But my question was really about the setup for what we're doing next, so Hickson covered it.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I just have to make a comment about this MGT contract. We were approached last week to add a significant amount of money to this contract. If I had been told that this contract was going to be restricted to supporting the staff, I would have vehemently opposed it. We are part of Broward County Schools as well. And if a contractor comes in and does an analysis of something we have to make the decision about, which is an organization chart, I find it offensive that the report goes to the staff and not to us with great speed. So that was not made clear to us last week, that we were approving a contract that would be written to serve the staff and the superintendent and not serve us. But we actually have statutory authority over org charts and budgets. And that whole report was about org charts and budget. So I don't understand why we were not a primary customer of that contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for round 2 before I start? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, a suggestion was made regarding not only a 10% reduction in board members' compensation, but also in specific staff. Can you, for the sake of the public, in terms of reducing existing staff by 10%, how this impact in terms of bargaining units and so on and so forth, what the process would involve, and what the potential sort of pushbacks would be if we start to reduce existing staff pay by 10%.
Yes, absolutely. I know there's some bargaining that has to take place for some of those staff. And as well as the General Counsel mentioned, some legal ramifications for just blatantly doing so.
Okay, so there would be a process involved, right? And in terms of taking these specific staff and start to look at reducing their pay, what anticipated pushbacks would you expect to receive from staff, and which staff would this impact?
I think you'll get another line in another board meeting for another topic, to be honest. And from what Ms. Rupert said, it would be about the 500 plus employees that are actually on the chart.
Okay, and would that potentially bring those staff members below what would be considered market rate pay for those particular positions?
Yes, our market analysis for many of these jobs, the market pay is significantly higher for many of the positions that we have right now.
Okay,
on
so
the chart.
do you believe this would impact our ability to attract the best qualified individuals, considering that we are already seemingly below market rate and possibly reducing staff pay again by an additional 10%?
Yes, I do think we will have a hard time recruiting to fill certain positions. We just talked about, raising the COO or whatever combination to a different pay band just to make sure we can recruit high quality personnel.
And how would this impact, in your opinion, student achievement?
We already have an impact on morale with what we're doing, morale of what we're doing right now. I think, it'll just compound that impact.
Okay, so I guess my concern is I don't want to, and I understand Board Member Rupert's suggestion, and I know it's coming from a great place, and I appreciate it. But at the same time, I'm looking at the bigger picture to see the greater impact that it would have, district-wide on morale, on student achievement, and so on and so forth. And so while it may seem like a good gesture, the consequences have not been evaluated to determine how grave they will be should we try to reduce staff pay by an additional 10% that is already below market rate. So I am concerned about that aspect of it and the long-term effect, even though it looks good in the present. I did also hear Board Member Thompson's concern regarding, I run a business, but there are some board members who are here and they're doing a phenomenal job. They're working very hard. It's a lot of work, a lot of responsibility. And the pay for a school board member is a beginning teacher's salary. And there are some board members that we have here that this is their only income. They have children and so on and so forth. So listening to Board Member Thompson's concern, and I'm sure she's not the only one, it would be concerning for me I would have to think seriously about that. It may not impact me, but $5,000 to another board member may be significant because this is their only source of income. And a board member, and I've seen it, and I heard Board Member Hickson mention that she's seen comments regarding school board members in terms of compensation. A school board member is paid a beginning teacher's salary. A school board member does not get an executive director pay or a director pay. It's a beginning teacher's salary. And for the magnitude of and the responsibility that's given to board members, I just don't want the wrong information to be out there. And so I'm concerned about that aspect as well, Board Member Rupert, because even though some of us could afford the 5%, we have others with children and this is their only income. And I'm also concerned about the bigger picture. If we reduce staff in pay, which is about 500 staff, by 10%, how would that impact their morale, and how would that impact our ability to attract great staff, and how would that impact student achievement? So on a bigger picture, I'm concerned about that suggestion, and I would have to think a lot more deeply about it. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, anyone else for round 2 with 5 minutes left? Okay, so I will try to get through this as quick as possible. If we could eliminate the commentary. I will. I don't feel comfortable with a thumbs up, thumbs down. Ms. Dupree-Bruno, is there an issue? Because we don't vote in school board meetings. So what I was going to do is ask for if anyone objected to something. But if Ms. Dupree-Bruno, if you're okay with doing the thumbs up, thumbs down, I will do that. I don't want to run afoul of sunshine.
Yeah, well, the thumbs up, thumbs down is okay with regards to consensus, but with that said, I am not a fan of thumbs up, thumbs down. I prefer whether or not there's any objection.
Okay. All right. So I will go through all of the board member suggestions that I've captured, and then if I missed anything, you can flag me down. But I'll just ask for any objections, and if you could just say that into the record. So I have Dr. Holness is merging the Chief Facilities Officer into the COO position. Are there any objections?
Aldeff, objection.
Hickson, objection.
So, Madam Chair, just for my clarification, because I'm recording our next steps that we need to talk about and review, what does that mean? Is it
So if
Would a majority, or is there an objection means that it doesn't?
If the majority objects, then you would not move
All right, I
forward
just
with
wanna make
that.
sure. Cool.
Chair, just for a point of clarification, though, it is entirely within the authority of any school board member when this comes back to a school board meeting to make that same motion.
Correct.
And so I'm understanding that formally presenting it would not make sense if there's any objection. I'd ask my colleagues to be careful with their objections because we may want to hear the staffing of some of these ideas because it could come back in a motion. So I'm not exactly sure if that's clear as mud or not, but any of these things that, in this particular case, anybody could bring that idea back as a motion once the item is brought back to a school board meeting.
Yeah, that was clear to me. We have 3 minutes left. So I have 4 people objecting to that, but 3 people having made in their comments affirming merging the chief facilities officer into the COO. Ms. Thompson? Well, oh, sorry, I meant to say out loud, I object. So Mrs. Alhadeff, Ms. Leonardi, Ms. Rupert, Ms. Hickson. Anyone else object to that? So that is something that you want to go ahead and present, Dr. Hepburn. Do I need to go through Ms. Thompson's consolidation of positions in favor of hiring more social workers? Or I think we heard everyone's voice. Yes,
Well,
Ms. Hickson?
I'm just going to say Mrs. Rupert had an objection to some of the changes of the suicide prevention, so I...
Did anyone else have any objections to Ms. Thompson's recommendations around those positions? Nope. Okay, so you were going to move forward. You have your direction on that. Ms. Hickson's suggestion to go to another workshop. I know, Dr. Hepburn, you wanted to speak to that.
Yes, I don't suggest going to another workshop. If we need additional time today, I just want to remind the board that these are people also that are in these positions, and we want to give them the most amount of time to help them transition if they're going to be impacted. I think adding additional workshop adds actually 2 weeks to almost 3 weeks to this process, and we back this up to this point just to make sure that people have the time to get the support they need to transition into something else, help our staff identifying vacant roles that are still in the books that we can help people understand that they can transition into those. So I think that is important. We need the time today to, go through additional things. We have all the follow-ups that the board asked for. We're going to prioritize that information, like I said before, to get it to you. You can add 3 more minutes because I'm talking. I'm sorry, I'm taking up some of their time. We have all the follow-ups. We'll prioritize all that information and put a pause on the follow-ups that were coming so we can get this information to the board, and the chair is going through all the consensus items.
Chair, sorry, just to clarify, so the 2 mental health coordinators that oversee SSIS and the SSIS positions are going to be cut. Everyone?
There was no objection to
just clarifying.
But I do need to come back to one of your recommendations, so I haven't forgotten about that. I skipped one by accident. So can we finish on Ms. Hickson's? Who else would like to go to another workshop? Or is there any objection going to another workshop?
Object, Alhadeff.
Dr. Zeman, Mrs. Alhadeff, I object to going to another workshop. Anyone else? Ms. Thompson?
What does Dr. Hepburn recommend?
I do not recommend. I want to give for the purpose of doing this meeting earlier than normal, to give our employees the opportunity to get the resources and support they need to transition.
So just vote.
Vote next week. We have the follow-ups for the information ask, and the chair is going through consensus items, and so we'll be ready because we're going to prioritize this and put a pause on some of the other things that are in the queue for follow-ups.
Then I would like to go just to vote.
Ms. Pullman?
Will we have time to talk about it next week again? And then can we have assurance that we will be talked to before so that we see it in a timely manner so we're
yes,
and
Mr. Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, Ms. Bowman. You can finish. I apologize. And Mr. Sullivan is going to go over, run a show, the timeline when we're done.
And if I can add something real quick, sir. And I think to make the board more comfortable, what you're voting for next week, if we have that vote, is org chart and the boxes. So it doesn't have to do with reappointment of people in those boxes, and it has nothing to do with the people below below the chart. Those reappointments would happen in June when the superintendent presents his reappointment letters or list to the board.
Yeah, I just think if we have enough time to talk with the people that are making the proposals, then we'll be prepared for the meeting, so then I don't object.
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, I'll go with the superintendent's recommendation.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just want to point out something, though. We wouldn't have known about what was under the line unless people reached out to us, because the org chart itself doesn't have those under the line. So the discussions we all had with the superintendent and staff didn't include any of those positions. I mean, that's why I asked, for us to have all of them given to us in the document. So I appreciate that you heard when I asked for that. But that's my concern, is we're going to rush to a vote next week when we've asked for all kinds of different changes here, and you have a week to talk to all of us, get it situated, and let the public have a chance to look at it. I have huge concerns with that, but I just want to point out, if you're talking to us, I'd like to also know what's all included under the line. Thank you.
All right.
Just real quick.
Yeah, go
and,
ahead.
and I'm sorry to disagree with you, Chief Staff, but we have every authority in the world to go below the line when this comes back up next to us. So I was heard very clearly from the General Counsel that that's within our authorities, and if we bring it up next week, we can act.
All right. I have the majority of the board not wanting to go to another workshop, so you have your direction on that. I do want to go back to one of Ms. Thompson's recommendations. On page 7, the consolidation of the director and assistant director of the digital learning and AI. Does anyone object to that? Dr. Zeman? Anyone else objecting? I have Ms. Thompson, Ms. Bowman, and myself in support of that. And you said that as well, Ms. Hickson.
Support.
Okay, so the majority of the board supports consolidating those two positions. Okay. Combining so Ms. Hickson's recommendation to combine the COO and CFO, I guess that would be moot because the majority of the board supported Dr. Holness. Well, we didn't gather consensus on that, did we?
We did.
No.
We did.
We did. So the majority of the board supported merging the COO and Chief Facilities Officer. Okay, sorry about that. All right. So
Madam Chair?
Yep, Ms.
Can Dr. Hepburn speak to that?
Speak to the advantage of combining?
Or the disadvantage of combining?
The disadvantage? Well, just for the board's history lesson, we had it combined before with our previous COO. She had the duties of COO and Chief Facilities Officers due to her expertise in both areas. And then there was the board wanted us to have a Chief Facilities Officer separately, so we broke it out, and that Chief Facilities Officer was to report directly to the COO. And then the board told us that they want the Chief Facilities Officer to report directly to the superintendent. So yes, with an increase in pay, you'll be able to find and recruit somebody who has a skill set to do both. Yes, it's the market analysis for that position, the pay grade is definitely super high.
Okay, I just need some clarity on that. And I think I misread Ms. Hickson's suggestion. So Ms. Hickson's suggestion was to move the Chief Facilities Officer to report under the COO. No.
Was to combine the COO with the CFO and make it a deputy position.
Okay. And keep the Chief Financial Officer and keep the Chief Facilities Officer under the superintendent. I was in support of that. Ms. Hickson, is anyone else? And Dr. Zeman objects.
ALDEF object.
Ms. Rupert? Anyone else? Anyone else? Want to weigh in? Because we have 7 people weighing in on that. Okay. All right, so we'll do majority object to that. And then Ms. Hickson recommended that the Chief Student Services be moved to an executive director reporting to the Chief Academic Officer. I support that. Does anyone object to that? The chief student services, move the chief of student services to an executive director position reporting to the chief academic officer. Did I capture that correctly, Ms. Hickson?
Yes, or it could go directly to the deputy superintendent. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have your direction, Dr. Hepburn? All right. Dr. Zeman's proposal, consolidating chiefs. Does anyone object to consolidating chief positions? That was just the,
I think
the
we
general.
just inherently
we just
did that with the previous discussion, so I don't know if it.
Okay. Centralizing custodial support. Does anyone object to that proposal? Centralizing custodial support was how he worded it.
Which would be centralizing schools custodial support.
Would we, Ms. Thompson?
I think I need more information and to hear from the schools on how that might impact them.
So could we ask for more information about what it would look like to centralize custodial support and centralize budget support, since that was another, does anyone object to asking for what that would look like? All right, Dr. Hepburn, do you have your direction? Directing the chief auditor to deliver 10% cost savings. Does anyone object to that?
ALDEF object.
All right, the majority of the board is objecting to that. Additional cuts to overtime. Does anyone object to that?
Yeah, and just a quick note, we did. We're leveraging our insight using Copilot 365, and to date, we have, year over year, we have a cost savings of about $12 million in overtime to date. So we predict that overtime will be significantly less next year, so the cost savings will be a little bit less.
All right, Dr. Zeman recommended an executive director for ESE. Does anyone object to that? And Dr. Zeman recommended doing an executive director for ESE.
Which will be bringing back the position that we cut.
Bringing back the position that was cut. Does anyone object to that? Nope. Okay.
So.
Go ahead, Dr. Hepburn.
Okay, we'll figure it out, because we just talked about the chief of student services, where the executive director actually reported to her. And now we're talking about bringing back the executive director. It's a little.
The executive director of student, instead of the chief, it's the executive director of student services.
No, but we're talking about Dr. Zeman's statement about bringing back the executive director of ESE. That person reported, it was a direct report to the chief of student services. So that's what.
Ms. Thompson?
I object because we heard from advocates that that extra layer of bureaucracy wasn't needed. And then I also want to note that I object to moving the student services under the deputy superintendent, because we've done that before and it didn't work well. Sorry.
Mr. Spellberg and Mr. Leon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to weigh in. We've been pretty quiet today. Want to weigh in on the student services aspect. We've seen significant, and it's data proven, significant improvements for our students in being able to access resources with a dedicated focus in that division. So, we definitely have a perspective in terms of the work being done in that division, and the sole focus on student services has gone a long way. There's also much work to do when it comes to student feedback programs. That's something that lives in the student services division and needs to be expanded, right? So just want to provide, some context to that and what the impact that would have on our students.
Okay, Ms. Bowman?
I do not support changing how it is right now.
Okay.
I'd like to just say that.
You mean the executive director of ESE or the student services piece?
I keep the student services. I keep it the way it is.
Okay, so let's go back to that. So it was the recommendation to change the chief student services to an executive director reporting to either the chief academic officer or the deputy superintendent. So who objects to that? Ms. Thompson, Ms. Bowman. I will object to that now. Ms. Rupert. Anyone else? So that leaves us.
ALDEF
Mrs.
object.
ALDEF. So do you have your direction on that? Does that make more sense now?
What's the direction? I didn't count.
So to leave
Oh,
the
okay,
Chief
gotcha.
of Student Services
Okay.
alone.
Gotcha. I'm about to delete that right now, so.
Okay. So, and then let me go back to the executive director for ESE. So we would, where do we land on that?
I object to reinstating. I also object.
All right, there's 4 of us objecting to reinstating the executive director for ESE.
Lori does too.
And Lori does too.
Aldef.
Mr. Spellberg? Did you? Okay, sorry.
Would you like me to object, Madam Chair?
No.
You just gave me a lot more power than I have.
I saw you texted me, and then I was like, my face. Anyway. Okay, you have a lot more power than all of us, so that's for the best. The bringing back before and after care, that department was another one of Dr. Zeman's recommendations. Where do we land on that, Ms. Hickson? She agrees.
Madam Chair, can I just comment on that?
Yep.
We didn't eliminate that position.
Yeah, it's still a function under.
So it's still a function. It's just who's in that box that the superintendent is.
Okay.
I have a question
Hickson?
because what was the department before besides the director? Who else was in the aftercare department? Because now you have aftercare and family engagement, and no box underneath there says aftercare specifically.
Dr.
Want me
Wanson,
to speak?
what is there?
So currently, on the current org chart, there is a director for before and after care. And that's all that's there that's on the org chart. There are positions below the line that are within that department. Currently, in the Family and Community Engagement Department, which reports to Mr. Sullivan currently, there are those 3 positions that you see, the assistant director and the 2, what do they call exact? Those 3 lines under the director currently in the Family and Community Engagement Department. So the realignment basically combines 2 departments into one. And before, and I'm going to go back probably maybe 3 years, those departments were together. Granted, there was an executive director and a director.
So
I'm sorry, my proposal was to make that a director as it is right now.
I clearly understand, yes.
But so, because that's the confusing part. If you make a director of
Breaking it back out.
you're breaking it back out.
Yeah.
So that's my question.
Yes.
What would be underneath? Like, what would be the difference between what's being proposed right now and putting it back the way it is? Because we don't see under the line positions, so it's very confusing.
So currently, below the line, which you don't see on the chart, there are, I believe it's 3 program specialists, 2 instructional facilitators. There's a bookkeeping services is there, a computer systems person. It's a small department. It is, and they do a lot of work. And then on the family and community engagement side, I think there are about 9 staff members in that unit as well, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Solomon, because they currently report to him. So that work would merge. It would come together as one department. There still would be some staff in before and after school care, and there would be the staff in family and community engagement that would report to the director of before and after care and family and community engagement. And again, as Dr. Zeman said, his recommendation, what he's proposing, obviously to his colleagues, is to, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to keep 2 standalone departments.
Okay, I have an alternate to that, but
Go ahead, Ms. Hickson.
so what if instead of making a director, you made it whatever's under assistant director, so that you have a separate person in charge of before and after care, because I think that's what you're trying to get to. And
All we're doing today is asking to bring it back. And so
okay.
the idea
Speaking your mic.
The mic, Doc.
bring it back as it was. We can decide next week kind of levels and things like that once we get the whole package.
Okay.
Does anyone object to bringing it back as it was, as Dr. Zeman is recommending? Because if you do, or if you want to make changes to the org chart at the meeting with motions and things, then you might want to keep it the way it is. But does anyone object to bringing it back to the way it was? Ms. Thompson? I like the superintendent's proposal. Dr. Lozano?
So if it goes back to current org chart now, you have an executive director of family and community engagement that was under the chief of staff.
Yep.
And then Eric Anderson's position, that before and after care position, stays under Dr. Wanza. That's how it is currently in 25-26.
The position is as an executive director or a director?
It's executive director, family and community engagement under the chief of staff on this 25-26 org chart.
And the senior person who's solely responsible for before and after calls at what level?
Director.
That's all I'm proposing, is that for a $55 million a year operation that makes money for us, that senior role for before and after care be a director.
He's asking to add director to delineate director and
it's-
not be two
it's
together.
what I
two
said.
Directors, yes.
You said it exactly right.
Do you have your direction, Dr. Hepburn?
He's not saying to put it back the way it was this year. He's saying have two directors.
Yes.
In the role of before and after care under one director and the family community as it's listed.
Both as directors, but two stand alone. Yes.
Okay. That's the consensus. I just want to make sure.
I mean, there's only 2 objections to that. So Dr. Zeman's proposal to eliminate 1 layer of management and all staff associated with that layer. Ms. Thompson, you object? Ms. Hickson, you object? Ms. Bowman, you object? Ms. Rupert, you object?
Wow.
Ms. Bowman?
I mean, is this something that's practical? This is going to come next week. He's going to remove a layer of management, and we're going to vote on it next week. I mean, is that in any world happening in real life?
I'm going to go ahead and object. So that's 5 no votes or no objections. A member of senior staff in charge of increasing revenue. So adding that role to a member of senior staff. Does anyone object to that? Okay, no objections to that.
Hold on, Chair, let's slow up. Let me. And what was that last one you just mentioned?
Adding the role of increasing revenue, adding that role to a member of senior staff. And then I don't know if you captured the follow-up on coming back to us with AI positions within academics.
I have that as a follow-up.
And then Dr. Zeman, I have this, I'm not sure if I miswrote it, bringing back 2 to 3 options on how we can streamline. I don't know if there was an academics, thank you. I knew I was missing a word there.
Yeah, it's just bringing back feasible options so that you can see what they might look like.
Does anyone object to that? Seeing no objection. All right, and then finally, this is what I have recorded, so we may have to add some things, but Ms. Rupert's suggestion on reducing board member salaries, I have Ms. Rupert and Ms. Hickson.
Chair, before we go too farther on that, General Counsel, is that legal? Can this board vote to reduce my salary?
Your salary is set by the legislature.
Okay, so I'm confused about why we would talk about this. This is not the purview of the board.
Well,
It's just not.
I think there was a recommendation to voluntarily reduce if the board was inclined to do that.
And we already have the ability, as the chair pointed out, to anybody can voluntarily forego their salary, which means that money would go back to the general fund.
Yeah.
So I don't know why, I don't know where we go with this, I guess.
I mean, it's not really in the purview of the school board because it is set by the legislature. You can just voluntarily. I think the other part of the question was the 10% for everybody on the chart. I believe it was.
Oh, 10% for everyone on the chart. Did I miss that?
That's what it was.
So reducing the salaries for everyone on the chart by 10%.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Dr.
I just want to clarify, are we allowed to be discussing reducing salaries of staff without going through the proper process. Ms. Bruno?
So again, I think Dr. Hepburn said that, and I'm saying it as well. We have a lot of legal considerations that will be the collective bargaining agreements, contracts. You have just other legal liability that may come with something like this. So I would advise that if the board is inclined to get more information, then you can direct us to get more information, or just say yes or no whether or not you want us to move in that direction to look into it.
Okay, but does this board have the right to discuss reducing a large number of employees' salaries by 10% without following the formal process?
No,
So
I mean, that's why I'm
I am
saying that you would have
uncomfortable with
to,
that. Yeah.
there's lots of legal exposure and liability.
All right, so for those two proposals, I would just like to have a yes or a no of move even exploring it. So for reducing the salaries on the chart by 10%, does anyone object to that?
Yes.
Mrs. Alhadeff, Dr. Azeman, Dr. Holness, Ms. Hickson, Ms. Bullman, Ms. Thompson, myself. Okay, so, and then I think Dr. Azeman's line of questioning kind of mirrored my line of questioning. I don't know that we can really legally, it's not in our purview. We don't set our salaries, probably for the best. And we can already voluntarily reduce our salaries. So I don't know that we need to have that conversation. Anyway, okay. Was there anything I missed?
Yes. I'm sorry, what am I making?
So on page, I had made the suggestion on page 16 about the two assistant directors under Director of Professional Practices, and then on page 19, my suggestion was to eliminate the assistant director under Family and Community Engagement.
Okay, so could you reiterate the first one, please, Ms.
So
Hickson?
page 16, under Director of Professional Practices, there's an Assistant Director for Professional Standards, and then another Assistant Director Employee Evaluations, and my suggestion was to eliminate those boxes.
Does anyone object to that?
I'll object.
Anyone else? So it's page 16, two assistant directors. I didn't capture the... Ms. Thompson? So Ms. Thompson, Ms. Alhadeff object to eliminating those two positions. Anyone else? Ms. Hickson, can you say those again, please?
They're the two assistant directors underneath the Director of Professional Practices.
Dr. Azeman objects. We have 3 objections. Does anyone else object to eliminating those two assistant directors? Ms. Bullman? Anyone else? That's 4 objections.
Is this the one that Dr. Lozano talked about earlier?
Yes.
Page 16.
Yes. And then page 19, the Assistant Director of Family and Community Engagement.
All right, we're still on the page 16.
Yeah, because
directors.
Sorry.
there's I just want the board to understand there's consequences for some of this, because it's a lot of work with a already small team.
All right, I will go ahead and object to that. So that's 5 objections for the recommendation for page 16. Page 19, it was, again, the assistant director of what, Ms. Hickson?
Family and Community Engagement.
Ms. Thompson objects. Mrs. Alhadeff?
I'll object.
Does anyone? Ms. Rupert objects. Dr. Azeman
Object.
objects. Okay, and Ms. Bullman objects. Okay, anyone else? I know I missed some other stuff. So Mr. Cervera, I had you on the list, and then Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Chair. The majority, if not all, of my suggestions were skipped, so I'd like to go through them again. On page 3, the combination of the Media and Community Relations Manager and the District Relations Coordinator suggested those positions be combined.
Can you just restate that? I couldn't hear you. Media and communication.
Paragraph 3.
Page 3.
Page
Oh,
3.
sorry, paragraph 3. Page 3, middle of the page, directly under the Director of Media Relations. Manager, Media and Community Relations, Coordinator, District Relations. Combine those two positions.
Does anyone object to that? Dr. Azeman, Dr. Holness. We're on page 3.
3.
Ms. Thompson.
Small team. Just want to remember communications. I used a nice word, subpar, so.
Okay, Ms. Hickson, Ms. Bullman, Ms. Thompson, Dr. Zeman, and Dr. Holness, did I capture it? And I will object to that. Go ahead, Mr. Cervera.
Page 4, Assistant Superintendent, Chief Academic Officer, suggesting that those roles be combined. And quite frankly, I don't care how that work gets divvied up. I just want those two roles combined.
Does anyone object to that? Dr. Zeman?
I do, only because I asked the SUP to bring 2 or 3 feasible options of combining academics, and so that would be kind of all mixed up in that. I'd rather see what the options are rather than just approve this one now.
Ms. Thompson objects. Ms. Hickson objects.
Just want to remind us, our key mission is academics.
Yeah.
I just want to say that out loud. So.
Ms. Rupert objects.
Madam Chair, I object. And I just want clarification. The assistant superintendent, this is in reference to the STO?
Yes, that's school transformation.
I significantly, absolutely object to that because this district is where it is in a large part because of the STO.
Okay, so majority of the board objects to that. Go ahead, Mr. Cervera.
Page 6, under Director of Leadership Development and Teacher Support, specific positions, Supervisor, Leadership Development, Coordinator, Leadership Development. I think these two positions should be combined.
Does anyone object to that? Or Dr. Hepburn, do you have any?
I would just say, you said Supervisor of Teacher Support? I'm sorry, Mr. Cervera.
All the way to the right,
Uh-huh.
under the Director of Leadership Development and Teacher Support. Underneath the Principal Coach, first position, Supervisor, Leadership Development. Second position, Coordinator, Leadership Development. The Supervisor and the Coordinator, I believe, should be combined.
So there's 4 total positions there.
Correct.
So you're saying combine it into 2?
Correct.
So reduce the 2, so 1.
Correct.
1 position per role, is what you're saying.
Correct. Thank you for the clarification.
Does anyone object to that?
Dr. Cohn?
Yeah, that's going to significantly impact our leadership pipeline across the district and in school support as well. So, I mean, I would ask to reconsider that, but we can come back with a follow-up to explain why that would be a significant impact.
Not going to reconsider, so I'm interested to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Ms. Thompson? Anyone else objecting to that?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Holness?
can I just hear again from the superintendent the impact that would have if we remove 2 of these leadership positions?
Yeah, so, building the capacity of our school leaders is vitally important to doing the work at our schools, right? They have a lot of autonomy and making sure they have the ability to carry out those roles. But I'll also ask Dr. Cohn to add any additional information. Remember, we're 6th largest school district. At scale, we got 230 plus schools. That's 230 plus principals. And assistant principals, and so with leadership teams. So building school leadership capacity is an essential part of what we do to give them that level of autonomy to carry out the functions that they need to do day to day.
Okay. So, Dr. Hepburn, before he comment, the suggestion is to remove 2 out of the 4?
Correct. So instead of having 2 per box, you would have 1
Understand.
per box.
So if 1 is removed out of the 4, would that still be significantly impactful?
It still is a significant impact. We will do whatever the board is directing us to do, but it would be a significant impact because the supervisor leadership is all leadership in the district, from the bus level to the food and nutrition. It's all leadership in the entire district. It's just not school-based.
I object.
Dr. Zeman objects. Ms. Pullman? Ms. Hickson, go ahead.
Just want to point out, on that chart, though, the supervisor for teacher development has 2 people. There's way more teachers than there is any leadership. So reducing leadership to 2 still gives you way more people to cover leadership than teachers. So I when we're looking at equity here, I think that the suggestion isn't as detrimental as maybe we're being told.
And then just to add, Ms. Hickson, the work of building capacity for teachers it's all embedded in the functions under the Director of Elementary Learning, the functions under the Director of Secondary Learning. A lot of teacher development, especially secondary, is very content-based, so it's embedded in there, and that's why you don't need so many positions in the teacher development area, because we're building teacher capacity across the board in all those other areas, science, all of those other functions. So it's embedded in there. That's why you don't see a lot of positions there, because it's the building capacity is embedded in those specific content areas or level areas. Versus in leadership is leadership. We don't have math teachers, math. Right, a math principal and all of that. So that's why you see it like that. Just a FYI.
Any other objections? All right, there are only 4 objections to that, so do you have your direction on that? Next one, Mr. Severa.
Last one, Chair. Page 13, under facilities. Directly under the Executive Director of Budget, if we go down to pay band C and B, there is an Assistant Director of Capital Budgeting who reports to the Director and then the Executive Director. Underneath that Assistant Director are multiple analysts. My suggestion would be to remove the Assistant Director of Capital Budget.
Are there any objections to that? Dr. Zeman, Ms. Thompson? Ms. Bowman, you had a question or you object?
I'd like to hear from Ms. Johnson about what
Ms. Johnson?
Or is that facility? Sorry, Mr. Dorset. Yeah. From someone.
Well, that position not only deals with capital budget from the facility standpoint, it deals with maintenance as well. So and we are in constant contact with the assistant director, laying out plans, establishing the 5-year capital plan, all of those things. So that's a huge undertaking to leave to one individual. So I would strongly recommend that position stay.
Just want to make sure I'm clear on my ask, because it's not one individual. Okay, you have the Executive Director of Budget, you have the Director of Capital Budget. I'm suggesting you remove the Assistant Director of Capital Budget, keep all the analysts, keep the Director, and obviously keep the Executive Director.
So, Ms. Johnson.
There's a twofold what's going on. The executive director is only going to cover the financial portion because we need oversight of the financial as well as food service and transportation. So they got it coincide. It's an indirect reporting structure. It's not a direct reporting structure to the executive director. That is on my org chart on page 17. So it's not a direct. If you see the executive director, their position is more the assistant director budget and of the BSC, and the grant is reporting all to the executive director, and there's an indirect reporting structure of the capital program, food service, and transportation from the financial standpoint.
The Director of Capital Budget reports to the Executive Director of Budgeting, correct?
No, that's not correct. They report to the Executive Director of Capital Program. That dotted line means an indirect report. So we have the Executive Director, which sits under the Budget Office, but has a dotted line to Capital Program, dotted line to the finance folks in Food and Nutrition, dotted line to the finance folks in Transportation for better continuity, so we won't have to chase data around and really give some insight about next steps.
Okay, so here's my suggestion. Have the analysts, there's multiple analysts under this line. Have that work of the assistant director completed by the analyst. The analysts report directly to the Director of Capital Budget, because that's a solid line, right? And modify the dotted line to a solid line and have them either be a direct or indirect report to the Executive Director of Budgeting.
All right, so I have Ms. Thompson, Dr. Zeman, me,
any division. I think she did a great job scrubbing her numbers, and I just can't take more.
And Dr. Holness and Ms. Bowman objecting. So I believe that was your last one, Mr. Severa.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity
Yeah,
to
and
verbalize all of my objections on the record.
I just wanted to note, you had asked questions around those positions. You didn't make formal, proposals, and so I wasn't trying to skip you. It was just that I only noted questions and general statements about those things. So in the future, if we could all just, when we're making these proposals in workshops, if you want board consensus on an item, to just flag that.
Thank you for the opportunity to bring it up again, Chair. I appreciate it.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I did make a suggestion that the superintendent look at, because part of the concerns, especially from the public too, was that we're not looking at the upper leadership. So one of my suggestions was to have the superintendent look at up to 2 of the chief positions and recode those as executive directors. I don't think that was mentioned when you went through my my suggestions. And also, I just want to confirm, Madam Chair, that we did support bringing back the director of aftercare. Did we do that?
Yes.
Dr. Hepburn,
Okay,
yeah.
got it. Okay.
I captured that.
All right, so looking at 2 chief positions and turning them into executive directors.
Yeah, up to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone object to that? Ms. Thompson? Dr. Holness is proposing that Dr. Hepburn look at up to 2 chief positions and making them executive directors. Okay, so Ms. Hickson apparently suggested that exact thing, and
I suggested making a chief an executive director.
Correct.
And it didn't get consensus, so.
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify, Board Member Hickson had suggested making the Chief of Student Services be an executive director. My suggestion is more general, that the superintendent look at all the chiefs and to bring information back to us that we can consider of changing up to 2 of the chiefs to executive directors. So it's not a direction to do it. It's more of a direction to bring the information back, and then we can, as far as a suggestion of up to 2, and then we can vote on it at the next board meeting.
Any objection to that? Dr. Hepburn, you have your guidance on that?
Yes.
Dr. Holness, anything else?
That's it for me, Madam
Did
Chair.
I miss anything else from anyone else?
Sorry, Chair. Just one quick thing on cleanup. I had proposed that the superintendent bring back like a very clear 1-ish page kind of summary about the AI positions. I
Yes.
think we've decided already, though, that we would like to see that removed from the org chart.
Dr. Hepburn, is that what you captured?
Remove the AI positions from the org chart?
There were CAO positions about digital learning. Were you directed to bring back org charts without those positions next week?
No.
You were not. Terrific. Thank you, Chair.
It was the assistant director that was removed. Do you have
Yes,
that?
but the assistant director, there was no consensus for that one. Yeah.
Ms. Bowman?
I think we were renaming that.
Yeah, I
AI
have that
position.
as a note for us to
Yeah.
rename the capture.
Thank you. That's perfect.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. With that, many minutes after our 15-minute deadline.
It was still a good idea.
At the direction of the superintendent, the following agenda topics are tentatively scheduled to be addressed during the upcoming workshops. April 28th, Rule Development Information Systems 5 Policies, Rule Development for Policies 5090 and 5100 Student Code of Conduct, Rule Development Policy 4390 Child Care Programs, RFP Owners Reps Agreements, SRO Transitional Plan, May 12th, Advisory Committee Reports, 2026 Regular Legislative Session Recap, Redefining Our Schools Update, OSS Quarterly Report 2526 Quarter 3, Rule Development Use of Service Animals, Diversity Committee Annual Update, Rule Development SSEP Policies, Rule Development Use of Broward County School Facilities for Non-School Purposes. Please note that the order of topics and schedule remain tentative and are subject to adjustment at the superintendent's discretion. I will do the board discussion after the special so we can get to the special. So I will ask you to share any student successes or anything like that at the end of the special. The scheduled order of business for the school board workshop of the school board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the school board workshop. Okay. And we will go to our special school board meeting.
I was looking for that. We need a 5-minute
We will now resume our special school board meeting. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Board Member Thompson. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. May I have a motion and second on item 13, agreement with the Overtown Youth Center? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Board Member Thompson. It is moved and seconded to move item 13 to the floor. Any registered speakers?
One registered speaker, may Tina Brown please approach the podium.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tina Brown. I'm the CEO of OIC Miami, or Overtown Youth Center. I'd first like to acknowledge Madam Chair Leonardi, Vice Chair Dr. Holness, the Superintendent Dr. Hepburn, Ms. Baumann, and to all the esteemed members of the Broward County Public School District. I just want to take a moment to say thank you for giving us an opportunity to inspire, empower, and impact the lives of children and families within your district. Today is incredibly meaningful to our founders, Alonzo and Tracy Wilson Mourning, to our board members, and especially to me as a staunch advocate for mentoring, supportive services, and programs that support parents as they navigate life's complexities while trying to do the very best that they can do for their children. OIC is a community development model strategically focused on youth development and strengthening families through 5 key pillars of impact: education, enrichment and exposure, family services, health, wellness, and economic sustainability. We believe that every child, no matter of their socioeconomic status, zip code, deserves high-quality access to supportive services, services that keep them happy, positively engaged, and those that equip them and their families with the tools necessary to thrive. We want to thank you for your consideration in allowing OIC to expand its services to Broward County and to partner with you in serving your community. This is not something we take lightly. We are grateful and we are honored. For the past 25 years, we have shown up consistently for young people and their families, making sure they have what they need to not just succeed in school, but to thrive in life. For OIC, this is an opportunity to extend a model that we know works, a model that focuses on in-school support, after-school services, summer camps for kids, summer internship programs for high school students, and family services. Our services extend beyond school. We serve students from 5 all the way up through 25 years of age. It is our commitment to Broward County to be with these students from now until they are 25. For OIC, this is an opportunity, again, to extend a model that we know works, a model that is grounded in cultivating trusted relationships, wraparound services, and strong partnerships.
Thank you so much for your comments. I appreciate it. Thank you. Is there any board debate? Board Member Bullman?
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you to Ms. Tina Brown, who is the CEO of OIC, the Overtown Youth Center, and also a resident of Hollywood. So bringing this amazing program to Broward County, I'm just so excited that this is coming before us today. So I'd like to thank you for all of your work in getting this done. I'd like to thank Alonzo Mourning and Tracy Wilson Mourning, who had this vision nearly 25 years ago and created the Overtown Youth Center and Honeyshine, which is an organization that supports young women. their commitment to young people and families across South Florida continues to open doors for communities like ours, and particularly in District 1. I want to thank Brittany Lambert-Brown, who's the Chief Programs Officer at OIC, for helping to bring this partnership to life, and to the team who will be supporting the work on the ground, Safilda Jean Batista and Felicie DeRosier, for their commitment to serving youth and families. And we're also very grateful to the OYC board for this expansion, and I want to specifically acknowledge Arshi Siddiqui Meek for her support in doing that and doing so. Thank you to Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who introduced the possibility of bringing OYC to Broward County, and who has worked to see this concept that has been so successful in Miami come to fruition here in Broward. We're so appreciative to the Congresswoman for recognizing the need and importance of endorsing proven models like OYC. And thank you to Hollywood Mayor Josh Levy for his leadership in bringing wraparound services for both youth and families in Southeast Broward County so that they can thrive. And thank you to West Park Mayor Felicia Brunson, Hollywood Commissioner Adelma Quintana, and Hollywood Civic Affairs Administrator Allison Saffold for their dedication to bringing this programming to our community. And thank you to McNichol Middle School Principal Deirdre Venka-Coker and her team, because the program will be housed at McNichol Middle School in Hollywood. And then finally, I'd like to thank Dr. Valerie Wanza and Alan Strauss and your entire team. This initiative is an amazing outcome that is the result of the challenging work that they've been leading around redefining. We wouldn't be here if we hadn't had to go through that exercise. So I appreciate you guys hustling to get this done so quickly. Eric Anderson, the Executive Director of Before and After Care, who put the contract together and got it to us so that we could be ready for the summer. And finally, my partner in District 1, Danielle St. Leon, who made all of the meetings with the bajillion people who are very important happen, and we never would be able to do this in time for the summer if you hadn't worked so hard, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member Bullman. Board Member Hickson.
Thank you, and thank you, Mrs. Bullman, for bringing this to us. It looks like it's a very exciting opportunity for students. I just have a quick question, because in the executive summary, under budget impact summary statement, it says this agreement provides income revenue to SBBC, which should make Dr. Zeman very happy, and all of us. So my question to that is because it doesn't say how much, so is there an estimate to that, and how is it possible to expand this? I love that it's at McNichol, but is it something that we're looking to expand to other schools, because it looks like a fantastic opportunity?
Okay.
So, go ahead.
Thank you, Board Member Hickson. Mr. Anderson. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Dr. Wanza, is it? Okay, Dr. Wanza, go ahead.
So I'll let Mr. Anderson explain the nominal fee that is associated with all contracts like this, because there are several like this as they relate to before and after school and summer programming. That's one. But two, this program first got its presence at New Renaissance Middle School in the city of Miramar, and so they approached us very excited about expanding their footprint in Broward. So the first thing that they want to do is get this program up and running, successful, and then look to expand to other parts of the county. But they wanted to start branching out, because the one thing we have to remember is their hub, and Ms. Brown can correct me if I'm wrong, but their hub is in Miami-Dade County, so they wanted to start closer to that border first, and then as they build their footprint and the services that they provide in Broward, then expansion could be a possibility. But Mr. Anderson can explain the nominal fee that is associated with these types of contracts.
Hi, Eric Anderson, Director Before and After School Child Care for Broward Schools. We model this contract almost identically off of the contracts we use for before and after school childcare that would normally go through the procurement process. And we charge the exact fees that we charge Children's Services Council, which is very nominal. I'll do it off the top of my head. I think we charge a $750 building fee for the year. So it's very nominal. And we do charge the $5 per day for consumable items like toilet paper and so forth, soap and all those things. In the summertime, it goes up a little bit more because of we're being closed on Fridays, so it's $1,500 for the summer. And then there's a small fee charged to our department to support our department so that we remain budget neutral to the district. So it is very nominal fees. So it is income producing, but it is mostly break even. It's because they are using their funds to provide services for our kids.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any further board member comments? Board member Bullman?
Through the chair, if Dr. Wanza could just expand a little bit, could you explain kind of like the pipeline idea and how we, and the services that will be provided and how we're...
So thank you, Ms. Woolman, for the question. So the pipeline idea is, as you know, McNichol Middle sits in the Hallandale Innovation Zone. And the pipeline idea is really to look at students in the elementary schools that feed into McNichol and provide opportunities for them and their families to access the services there at McNichol so that they would continue up. And then eventually, after they have developed their footprint, their foundation, working with those families, then there's the potential to then reach up and expand up into Hallandale High School. So while the program is housed at McNichol Middle School and all of the direct services and programming will be there, there's opportunities for students and families in the feeder pattern to access these services.
That is accurate.
Board member Hickson?
Just want to clarify, thank you for all of that. You mentioned New Renaissance Middle School. So is this program at New Renaissance now?
They have, over the years, they have provided services and worked with students and families at New Renaissance, and Ms. Brown can tell you the extent of that, but they actually do have a presence at New Renaissance.
So do we have a contract? Because it sounded like this was new to the district, so I'm just a little confused.
So students there, and Ms. Brown can explain it, they probably access the program because they're close to that Miami-Dade line. They're actually, right there. They can access the services, but this is actually solidifying a formal partnership in Broward County Public Schools, starting at McNichol, with the hopes of eventually expanding it out as they're successful.
Okay, any further board member comments? Okay, those in favor of approving item 13 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Wanza.
You're welcome. We will now move on to item number 18. May I have a motion and second on item 18? Resolve student meal debt for the 2025-26 school year and create a future plan. Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Board Member Hickson. It is moved and seconded to move item 18 to the floor. Any public comment?
One of our registered speakers, Felicia Schumann. You may now approach the podium.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hepburn, and good afternoon, Holness, Vice Mayor Holness, and esteemed board members. My name is Felicia Schumann. I'm from Coconut Creek, Florida. I'm here today because agenda item 18 asks the board to approve $720,433 to resolve student meal debt. Clearing this debt is necessary, but it's not a solution. It is a reaction to a system that continues to generate debt every single day. Unless the board take action on the community eligibility provision, we will be back here next year and the year after. Agenda item 18 is essentially a write-off. Finance will transfer the debt from the food service fund into the general funding, and food and nutrition services will clear the account. That clears the past, but what happens to the future? The item also directs the superintendent to develop a 3-year plan and return the district to universal free lunch model. But universal free lunch is not a mystery. CEP can't work without the universal free lunch program. Here's the part that matters. The federal CEP threshold changed to Broward, never recalculated it. For years, it changed in October 2023 from 40% to the new 25% threshold. That applied in the beginning of 2024 and 2025 school year which started that plan in July 1st of 2024, using ISP data from April the 1st, 2024. Broward has already nearly 2 full years to recalculate the ISP. Okay, participating in this program, the application window open April the 1st, it ends July the 30th. So the first step to resolving this issue is for the district to collect identified student data for every school using the April 1st data snapshot. Without the data, Broward cannot calculate ISP. They cannot run USDA financial projection or do CEP grouping, and cannot submit a CEP application. This step has not been completed since the threshold dropped to 25%. The district has not recalculated since 2021. Miami-Dade and Palm Beach is doing the same thing as well. We have other cities who's benefiting from the CEP program and under the new threshold. So I advise Broward County Public Schools to do the application as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Hill, is there any other public comment?
That ends public speaking.
Thank you. Is there any board member debate? Board Member Thompson and then Board Member Hickson.
Thank you. So I'd like to go over this item just a little bit since I put it on the agenda. Over the last few weeks, I've been thinking a lot about what our values are as the school district. I think at some point, this needs to be a conversation for the entire board, especially as resources and funding continues to be cut. But until we can have that larger conversation, I had to reflect on what my values are as a school board member. And what I came up with are 3 things. I believe that all students should feel safe, that all students should feel supported in our schools, whether that is their mental health, their academics, or their interests like debates or sports. And finally, that every child should have access to food. This last value became even more clear when I began doing town halls with our students, and they continued to ask why we no longer have universal free lunch. And I heard stories of students that were covering their friends' meals or loaning them money to address their meal debt so that they could attend end-of-year functions. As a district, we have communicated with parents multiple times about meal debt obligations via text, email, phone call, and I truly believe that for the most part, that if a parent was able to pay this obligation, that they would. We as a country are experiencing an affordability crisis. People are struggling to put food on the table, to keep a roof over their head, and to put gas in their car. It was truly heartbreaking to end the universal meal program, and as someone who has experienced food insecurity, it was especially difficult. This is one of the main reasons that I brought the original item to create a meal debt fund. And as we've seen over the last few months, there is still a significant need in our community for this assistance. But my item does not just stop at addressing this year's meal debt. It also recognizes that this is something that we will not be able to continue to do, and it asks the superintendent for a better process to address meal debt in the future. It also puts us back on the path to returning to universal free lunch, addressing what I hope is all of our core values, which is to make sure that our students have enough food to eat. So I welcome my colleagues' thoughts and comments, and I truly hope that this will pass, because I believe if we're able to find almost $1 million for graduation venues, that this decision should come easily for us. However, if it doesn't pass, then I'm still making a pledge as one board member to donate a portion of my salary every month to address school meal debt. And I hope my colleagues and those listening who can't afford to will join me. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Thompson. Board Member Hickson.
Thank you. I appreciate Board Member Thompson bringing the item forward because it is a huge concern, but I do have issues with just paying the meal debt because, as was mentioned by a public comment speaker, it's just going to continue to add up. So just paying this right now isn't going to solve. Well, we're going to have another bill in a couple of months. So I don't know that I agree or will approve or vote for paying this debt, but I do like the idea of looking at what we can do as a 3-year plan. I'd also like staff to address, I know the public speaker sent something to us before about the program where she was mentioning they do something in other districts that do allow them to have some kind of free lunch for their students. So is there someone from the district staff that can address, did we apply for that? Is it something we do? Just kind of give us an idea of where we are on that.
Dr. Fulton.
Good evening, Mark Mills, Food and Nutrition Services. So as we reviewed this executive summary, we noticed some things in it that probably would not make a great financial decision when we're losing so much money. It will only hurt us in the long run. So it's great to pay off the debt. And because we've gone back to the National School Lunch Program where applications are accepted, there is no more debt created. It's only if a student in an elementary school, according to our policy for food and nutrition that goes to the state of Florida, one charge is permitted in elementary schools. That one charge then is controllable, and we seek after the payment for that money that's due. Typically, it's just because a child did not complete an application, so it's kind of a red flag for us, or if there's a situation with that child in the school, the principal is asked to address that as well. So returning to universal free lunch, we did a pilot program, 1 and 2. It was not successful, and here's why. If you're getting a free meal, you do not need to fill out an application. The application is relevant to the National School Lunch Program for universal free. That's how we claim meals. So if don't fill one out, you are technically then just a paid student. Paid student reimbursement is 55 cents. That meal costs us much more than that. It's in the $4. We're losing money there by a local source. So to go on a program that continues to allow us to lose money does not make sense, as financial sense for the food and nutrition program. There's certain things in CEP you do not want to go to a 25% threshold. The board would have to sign a document for the National School Lunch Program that would say they are financially responsible for the remaining of the 40 to 25% that cannot be covered. CEP is not a program that allows us to generate funds and cover the base costs of everything because there's not enough reimbursement made available. It's very clear through a lot of different documentation out there that the CEP needs to have additional funding. So when you go to the 25%, you have to seek some type of non-federal funds. They recommend the school district pays that, or we would need a community support to pay that as well. So to me, you're just transferring debt. You're transferring debt on our books, and you're relieving that, and you're going to another debt that is required to be paid for through non-federal funds.
Board Member Hickson, did you want to follow up?
No, thank you. Thank you for the information.
Dr. Fulton?
Also, I would like to add to it, too. The team has been working diligently since last year when this issue did come up. And I know the intent of the item is to have the superintendent come up with a plan for how we will move forward for the next 3 years. And we have been working. We actually received some guidance from the Council of Great City Schools. We just received guidance about a week or two ago, actually Friday of last week, and have provided us with some really good recommendations, about 18. And the reason why this is good is because we're not the only large school districts that is dealing with this. So a lot of the recommendations are coming from experts and also other large districts that are finding ways to be able to combat meal debt. So we will be able to come back with a plan as the item is asking for a 3-year plan moving forward and how to deal with student debt. And so thank you for the item, Ms. Thompson. We totally agree. Our kids have to be supported. You can't learn if you're hungry. So we're trying to find ways to ensure all of our students come to school and all of their needs are being met. And we will be able to come back with a plan to see how we can combat the student meal debt.
Thank you very much. Board Member Hickson, are you finished with your comments?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Zeman.
Dr. Fulton, the report that we got from the Council of Great City Schools, has that been shared with the board yet?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Dr. Fulton, what happens if we don't pay this?
I think we shared with everyone the documentation about bad debt. It is the district's responsibility through non-federal funds to pay for that. If it is deemed uncollectible, it comes off the Food and Nutrition's responsibility, and it comes on to the general fund or the district to ensure that they pay or reimburse the child nutrition program for that bad debt that is deemed to be written off.
What are the consequences, Dr. Fulton, for a student that has debt? Is there any consequences in terms of their student activities?
So right now, it is a student obligation until that debt is paid.
So what's the implication for their student activities?
Well, they won't be able to advance until the student debt is taken care of.
Terrific. So this is a big deal. To the General Counsel, would you expect the decision to go to universal free lunch or not to be brought to a school board?
Yes.
Has pretty big budget implications, I would think.
Yes.
And do you think that it's incumbent on the staff to bring that as an actual item, staffed out with the pros and cons of different outcomes for doing that?
Given the budgetary implications, the board needs to be fully apprised.
Terrific. And to the superintendent, you know how much money we're losing in our food and nutrition service fund this year as a result of not going to universal free lunch?
Thank you. I'll let him answer, please.
Well, I'm sorry.
So no, there is going to universal free lunch, which I had just stated a few minutes ago, relies on applications. If students are already eating free, there's no reason for them to have to fill out an application from their perspective. For ours, it's very important. It is required through the National School Lunch Program that those meals that are served free to those children and are universal free are to be claimed as their eligibility or their application status. So the loss is present under universal free. There's not a gain, and for some reason, I guess there's been a misconception on that. Programs have to work together. So going back to the National School Lunch Program, where we actually have parents fill out applications, is truly the best way from a financial standpoint, as well as helping parents that really need the program.
Terrific, and I appreciate you advocating for one of the options, and I also preserve the dignity of this board to make that decision. As I pointed out to the General Counsel, it's wonderful to advocate for one or the other, but this board is the one that has to pay the bills, and I hope going forward we're tracking this chair. Maybe that's just something we have to pull from this. This is a tough one because, to my knowledge, Ms. Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent, the implications to the students for not doing this are very severe. And then there's the free rider problem, which is if we pay this pretty significant amount of money, it's about $1,000 per campus, 1,000 meals per campus that have been taken and not paid for. What messaging do we need if we want to say we're going to do this one time, but we want to make sure people understand that next year, or for the balance of this year and next year, if you take a lunch and you can't afford to pay for it, that's going to be your personal obligation.
What's the question?
If the school board decides to pay this, how do we make sure that students know that going forward that we're not paying any more lunches that they decide to take without paying for?
So I think it has to be in communication and then communicate and over-communicate it because we did that in the fall where we had an amnesty period. And then we went to making sure our parents knew that moving forward, that if your child didn't have lunch, we would do one charge. And then after that, then they were given an alternative lunch. And as a result of that, we still are getting debts collected. So,
as a board member, I'm very, very uncomfortable that we lost $19 million in our food and nutrition services fund this year. I'm upset that we didn't get a full briefing on the implications of doing this program or previous programs and didn't get the authority to make the decision a long time ago. So I'll be tracking this personally. I feel like this is a must-pay, Ms. Thompson. Like we cannot, make kids pay for our mistakes here on the board, but this is another mistake. This is a self-inflicted wound that we created. We've lost $19 million in the F&S fund this year. And that's a lot of money to pay. So I'll be watching this very closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Aladuff.
I have a question in regards to the $720,433. Is that for a hot lunch, or is that for the free peanut butter and jelly lunch or butter sandwich?
I believe it's the hot lunch. Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So yes, it is my recollection, and the Food and Nutrition Services staff can correct me, but it is my recollection that the decision was made to provide the children with whatever is the standard hot lunch, that there would be no alternate meal of a wild butter sandwich, and all of this is for the actual regular school lunch. Correct me?
Correct.
Yes, you are correct.
Mm-hmm.
And what steps did the district take to try to get the families to repay the debt back?
So I'll let Dr. Wanza give a detail, but I know that we did parent links as well too, as far as the district, and I know that individual schools also did their own parent link with their students as well too. But Dr. Wanza, is there anything else that we did other than the parent links? We did also send a letter out to the families as well, just notifying them of, as of this date moving forward, and then if they had meal debt that they got a parent link. I know student obligations were notified in students' Canvas, Focus, as well too, but I'll go ahead and let you respond.
So that is very accurate, Dr. Fulton. Additionally, those reminders go home like weekly. So it wasn't a one-time and it's done. There's a constant notification to the parents. There are also two staff members in Food and Nutrition Services that is their job. They call, they receive applications, assist parents with applications, and we do weekly reach out to parents.
So I have a question regarding what the parents actually receive, because I think it's really important. Are they receiving an individualized, clickable link to pay for their child's lunch debt?
So I'm going to pull it up. I'll let the staff. I'm going to pull it up. I'll let the staff tell you. But I will tell you what also happens is parents will come and they will clear whatever the debt is, so that a certain obligation can be met, so that a child could do a certain activity, and then the next day or two, the debt continues to accumulate.
Good afternoon, Arif Ali, Director of IT at Food Services. We communicate to the parent via a daily or a balance notification call coming out from Parent Link. That is a phone call, text, and email. Within the email, there is a link. And
Okay, but can you be specific? Is it an individualized link to Robbie's lunch debt of $20?
That is correct.
And then I can press that link to pay for it for my child.
The content of the message does include the student name, and it goes to the parent of the student, stating the student has a balance of this number. To pay your balance, you can click the link to go to My School Bucks, which is the electronic payment system, or it'll give them instructions to go to the school, cash or check, as long as checks are accepted.
Okay, and then when they go to the My School Bucks, I'm just trying to find out where it's failing. Do they need a username and password once they click on that link?
That is correct. There is a username and password for the parent account on My School Bucks. Additionally, if they use the BCPS app and they click into the My School Bucks, once they're registered, it'll automatically try to log them in as well. So there is a username and password required.
Okay, and because I know when Here Comes the Bus, and is my child going to be taking the bus? I mean, they were relentless. It was text messages, phone calls. I mean, they did not stop. Are we doing to that level, or is it just once a week?
Speaking to that specifically, we also put the pop-up on the website. So as they were transitioning over to final site, it was relentless. You had to click the pop-up, which notified the transitions back to meal benefits that there was changes coming.
No, I hear you, but what I'm saying is that specific link to the parent, to their specific child, their debt, and a link to pay for it.
That is something we can do in addition to the daily balance notification call if you request
I
it.
think that's important.
So they do get a call daily. That's okay.
No, what I'm saying is a specific link to the debt so they could click and try to do that. I would like to see us maybe bring this item back in a month and try to do that and see if this number goes down. Because I know if I'm getting that specific link, if I get it, once I'm going to pay it, but if I'm getting it 3 times, I'm eventually going to pay it. But I have a feeling it's not, yes, we are saying it globally, but that's not specific to my child with this specific amount of money.
I do have one more comment. The emails and the text message does contain the student name or student ID number. And the experience that we've seen, we have a lot of parents that have received a call so many times that they just block it through their parent link blocking access. So when they do reach out for support, and we do try to let the parents know, yes, you have been receiving the calls, but you opted to block it. And with access to parent link and reporting, we can tell them when that stopped. So that's another layer that we have experienced.
Right. So my suggestion would be to try to send the link out let's try for a month, and then bring this item back, and then see if that number goes down. So I'm going to make a substitute motion to bring this item back in a month and try to send specific links out to parents 3 times a week or until they pay it for a month.
Second.
Motion made by Mrs. Alhadeff, seconded by Mr. Severa. Public comment on the motion to bring this back in a month. A board member comment. Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question because I think I heard this said already. So the question was, if we don't do anything, what happens? And I believe the answer was, eventually this goes against the general fund anyway.
Yeah, once we determine it's uncollectible, it becomes a bad debt, and at that point, the Code of Federal Regulation says it must be paid for through the general fund.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to go to general fund, and we're going to have to pay it, whatever's left at the end of the year. So I don't even know if we particularly need the part that says we're going to pay it. I wouldn't want to do that right at this moment, but I do think we should have a plan. So I don't mind waiting for a month, but again, that'll be close to the end of the year, and it's going to roll over to general fund anyway. Whether we vote yes or no, it goes to general fund. So we're essentially doing that regardless.
As long as we deem it collectible, then you're fine. It won't roll anywhere. It'll still stay with food and nutrition. It's just the amount of time, like you're saying, that you want to have that deemed as collectible versus a bad debt.
Just one moment. Ms. Dupree-Bruno.
I just wanted to add to my earlier opinion with regards to the lunch program. Not only is it budgetary concerns, but it's actually a power and duty of the school board pursuant to Florida Statute 1001.42, subsection 16. The school lunch program. Yeah, the statute's pretty clear that the school board assumes the responsibilities and exercises the powers, as in the opinion of the school board, with regards to school lunch services consistent with the needs of the students, the effective and efficient operation of the program, and the proper articulation of the school lunch program with other phases in the education. So that means that the superintendent makes a recommendation and then the board decides.
Correct. And then, Ms. Dupree-Bruno, did you have something on the motion, the substitute motion as well?
Well, the proper motion would be to postpone it to a definite time, but if the board's inclined to move forward the way that it is, that's fine. But I would probably postpone it to a definite time with the additions that you asked for.
And Dr. Fulton?
Dr. Wanza, did you want to add to that?
I just want to clarify so that the board clearly understands. Every day, parents get, whether they opt for email, text, phone call, whatever it is, their student ID number, and they get the daily balance that is owed. So it's not that they aren't knowing daily how much the student owes. It calculates daily for them. So I just want to make that clear so that people don't think that parents only hear once a month or every 2 weeks. It is a daily call that tells them a running daily balance. And okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's great, but what I'm saying is I think they need a clickable link.
They get that. That's what I'm trying to say is, so if I opt for text message or email, I can click the link and go right to pay whatever is my balance.
So you're saying you've already been doing that daily?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Yes.
So daily, they're getting a click
And
link to pay.
and I will say, and you know, Dr. Zeman, the entire board is 100% correct. This is a board decision, not a staff. That you are 100% correct. But I think just given the times that we are in, one, but number two, the fact that children are still permitted to receive a hot lunch every single day, regardless of ability to pay, is where we are. Where in previous years, before CEP, before all of that, and I was a principal for years. If you could not afford to pay for a lunch and you weren't free or reduced, there was an alternate meal provided at the expense of the school, because we had to budget for that to pay for alternate meals for students.
Mr. Spellberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is very important. This will impact thousands of students, and I think it's important to take the time to find the best solution. I want to first start about the delay. A month for this will push very close to graduation and will, in my eyes, really leave a lot of students out of some experiences towards the end of the school year. That's number one. I want to focus on seniors for a moment. This, debt that students are incurring, to my knowledge, and I could be incorrect on this, will prevent students from walking the stage. Now, I know that there is, other opportunities for that debt to be released, but what Mr. What Mr. Mills said, I apologize. What Mr. Mills said was that money is going to need to be absorbed by the general fund at any point, after it's deemed uncollectible. Well, a student graduating, in my eyes, is uncollectible. If the parent of that senior is not paying today, they are certainly not going to pay after the student has left our system. So, I definitely think maybe a delay for another population, but a delay for seniors would be, in my eyes, significantly catastrophic. I also want to address the point that Dr. Wanza brought up. We allow students to go through the line and incur a charge and not get a courtesy meal because I think really good intentions by the board. But that's causing an issue where students are collecting and absorbing this meal debt. That is not a sustainable practice for our district because I am a student who technically can afford lunch, right? But I could go through the line every day and keep incurring that debt. So I just think it's really important to look at those two issues within the constraint of the timeline because of those two competing priorities. So we've heard significant feedback from students about this. There is undescribable anxiety about this within our student populations. And I just think it's really important to look at the timing of this to relieve some of that anxiety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Spellberg, for that information. So I just have a couple of questions because we did go through this exercise before. So a student has a tray, and I just want to give a visual again. They have a tray. They go through the line. You realize that they can't pay for it, and then you take that tray from them and hand them a lunch, and you throw everything away on the tray. That's why we ended up saying, don't take the tray away. You're already throwing it away. You're going to have to pay. How do you not have to pay for the tray if you put it in the garbage? What's the difference if you just let them keep the tray and then they have it, or you say, no, you can't afford it, throw the tray away, and here's a wow sandwich. That's the discussion we had here. That was the point I could not wrap my head around, that you're going to take the tray that already has all the food on it, you're going to throw it away anyway. So I don't know what the difference is if we said, okay, we're going back to giving the wow sandwich. Now you're throwing food away, still giving the kid a wow sandwich. How does that help our bottom line? We add extra because we have to pay for the wow sandwich too. So that was the discussion we had all along. We did ask, how could we catch it beforehand? How do we know ahead of time? That was the discussion we had at the workshop, where how do we know ahead of time that the student isn't going to have the ability, or if there's already a debt. I don't know how to do that in a way that's not embarrassing, which was also our conversation. But I just want everyone to wrap their head around, again, you're going to take the tray that has all the food in it and say, oh, you can't afford this, and then put it in the garbage can, so you already had to pay for it, and here, let me give you a wow sandwich that costs us extra money. I don't know how that saves us money. So that's where we ended up with saying, this doesn't make any sense, just let them keep the tray. So how do we avoid getting to their standing in front of the cash register with the tray already? And my other question is, I guess that wasn't really a question, I'm just throwing out, that's how we got here. That's why we said let them keep the tray, because it didn't make sense to any of us that we were going to waste food like that. The other question I have is, have we actually found out why parents aren't paying for this? Because as we know, there was some discussion, about there are some students that are incurring these debts that actually can pay for them. So have we done any kind of have principals or assistant principals or social or whoever call the family and say, we know you've gotten notices every day that has a link that you can click on and pay. Can you share with us what the concern is so that they understand? Because it seems like they still think that lunch is free, even though we mentioned it, even though they were told 1,000 times, even though they get a little link every day that tells them they owe money, they don't think they have to pay it. So what are we doing as a district to gather some information so that we could look at this a different way? But I can't say enough times that it will never make sense to me to take a tray out of a kid's hand and throw it in a garbage can and say that that's going to save us money. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to our next board member, we do need to gather consensus to extend the workshop, I would say, by an hour. Yes. We need a motion and a second to extend the special school board meeting, not the workshop. Moved by Ms. Pullman, second by Ms. Thompson. All in favor of extending the special school board meeting by 1 hour, say aye. All opposed say no.
No.
One dissenting vote. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Pullman.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. First of all, just to get this straight, because this is a very confusing topic and there's a lot going on here. We are obligated to pay this money regardless, right? This is our debt, the school district's debt. Okay. I know we talked about this earlier in the year, and I don't know that we made any great decisions on it because we're still faced with the same thing. We've got several things. Kids that can afford lunch aren't paying for lunch. Kids that can't afford lunch aren't paying for lunch. If you're giving kids that can't afford lunch, they might not be applying for the free and reduced lunch. And then I almost wonder too, because I remember from our last workshop that you can't use cash, right? Is this a digital payment system?
You can use cash at the point of sale.
You can?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that takes something out. So this is kind of an impossible situation. I'm very sympathetic to the seniors who can't do the things that they need to do, who can't afford it. But there's also no repercussion if you can't afford it and you just decided that you're not going to pay, and then you can just slide under it. I get these, I've told you guys this before, but I get the email, the text, and the phone call because my kids are just going through the line and incurring debt for me because I'm not permitting that. In fact, I don't want them to be doing that. I think it's irresponsible of them, and there's no way for me to stop it the way that the system is set up right now. I just have debt that I have to pay. So I think that's like the bigger picture is not necessarily the debt that's before us right now, because we have to pay that no matter what. And obviously the way that we're addressing this is not very effective. So I don't know that we're achieving free universal free lunch, but in addition to that, I think we just need to look at how we can reduce the lunch debt that we're occurring. How do we make this system work for the kid to be able to make sure that the kids that need to be fed are being fed, and that the ones that can afford it are paying for it? I think that's going to take some time and study and maybe, looking around, but because we have to teach people to be responsible too. Everyone needs to eat, but some people are taking advantage of the situation. You're saying, oh, you're throwing it away because you brought it, but like I could just, put on a shirt and head out the door, and they're going to take that away from me, and maybe throw it out too if you get, so there's lessons to be learned in addition to making sure that everyone has what they need. So I look forward to a plan that addresses these issues, because I just think it's complicated, and there's a way to do it, and it's not the way that we're doing it right now, clearly. Because
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you. I think we have the direction. And to Landon Spellberg, thank you for framing it out. So you are correct, and I have a high school senior, and I didn't even think about it either. Like in about 4 weeks, they'll be saying goodbye to us. So we can bring back a plan much quicker. And we've heard the conversations that have happened today. We do have the guidance by the Council of Great City Schools, because again, like I said earlier, we're not the only large district that is really dealing with this challenge. This is really nationwide. So it allows us the opportunity to continue to have a think tank with other district leaders, and we'll be able to come back with the plan sooner than later.
Mr. Leon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add a little more student perspective onto what Landon was saying. It's really more about the quality. For an example, students are required to get an apple, and they're required to get a juice, and they're required to get a banana, even though that they're not going to eat it. And I think a solution that we can have is scanning their IDs before they're going to purchase the item. That is a great idea. I think that we can use to solve it. It gives the student the opportunity to see, hey, this is what you're missing out on. And if they don't have that funding, let's point them in a direction of where they would get that wild so-called sandwich, which we can come up with different alternatives for. Necessarily, it's the hardcore reality is that we don't have the funding to keep giving up for. And especially for students that know that they can afford it, I don't think that we should have other students that can't afford it suffer for that. And I really think that it's more of an opportunity of your dignity needs to be put aside based off of for someone else. I shouldn't have to be told, hold on, because a student can't afford it. I will point you in the right direction if you need to eat something, but it just won't be that hot food. It's just a hardcore reality. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I think Mr. Spielberg addressed the timing and why this was so important for this item to be on this special agenda, because of these obligations that prevent students from being able to do after the extras and the celebrations. I also want to say, I think half of the reason we got here is because the board kind of deep dived into a workshop about things that maybe we should have stayed out of that was operational, like how the line is set up, or if it's a wild butter or not a wild butter. And so, and all that I think was, and how to prevent food waste, and all of that was good intentioned. But what we really did was, and I think starting with a month of free meals to do this transition also hurt, because then parents got into this habit, and now it's really hard to take back. So there's a lot of things that I think came out of a good place that led us to where we are today. And I just want to emphasize that this item is to address the debt so that students can kind of move on from this year, but then also to establish a plan. And we don't have to discuss the plan today, because the experts, which is our staff, are going to come with that idea. But really just focusing on, do we as a board want to cover this debt now so that students can benefit from that? And then do we want staff to come back with a plan? Those are really the two focuses. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a no-brainer for me. That's why I accepted it for good cause. I voted to provide the funding for this months ago, so I'm happy to agree to that now. I think we need to fix the system, so I appreciate the proposal of staff coming back with a plan. I can understand Ms. Bowman's frustration, and I hope we can figure out a way to fix that. That her children are buying things that their parents don't want them to buy. I think that's a reasonable ask to try to fix that system. My only question, and this may be related to the plan, so if you can't answer it now, that's fine, Dr. Fulton. If we pay, so we're agreeing to pay this $720,000 now. I'm assuming more debt will be accrued in the next. And I'm sorry if you already discussed this, I was upstairs. So more debt will be accrued in the next few months. What are we going to do about that in the next, how do we address that?
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
So the 720,000 thereabout is the estimate through the end of the school year.
All right.
Yes.
So then, presumably, before the start of the school year, you guys will come back with a plan if this item passes?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I may, that was what it was, because the item asked for a plan for like the next 3 years, and so we were taking that into account to, this year's pretty much done, but what are we going to do moving forward and coming up with a plan for the start of the 26-27 school year?
Yeah, and I am of the feeling that when it comes to feeding children, whether they are children who have the money to pay for their lunch or not, I lean in the direction of feeding children. There are lots of things that we spend money on that are less important than the very basic necessity of feeding children. So, I know we're in a budget crisis. Feeding children should not we should not be prevented from feeding children. It should be a priority even in a budget crisis. I hear the concern about doing this right now. That's why I will not be supporting the substitute motion. I will be happy to support the item as is. Anyone else? All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. Roll call.
Roll call on the motion to delay. Al-Hadeb?
Yes.
Bowman?
No.
Severa?
Yes.
Hickson?
Yes.
Oldness?
No.
Leonardi?
No.
Rupert? Thompson? Zeman? Motion fails 6-3.
All right, we are back to the original item. I know, Mrs. Al-Hadef, you had the floor.
No, I'm good.
Anyone else like to speak on the item? Mr. Severa?
Chair, I remember, I believe it was a workshop several months ago, where we talked about the idea of having some folks go out into the community and dealing with local businesses and local farmers and things of that nature to see if we can get, I don't know, I'm not sure if sponsorship is the right word, but if we can get them to engage with our schools and offer some of their food products to our students at a essentially for free. There are some districts around the state that certain farmers will provide vegetables and lettuce, and they have salad bars and things like that. I don't recall who was tasked with from the staff who was tasked with looking into that. If somebody can refresh my recollection and to see if that ever got off the ground.
Sorry. Go ahead. No, sorry. No, I remember we were also asking for partnerships and people to help support a fund. So when the debt accumulated, we would have a fund from partners and businesses that contribute to bringing down the debt. And I do know we had tasked our communications department for partnerships, and they were able to bring in some, revenue to be able to support that, but certainly not in the mass of $700,000. But we're able to get some support from community.
Can you expand upon that?
a couple $1,000s, but
I can find
it's in
it.
your email.
And I can follow up, the follow-up.
Well, if it's in a memo, perhaps I missed it. If someone could forward it to me, I would be appreciative. So is a couple $1,000? How long was this effort utilized, and how many people do it? I find that very difficult in a county as large as Broward County, that we were only able to muster up a couple $1,000s.
Mark Mills, Food and Nutrition. It was more than a couple thousand. There were some great opportunities from just everyday people, and they contributed. I think there was 3,000 just from this coffee group. However, we partnered with the Broward Teachers, or the Broward Education Foundation, and that we brought in 5,000, I think, the first, and they have another 10 for us that are going to be sent to us. They're not big numbers, you're right, but every little bit goes towards the debt, and we pay it down. Any local people that wanted to contribute have contributed, and we have a list of where they, through either the Broward Education Foundation, they tell us exactly where they want the money to go, or through people just bringing a note with their money, and we take care of the money from there where it has to go, or we generically spread it over whatever school has the highest debt.
Mr. Severa.
So it's safe to say it was less than 20K?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
So I was able to locate the follow-up. We sent it out on March the 25th. So we were able to, and you're correct, Mr. Mills, about $15,000.
Ms. Bowman?
Thanks. Yeah, I think we can probably do a better job of, getting donations in that way. And I agree with the chair. Obviously, we want to feed the kids. When you put it in the perspective of what else we spend money on, it's ridiculous that we're talking about this. So I don't know how and we know we can anticipate. Well, because we spend money on tons of different things that, or have to pay money for mistakes that are made or what have you. So we should have some funds, I would think, that are anticipate that we are going to have this debt on an annual basis if we don't figure out a universal free lunch. And I know that this comes out. So is there a way for us to put that into the budget, to put a little contingency fund together, like coming back for the next, so that it's not biting us at the 11th hour. I'm not sure how the budget works that way, but I'm just not here, but just a suggestion. You're anticipating something that we know is going to happen.
Well, I think in the item it says to develop this plan over the next 3 years to implement a free lunch, universal free lunch. I mean, they're going to have to plan for it in the budget. So
Right.
if the item passes.
Right, if they get a free lunch, but if we don't, so say we're not able to figure out a way to do a universal free lunch, how can we prepare to be able to pay for a lunch debt that we have?
And that's a part of the plan that we'll be able to bring back to you.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I'd like to make a substitute motion based on the student advisor's input, and I'd like to move that we pay the senior debt right now and wait to pay the other part of it, because again, whether we vote for this or not, it's going to come out of general fund, but I don't want to pay all of that right now. We just are going through this org chart and telling people that we don't have money for their positions, and some of this debt occurred, although I don't disagree that we want to make sure our kids are fed. Some of this is preventable, so I'm not ready to pay all of that money right now. It would roll over at some point anyway. So my motion is to pay just the senior, the 12th grade student debt at this time and delay the rest of the payment.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Hickson, second by Mr. Severa. Public comment on the motion, or substitute motion. Board member discussion on the substitute motion. Mrs. Alhada.
Wouldn't the other part of that would be, because this money, the 720,000, is basically, from my understanding, going to the end of the school year. So wouldn't it be smart then to also add to your motion that you're not getting a hot lunch, we're going back to how it was done previously, to the peanut butter and jelly, the butter sandwich, the that type of meal instead of the hot meal? Because then you possibly could be saving more money off of this 720,000.
I don't mind that part, except for I want to give the picture again of what we heard. How did they get to the peanut butter and jelly sandwich? If they're still walking with a plate that has food on it and we have them throw it away and then give them a peanut butter sandwich, I'm not okay with that, because we're wasting money twice. So how do we, I don't disagree, but Dr. Fulton, how can we ensure we're not going to be wasting food to give them that? Because I don't disagree that's what we should go to, but I do, as you can tell, disagree very strongly that your student's going to watch us throw their good food away to hand them a WOW sandwich.
So that message resonated very clear, and actually in the direction that we provided to the schools and food service as well, and I read it out, and I quote, per board direction, no student trays are being removed at the point of sale regardless of meal obligation status. So that has not been happening.
But that's my point. So Mrs. Al-Hadef's suggestion here, which I'm okay with adding to this motion, is to not give them a hot food tray and give them a peanut butter, WOW, whatever it is, sandwich. But how do you get to that without having them have a tray? That was the discussion we had before, and I haven't heard anything that we've done to be able to get to that point. So I don't think there's any procedure in place to be able to do what she's suggesting. And if I make this motion, are we going to put something in place like next week? That's the question.
So is the motion on the substitute motion on the floor still just to pay the senior debt?
Well, I'd like to hear staff answer the question. How do we get to giving them a WOW sandwich to reduce what the additional debt will be? And actually, I don't understand how that even saves us money. What happens if we don't let them keep the tray and it goes in the garbage can? How do we not have to pay for that? I'm still so confused about that piece.
Yeah, you are right. It doesn't really set well with any of us, and particularly the cafeteria managers, that they have to do that. We will work with Florida Department of Agriculture and see what type of assistance they can give us as to how to not have them have the tray until after it's verified that they have the funds or they have the free eligibility. If that helps, we can try that and see what they recommend that we can do for that. Also, we will revert back to one charge, which will once that child comes through the line, and they will still get the tray they have in their hand, because it'll be a one charge against Food and Nutrition Services. That will initiate either through the principal or through our office, if we know it. Reach out to the family, reach out to the household and say, did you fill out an application yet? Some will say they didn't qualify. It just depends on what the situation is. A lot of them don't know. A lot of them don't want to fill it out for various reasons. But we do make every effort to make sure that we continue to educate parents and let them know what's out there and what is available through the Food and Nutrition Department. Also, I guess we can look at, and we'll see what the USDA says, what type of alternate meals can you provide? What is logically best for a student? And see if we can come up with something different than a WOW, because it doesn't sound very...
Well, and may I add to that, Ms. Hickson?
Yes.
Because I think what you're trying to get at is pretty much what Mr. Leon said. At the time the student begins to enter the line, if there can be some kind of mobile scanner, mobile something device that alerts the student that either your balance is low or something, right? Currently, the Food and Nutrition Services Department is not staffed that way, or they may not have all the resources to do like mobile scanning, that kind of thing, but we can look to see as a part of the plan how we would implement that. So I think that that's the first thing, right, is that before the student gets in the line, do they know? that they do not have the resources.
Right.
Either they're not free,
Or
they're
that
not reduced,
staff knows.
they're not right. The staff, so that it kind of circumvents the frustration and the embarrassment that comes along with, I've gone through the line, all my peers see me picking out this food, and then I'm told, I'm sorry, I have to take your tray.
Well, and my other question that still hasn't been answered, and I'm sorry to extend
that?
this, is I don't understand how moving to a WOW sandwich saves us money if you don't know they get a WOW sandwich until they're holding a tray and they get buzzed that they can't have the tray. How does that save us money?
So I don't know that it does, and I think that's what
That's my
Mr. Mills
point.
was saying. That's what he said. That you know, he basically validated what you said, but the ideal method would be, before you even get to take the tray, here's the WOW.
Right, and
Can
that's
we-
the
yes.
conversation that
Mhm.
we had the last time we were here, that how do we do that? But there's no way to do that in this last short period of this school year. I get that it could be in the plan. It was supposed to be in the plan. So although I appreciate Mrs. Al-Hadef's suggestion to a substitution, it doesn't really save us any money, because they're still going to have to take a tray and then find out, oh, I can't afford this, and the tray goes in the garbage can, and then we hand them a WOW sandwich. We're still paying extra that way. So I don't know how to say that more than I've already said. That's the piece I can't wrap my head around, because it doesn't save us money to give them a WOW sandwich unless we've identified before they have a tray that they're not going to be able to have the tray. So although I appreciate the substitute motion, I don't think we're able to do that at this time. Dr. Fulton, am I correct in that? We're not going to be able to implement knowing that they don't get a tray beforehand by next week.
No, I don't think that's
No.
possible.
Correct.
But we'll
So-
certainly try to see how
Yeah,
soon we
exactly.
can. I mean, it's logistical, to be very honest with you, and it looks different at every school.
Yes.
It won't be the same.
So although I appreciate that, I think I'm going to leave the motion the way it is.
So we'll definitely work on that for you, so know that we hear you, and we'll see what we can do with a vendor, either from our point of sale system, or if it's something that we need to implement. The Florida Federal Regulations does say they have to have the tray in their hand and go to the point of sale to pay for it. We need to change that somehow so it's doable for the student, and we'll do that through the National School Lunch Program and see what they have to recommend for us.
Mrs. Al-Hadef, you still have the floor.
I just say that it's quite frustrating, because this isn't our first rodeo of this conversation. We talked about this before, and to Ms. Hickson's point, I agree with you. There should be in the front, when the student comes in, whether they are getting the tray or getting the other lunch, the WOW sandwich. So I still think we have an opportunity to try to execute this school year in a timely manner, because listen, if the board doesn't do anything, well, it's been months that this could have already been executed, and this 720 could have possibly been half. So I think maybe the motion is, what would be, well, I guess I'll ask the superintendent, what is the timely amount? How much time do you need to be able to execute this, to have in the beginning of the line to know whether they can get the hot lunch?
And I think the major challenge is staffing, and it looks different, like I said, at every school. So I would let Mr. Mullins to kind of give a general overview on what that would look like transitioning to a different logistical model.
Yeah, once I think we are able to find out from the vendor what is doable, it could just be a device. When the student comes up to the line that you scan at that point, like you were talking about. I don't know if that's doable, that's IT, and I don't know if Reese can speak on that or not, but I hear you, and we'll make every effort that we can to see what is technically eligible to unfold what you're looking for.
Thank you. Some of the challenges that we're going to experience are the extending lunch lines. We're going to have challenges at the elementary school level. How do you determine if a student has brought a lunch or is not eligible for a lunch but actually needs to eat, which is one of our challenges as of why we don't control the lunch line or the cafeteria dining area. So being able to implement devices, even if it's a point-of-sale device, a tablet, or a scanning device, you're going to have somebody operate that device. You couldn't have a kiosk in place with wireless infrastructure to say, okay, scan and go, because then a student might just scan their badge and still go through the line without any type of control set up. We're definitely going to look into it and see if there's any other district able to overcome this challenge. But one of the big reasons that we have the meal lunch program is to be able to feed students. And at the end of the day, we don't know before they enter the line if they need that meal or not.
So we'll just take some time and be able to come back with a plan to see how we could logically institute a different method. So we'll come back with that.
Mr. Spellberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate all the time to be able to speak on this really important issue. And also just that I want to recognize that Food and Nutrition Services is incredibly problem solving, and I appreciate that they're coming with solutions. The biggest issue here is that we need to curb the practice of students just walking through the line, because respectfully to many of our students, they know exactly what they're doing by going through the line. They know that they cannot pay, right? So that is, they know that they can pay and they're choosing not to. I also want to just address the fact, and this is probably somewhat hypocritical, beggars can't be choosers here, but it's not only our seniors. I did just highlight that, but there are students across this district who will continue to incur meal debt that will not just disappear at the end of the school year. So really the question, and I mean this incredibly respectfully, is if that's going to end up being absorbed by the board, why not do it now, right? Why not resolve that issue for our students? And the Food and Nutrition Services team did an amazing job rolling this out, but there was very limited communication directly to students about this. So on day one of the 26-27 school year, we can really inform students, it's a new school year, this is a new process, and we can start fresh. And I'm confident with the new student advisors, and we will help as much as we can to get that process done where students are very understanding that that process of just going through the line and incurring a debt will not continue. But like I said, that there are students in this district who have severe anxiety. Talk about needing to see a mental health professional. This is needing to see a mental health professional. And I worry for those students that maybe don't know that this is in place. So I really just ask that the board considers beyond seniors. Seniors are important. That is, to me, a non-negotiable, but so are the students that go through our schools every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to call the question. Motion made by me, seconded by Dr. Zeman. All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. One dissenting vote. So the call to question passes. All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
No. Roll call.
Roll call on the substitute motion. Bowman.
On the substitute motion.
Madam Chair, can you repeat the substitute motion,
The
please?
substitute motion, Mrs. Hickson.
The substitute motion was to pay for the seniors now, and the reason I said that was because there's debt that this is an estimate. We don't know what the total's going to be. So pay, because Landon mentioned that they can't do their senior stuff. So the motion is to pay for seniors now and wait for the other part until the end of the year. That's the motion.
So roll call.
Board Member Bowman.
No.
Severa. Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
No.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert. Thompson. Zeman.
Nope.
And Alhadeff.
Yes.
Motion fails 6-3.
All right, we are back to the item. I'd like to call the question on the item.
Does it need a second?
Seconded by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of calling the question? Say
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All right, all in favor of item 18, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Item passes with one dissenting vote from Ms. Hickson. All right, could I get a motion and second on item number 1?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on item 1.
No comment.
Board discussion on item 1. All in favor of item 1, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Motion and second on item 2.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on item 2.
No comment.
Board member discussion. All in favor of item 2, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Motion and second on item 3.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 3.
No comment.
Board discussion. All in favor of item 3, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Motion second on item 4.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 4.
No comment.
Board member discussion. All in favor of item 4, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Motion and second on item 5.
Chair, can I recommend we do 5 through 8 together?
Sure. Motion and second on item 5 through 8.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on 5 through 8.
No comments.
Board member discussion. All in favor of items 5 through 8, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Items pass unanimously. Motion and a second. Can I take 10 and 11 together? Anyone?
No.
No? Okay. Motion and a second on item 10, please.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 10.
No comment.
Board member discussion. All right. All in favor of item 10, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Motion second on item 11.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on item 11.
No comment.
Board member discussion. No? Okay. All in favor of item 11, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Motion and a second on item 12.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment.
No comment.
Board member discussion. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. We had talked about graduations last time, and there was discussion that staff was going to work with partners. I was wondering if there's any update from staff about graduations.
I know that work is still in process. I know there's a meeting on the books this week, but I'll turn it over to Dr. Wanza to provide any additional updates since that came up at the last school board meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Folsom. So we actually did have a meeting last week, Friday. Dr. Hepburn, Broward Education Foundation, Strategic Initiative Partnerships. I was in the meeting as well. Chief of Staff and Communications, Mr. Sullivan was there. And we have the framework and to actually go out for sponsorship packages, if you will, for graduation. Some for this year, to get it off the ground this year. I know Dr. Hepburn was going to have a conversation with the board today, or at least get the board's input, that as we go out for sponsorships from the community and various business entities, that people wanted to know specifically what they would be donating to when he's walking in. So I don't want to take his thunder, but his specific conversation with the board was going to be around the monies that's raised primarily for graduations and secondarily for the student meal debt. So was that a nice segue?
Yes, absolutely. I think we're talking about what I was going to ask the board. So one thing, we've met with BEF and kind of putting our sponsorship strategy together. But one of the things that's important to the people that we need to go out for outreach to support what we're trying to do is being very clear about what their money is going to be used for. And so I think the priorities, originally we said, all right, we'll bring the earnings back to the board and make a decision on where that money goes. I don't think that's going to bode well with people who are willing to give money. They give money for specific purposes. So I know the two top priorities were support for graduation funding for the venues and also student meal debt. So that would be my recommendation, is to focus on those two priorities as we go out to sponsors, to solicit sponsors and engage with them about the initiatives that we want them to support. Because I'm afraid we may not get support if we say, oh, no, we're going to bring it back and let the board make a decision how to, no, thank you. But if we have stick to certain priorities, and I recommend those two, because that's kind of how this discussion kind of originated. we can go to sponsors and talk to them about that and garner their support for that.
Any other board discussion? All in favor of item 12, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 14?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment?
No comment.
Board member discussion? Mr. Severa?
Trying to get a clear picture of the amount that's being asked of this board to approve in reviewing the executive summary materials. Am I incorrect, Chair, in my understanding that this board is being asked to approve almost $2.8 million for disposable cafeteria food trays?
Dr. Hepburn?
That is correct.
And that will cover the entire year, school year next year?
Go ahead, Mr. White.
No, sir, that's just for the balance of this fiscal year.
So
Next year, for the balance of next year, it requires $10.9 million.
Hold
So
on.
$13 million altogether.
So it's $13 million for disposable food trays for the 26-27 school year?
Well, you're only voting to approve on the $2.7 million right now, but for the total amount, you're buying 31 million trays at 8.8 cents apiece.
Okay. Let me ask a follow-up question. I'm looking at the chart here, and unless I'm interpreting this incorrectly, so please stop me if I'm wrong. The budgeted amount and the spend for the trays for the 25-26 school year was $2.7 million?
Hold on one second, sir. Derek Clark, Food and Nutrition Services. You were right originally. The 2.7 is for next fiscal year, for the entire year.
Okay. I want to try to conceptualize this in my brain.
Where is it? Okay.
And talk school years, not
Yes.
fiscal years.
Yes.
How much did we spend on cafeteria trays for the 25-26 academic school year in Broward County Public Schools?
$2.7 million.
Okay. And you're asking this board to spend $10 million for the 26-27 school year?
No, sir.
That was my mistake, sorry.
No, that's for the actual duration of the contract since 2023.
That's correct.
Okay, so I want to go back and ask the question again. How much are we being asked to spend for the 26-27 academic school year in Broward County Public Schools?
$2.7 million.
Okay, and so this amount is, according to this chart, appears to be in line, roughly $2 million what we paid in 2023, the 2023-24 school year, the 2024-2025 school year, and now the 2025-2026 school year. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Alahoff?
Is there a reason why we don't use plastic hard trays?
I asked that same question too. We can go back to old school and wash dishes, but I don't think many of the schools have those type of components anymore. When you visit a school, you go to the cafeteria, you don't see the conveyor belt with the dishwashers and all of that. It's more about the trays and compostable, biodegradable trays these days are what most of the companies are making, so they can decompose fast in the landfills.
So we don't have the ability to wash dishes?
Yep.
Okay.
Anyone else? All in favor of item 14, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Roll call, please.
For 8 cents.
School board members, Severa. What's a no?
No.
Speaking of your
Can
mic.
I can't hear you from the mic, sorry, but I got you as a no. Hickson?
Yes.
Honus?
Yes.
Leonardi?
Yes.
Rupert? Thompson? Zeman?
Yep.
Alhadeff?
No.
Bowman?
Yes, for now, as we
I'll
move
put
to
you
a
down as a-
more sustainable option.
I put that as a yes and passes 7-2.
Could I get a motion and a second on item number 15?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Board member discussion? All in favor of item 15, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 16?
So moved. 17, Chair.
That was withdrawn.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Motion and a second on item 17.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Board member discussion? All in favor of item 17, say aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any student successes to share, or
You want to go before
It's up
or
to
after?
up to the chair.
Mr. Sullivan, just want to go over some workshop topics, just to see where the board wants to
At your
land
pleasure,
on.
Chair, if I can do it now or later.
go ahead?
So I wanted to suggest moving some stuff around for next week. So we have a workshop and a special. Right now, there's 2 heavy items on the workshop. We already started an earlier start time at 8 a.m., but I'm still concerned with the time, so I wanted to give the board some options. So in the workshop itself, we have 2 heavy items, the RFP for owner rep agreements, and then the SRO transition plan. Both those items we anticipate being heavy lift items in terms of public participation and board discussion. And then the special that starts at 3 right now has the org chart and job descriptions. We anticipate that also being quite lengthy. And then we have the referendum. So my suggestion to the board is moving the referendum to May 5th, which is the following week. That board meeting agenda items don't seem to be controversial or lengthy at the moment, and I believe that's probably the least time sensitive item for the board's consideration next week.
Can I ask you a question, though, about that? Because isn't our referendum supposed to come before the county next week?
Yes, but that is they're voting on the resolution. It has nothing. It's not directly related on the allocation, so they don't need to know the allocation to take up that resolution.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
I just think it's a great recommendation. I appreciate it, Mr. Sullivan. We do have more time. More importantly, I think, though, is, kind of in a perfect world, we would at some point have negotiations completed. Remember, we're 10 months into a 12-month year, and we have not even settled this year's finances. Without that, we can't settle next year's budget because we don't know what this year's expenditures are going to be. And then the referendum is for 27 to 31. So going to May 5th hopefully gives the staff and the collective bargaining units time to get together and figure out what we're going to be doing this year so that we can settle finances, work on the budget. Remember, the budget's due at the end of the year, June 30th. And then we'll have better planning period the further we push back that referendum vote.
Any other comments on Mr. Sullivan's recommendation? All right, do you have your direction?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Zeman.
Is it possible we start before 3? It sounds to me like from 8 to noonish, we should be able to do the owner's rep RFP and the SRO plan, and then start right after that with the org chart and job description, which I think is going to take 4 or 5 hours easy.
That is up. Oh, so go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
I'm sorry, through the chair. The way we have it advertised right now is 3 p.m. or immediately after the workshop.
In the interest of the community, I would love to give them a more reasonable expectation of what time it is, and I think we're going to be done before 3, would be just my guess. I'm one of 9, but I would rather state that we're doing it earlier. If all we're doing in the morning is the RFP owner's rep, and then we're doing the SRO plan, couldn't we do that in 4 hours?
So right now we have scheduled 7 hours. We have 1, 2, 3 policies, and we're allocating 2 hours for those 3 policies. It probably won't take 2 hours. Then we have 2 hours for the owner's rep. I believe that will be 2 hours, and then 3 hours for the SRO transition plan, which I believe is probably a true representation of the time that
I withdraw my recommendation. We will be here late. I just will ask my colleagues to the extent on job descriptions in particular, if we can come in with any changes you want pre-printed, that would save us a boatload of time.
And Chair, if I may, also given the realities of the changes that the superintendent got in terms of the org chart, the fact that we have to now do additional job descriptions or modifications and notify different impacted employees. Our goal is to have it before Friday, but realistically, we wouldn't have that item posted until probably midday Friday.
Chair, do we have to do job descriptions with the org chart, or could we do them 2 weeks later?
You have to do job descriptions before and then the org chart. The job description actually is what depicts the org chart.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just to that point, and then I have some student success things. Can the general counsel address whether it's a violation of any law to post it at the time he suggested? Because we did have community members concerned, and we've gotten emails saying that posting it that late was a violation of the law. So can you just address that real quick?
So this is a special meeting. The law requires us to post within 48 hours, but it's really important to remember what we're talking about. Florida Statute 286.011 requires that the notice, that the public be noticed of the meeting. The meetings are open and minutes taken. So if you need to, for example, what was commented on was, we posted the org chart on Wednesday, and then on Friday there was an update. That's not a violation of the Sunshine Law. So long as we provide the agenda and it's properly noticed, open to the public, and meetings taken, that makes sure that we are in compliance. Now, if you want to change a substantive item, you're adding something to the agenda, then you would go through good cause. But if the item's all up there already and you're just making an update to a document, because the backup documents are not necessarily part of the Sunshine requirement, it's those three things that I mentioned before.
Thank you. So my successes in student things. So today actually started already, so you couldn't go today. But today and tomorrow at 6 o'clock, Coral Cove, that's why I'm wearing the shirt today, is doing a performance of The Wizard of Oz at the Miramar Culture Center. So if you're available, you should go see that. You would not know that you're watching an elementary performance. Also want to give congratulations to Landon and Jasir for being 2 of 4 students that received a $2,500 scholarship from the Broward League of Cities. In addition to Jasir and Landon, we had another student from South Broward High School, Maya Aquez, who also received a scholarship. So 3 out of 4 scholarship winners were from Broward County Public Schools and 2 from South Broward High School. So go Bulldogs.
Anyone else with a student success? Mr. Severa?
I have a question, but I'd prefer to let my colleagues finish their student success stories before I ask my question to General Counsel.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I'm hoping to end on a positive note, so I hope your question is a positive question. It's debatable. So I would like to give a shout out to West Broward, who ranks #1 in Broward for raising an amazing $15,510 during their Best Buddies Friendship Walk, and to the club president, Izzy Fuentes, who was Broward's top fundraiser, bringing in $8,900.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Ms. Bowman, were you raising your hand?
On Sunday, Ms. Hickson and I had the pleasure of going to the Hollywood Art and Culture Center to see the AP art students and all of their art that was under the theme of, I think it was the playlist. So just a wide variety, and it's another example of the awesome work that our kids are doing in our schools. It was really, really cool. So thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Severa?
To our General Counsel Chair, if I may, to put it lightly, I did not agree with the Chair's position today in cutting the Speaker's time down from 1 minute to 3 minutes. I think that has an adverse effect and a chilling effect on people's free speech rights, especially in the context of them being able to address their elected officials who represent them in their respective districts. My question to you, ma'am, is if the chair makes that decision, does the board have any recourse, whether it be by a vote or anything of that nature, to overturn that decision So for purposes of the example today, to reinstate the previously agreed upon, which is in policy, I believe, 3-minute opportunity for the public to speak.
So your policy is very clear on that particular topic, and it gives the discretion to the chair. So in order to change it, it would have to be the chair's discretion, or you'd have to do a change to the actual policy.
Thank you for the clarification, Madam General Counsel.
Thank you. Madam General Counsel, what does the policy say about total public speaking time?
30 minutes.
Okay. And did I extend that today?
Yes, you did.
To how much time?
Oh, I don't know how many speakers, but it was extensive.
Unlimited, yes.
Unlimited. There was no limits as to how many public speakers.
I just want to thank Madam General Counsel, as well as our security staff and our police officers here today. Everyone was very proactive about ensuring the safety and productivity and efficiency of the meeting. We had a meeting yesterday. Madam General Counsel was on the phone with me a lot, drafted a lot of scripts, issued a lot of memos, but I really am grateful to our officers for maintaining decorum in the audience, being very proactive. I think we had a really good meeting considering the high emotions that we were dealing with. So I'm just very grateful to our officers and our security staff. Thank you. We couldn't do this without you. All right, the scheduled order of business for this special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will adjourn the special school board meeting.